Hello everyone and welcome to the 2017 US Junior and 2017 US Junior Girls Chess Championship held right here in the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis. My name is Tatev Abrahamyan. I'm here in the studio with Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez, and today we will be covering the action from round 3 of the championships.
I love how close both tournaments are. Some people might have thought that the top seeds might just start running away with the event from the first few rounds, but we've seen the opposite happen, and both top seeds in both sections have started off with the wrong foot. They haven't really found their placing, and what we have is a tournament that's really open to anybody, and you can't say, wow, this person is the absolute clear favorite.
Indeed, in both sections we do have the favorites Rui Feng and Carissa Yip, who only have half a point out of 2. And actually, Rui Feng should have had 0 out of 2, just based on his games, as he was completely lost in round 1. But being that now we're already 2 rounds into the tournament, they're in a must-win situation. They cannot afford to lose any more points, especially now that there are several people who have 1.5, 2 points, and they really need to play catch-up right now.
Yeah, I think that the pressure's on. It's only been 2 rounds. But sometimes you want to start off with the right foot. You start with 1.5 points, 2 points, nothing out of the ordinary. You know that you can still afford to drop half a point here and there against some strong adversaries. But I think that in a situation where everybody is trying to win the tournament, where everybody's going for that important first spot, they can't afford any more mistakes, and it's already only been 2 rounds.
Right, and psychologically it's always easier when you start with wins. Even if you're beating the lower rated players, it gives you confidence, makes you feel better about your chess, and it puts the pressure on others to play catch up as opposed to on you. But let's take a look on the standings and see where we are. So in the junior section, we have one player, actually the only player in both sections, who has scored 100% so far, Braton Interview, who played a great theoretical game yesterday, completely out-prepared his opponent. Akshat Chandra and Michael Brown are 1.5 point, only half a point behind the leader. Then we have several players with 1 point, Evander Liang, Andrew Tang, Nicholas Cheka, and Mika Bratain. And Rui Feng the leader, the number 1 seed of the tournament, who was the favorite before the tournament started, only half a point, Bobby Liu with only half a point, and Joshua Collis, who has lost both games so far. In the girls section, we don't have anyone with 100% score. We have several players with 1.5. Apurva Burkut, Akshita Gorti, Emily Nguyen, who's the defending champion, and Annie Wang, who beat Ashita Eswaran in a really nice game yesterday. Maggie Fang, who is one of the favorites, has 1 point. Rachel Ehrlich, only 1 point. Agata Bukovtsev, who won her first game kind of in a swindle, we can say, lost her game yesterday. Carissa Yip, one of the favorites of the tournament, with half a point. Dalia Cervantes with half a point, and Ashita Eswaran has lost both of her games with 0 points.
I think it's the standings just show how close this tournament is. I especially like the girls section, where nobody has been able to score 100%. It's only been 2 rounds. Nobody has been able to string 2 victories together. The rating favorites, both Maggie Feng and Carissa Yip, they don't find themselves near the top of the field. They're actually a little bit behind, trying to play catch-up already. I just love how tense the situation is becoming.
Yeah, and usually at this point we do have several players with 2 points, especially in the girls section, as they really fight it out, and usually we have more decisive results, and here we actually have been having a lot of draws.
Yes.
And let's take a look at the key matchups. We do have GM Cristian Chirila with us in the studio, and he's going to be telling us all about it.
Thanks, guys, and welcome back, everybody. Day 3 of the 2017 U.S. Juniors and 2017 U.S. Junior Girls. What a dramatic start we had to this tournament in the first 2 rounds. Caden Trough is demolishing the opposition in the junior section, while the top seeds are struggling to find their strides. Let's look at the key matchups of the day. In the junior section, we have Rui Feng versus Andrew Tang. Rui Feng has to come back, but Andrew Tang, he's a very, very powerful opponent, and he just came after one of the smoothest win in the tournament against Evander Liang. In the girls section, we have Maggie Feng versus Carissa Yip. This is it. This is the key matchup for today. today is going to be a fantastic round. I'm very, very excited to call all the action here from the St. Louis Chess Club.
Well, I mean, when you have the leaders facing each other, that usually is the key matchup. But it's hard to avoid thinking that if two of the rating favorites are facing each other, that might also be a key matchup. Despite the fact that Rui Fengli only has half a point, man, you always have to watch out for his games. He's plays scintillating chess, plays very offbeat openings, and I know that he's going to try to use his unusual ways of playing to try to play catch-up and win the game today against somebody that just showed excellent technique yesterday.
Right, and he's actually in a must-win situation at this point. He cannot afford any more half a point here or there.
Especially with white.
Yeah, and especially when someone has 2 out of 2.
Yes.
So it's not like everyone has 1.5, 1 point, a lot of draws. Like someone has 2 out of 2, so you really need to catch up to them. And you lost to that person, so at this point, basically it's out of his hands. Because if Caden Troff just wins, beats everyone or gets more points than him, he has no way of catching up himself.
Nothing he can do.
No. So let's take a look at the rest of the pairing and see what else we have in store for us today. So in the junior section, we have Rui Fengli versus Andrew Tang. We have Akshat Chandra versus Caden Troff, so that's going to be a very important match. Akshat Chandra is only half a point behind Caden. Michael Brown versus Mika Braton. Bobby Liu versus Joshua Colas. And Evander Liang versus Nicholas Cheka. In the girls section, we have Emily Nguyen versus Agata Pokovtsev, Annie Wang versus Talia Cervantes, Akshita Gorti versus Ashrita Eswaran, Maggie Fang versus Carissa Yip, and Apurva Verkut versus Rachel Ulrich.
Yeah, very nice matchups. I do think that I also want to follow closely, even though it's not the matchup of the day, this duel between 2 of the 3 grandmasters of the tournament, Akshat Chandra against Caden Troff. They also just happen to be the leaders of the event. Akshat with 1.5 points. With the white pieces, he trails the current leader Caden Troff, who will be playing with the black pieces. That's definitely one of the more important matchups I think that we're going to have today. Caden is going to try to hold his own. I know that he's had excellent opening preparation. It's his first black of the tournament. He started with 2 whites, and I want to see what they do in this matchup. An interesting thing about these 2 players, stylistically they're very predictable. Both Akshat and Caden are relatively easy to prepare against. They know their openings very, very well and very deeply, but they're pretty faithful to their lines. They don't change very often the way that, for example, Rui Feng does, or other players that like to experiment a little bit more. No, these guys, they always play their stuff, and I expect them not to deviate from their usual preparation.
Yeah, so it might be a very interesting theoretical battle, and we did see that Caden is very well prepared in this tournament, and even though he's playing with the black pieces, I'm sure he has something in store for Akshat. And actually, I want to take a look at the girls section, because we do have 2 players with 1.5 points. So we have Annie Wang, who's playing Talia Cervantes, and Akshita Gorti against Ashrita Eswaran, and I think that's going to be a really key game for them, because Ashrita has been really struggling in this tournament. So of course, Akshita, who has 1.5 points, she beat Carissa yesterday with the black pieces. She's in the perfect situation to increase her lead, beat the person who's really struggling, take advantage of their bad situation. Because once you lose 1 game, 2 games, psychologically, it's just a really tough spot to be in. And for Akshita, I think it's going to be very important to score that point, to beat the person who's feeling down, and kind of like kick them when they're down. And same for Annie Wang, because we saw Talia Cervantes has been having some good positions out of the opening, and she was completely winning in both her games, but wasn't able to convert any of the games. So I think it's a good situation for Annie Wang try to beat the player who's playing the beginning of the game really well, but at some point she starts making mistakes. And if Annie gets a good position out of the opening, then she's going to be able to put the pressure on her less experienced opponent.
We're going to have to see what happens in some of these games. Definitely what you were mentioning, losing 2 games in a row really puts your spirits down. It's tough to start a tournament like that. But we know the fighting spirit of some of these players, especially Ashrita. We know that even though she's had some tough tournaments, she's come back to beat leaders of events in difficult situations. So I wouldn't count her out. But I have to agree with you completely that Annie Wang really has that job with the white pieces to get a good position against Talia Cervantes, and he plays a very nice game yesterday against Aretha, taking advantage of some of her opponent's mistakes. And if Talia doesn't get an opening position that she likes, I want to see her talent and her study come to fruition and actually show us that she can play beyond the opening. She played very well yesterday, but at some point she just completely dropped the ball and in a winning position let her opponent go. As we do have the round 3 here in the St. Louis Chess Club starting.
Are we going to see a Najdorf? I know Caden is a very
I see an E4,
powerful
so I
proponent of
let me
the
put it this way: a large percentage of my bank account would go towards a Najdorf in this position between Akshat and Caden. I mean, as I said, they are the most predictable players in the entire tournament.
Akshat recently has been starting to play D4, if I'm not mistaken, as well, but E4 still is his main weapon.
He also D4? Yeah.
I think I've seen him playing D4 quite a few games. I was preparing against him in 2 tournaments, in both spring and fall invitational, summer invitational here at the St. Louis Chess Club, and I remember he did essay a few D4 openings.
What line of Najdorf are we to expect from Akshat?
Actually, I think he's an H3 player, but I might be mistaken about that. I don't play the Najdorf myself. Knight f6, knight c3, so I haven't had to prepare very deeply against it. And even though it has not been played, I do expect a6 to come on the board.
It was played on the board.
It was played? Okay. Yeah. So Akshat normally plays h3, but I've seen him essay bishop g5. So I'm not sure if he's going to play one of these variations. Apparently he's going to...
I think the bishop is on e3.
He played bishop e3, so it's the English attack. We're going to have opening expert here, Tatev Abrahamyan, leading us towards the theoretical battle that this has become, the English attack of the Najdorf, one of the main tabias of openings.
Maybe it'll be a repetition with knight g4, bishop c1, drawing 6 moves.
e5, knight f3 was played.
Oh, knight
f3.
Okay, I don't play this.
So a more positional approach from Akshat, definitely not anybody's main weapon in this situation, but it has been seen more often, this idea of playing knight f3, trying to reroute the knight to d2 and c4. A lot of the times the bishop's a little bit misplaced on e3 because the knight would like to retreat to e3. Which is the reason that Magnus Carlsen in the recently finished Paris and Leuven Grand Chess Tours preferred bishop e2, e5, and retreating the knight to f3. He played this a number of occasions with quite some success. This line with bishop e3 instead.
I thought you were going to refer to the game when he played a3.
Oh, but that was, I think that was Giri.
Was it?
That played a3 in that position, yeah.
I thought it was Magnus against Karyakin.
And then Magnus played it against Karyakin, okay. But originally it was a Giri idea. Idea. So knight f3, we do have a Najdorf, which was to be expected. We're not going to have the sharpest of Najdorfs, which usually involves the move knight b3, with white playing something like f3, g4, throwing those pawns forward on the king side. Instead, we're going to have a more calm Najdorf, a more positional approach with the knight already in f3. Obviously, Caden not as prepared as the other variations. He takes a little bit of time before he plays the obvious move bishop e7, trying more or less to remember his preparation.
And yeah, you're actually... I remember I played Caden maybe like 5 years ago, and he played Najdorf, so he really must be his pet line. He must really have a lot of faith in this line.
I think it's a very wise decision by white to play knight f3. Knight b3 leads to some crazy theoretical battles, and I remember seeing him 3-4 years ago when Caden was playing this Najdorf pretty much every single game. He was beating 2,600 players on a roll. He's just very, very powerful. He knows all the details, all the nuances, and it's very difficult to prepare against him. So knight f3, I think, is a very wise decision. But let's go to the game between Li Fang and Tang, because we've seen this position in round number 1 between Li and Braton. And if I remember correctly, bishop d7 was played in that game, and then the bishop drew back to e2. The bishop on d7 is not the best place. You would like to have it on maybe after a6, b5 to go to b7, but right now kind of is forced, well, Actually, we have a different move on the board. Queen b6 was played to attack this bishop, and now I expect a move maybe such as a4 or even knight c3 might be an idea. This is very, very unconventional chess played by both players, so I think we're going to have not a non-theoretical battle, middle game experts here on play.
Well, the interesting thing about this position is that it's basically a very well-known situation, but with an extra tempo. I mean, if you turn around the board and change colors and you put the bishop back on c1, then it's exactly a known variation of the Nimzo-Indian.
Right.
So the ideas are very well known. However, the nuances do change significantly because, as I said, white does have an extra tempo. That might not matter too much in a lot of variations, but in some it might. For example, in variations that involve the move c4, black has to be very careful about a potential e6 because the bishop can take on f6 very, very, very quickly. Whereas white, on the other hand, has to be careful that if I take here and take here, a6 cannot be met with bishop a4, for example, because now there's a pin. So there's all these kind of subtleties and details that change because there is an extra tempo on the board here for white.
But also black is not playing for an advantage, so...
Yeah, black is definitely not playing for an advantage with being down a tempo in this kind of situations. Actually, queen b6 is considered, or queen b3, the analogous variation, is not supposed to be giving white any kind of advantage. It's supposed to be perfectly fine. However, since you're black, you're fine with equality. Queen b6 is a very natural move. As Cristian mentioned, knight c3 looks very, very natural in this kind of positions just to defend the bishop. But perhaps Fang wants to use the tempo, use the fact that the bishop's on b2 in a more active way, instead of playing a move that's logical in most situations, but it currently would block out the bishop.
Yeah, I think after yesterday's game, he doesn't want any theoretical battles. He just wants to get a position that he's comfortable in and just try to outplay his opponent and score that 1 point that he's so desperately looking for it right now.
Yeah.
But Andrew definitely had this position in his preparation because Lee played it in round number 1. So it's a different move, queen b6, not bishop d7. I'm sure Lee has had this in his preparation maybe a month ago, maybe a week ago, maybe a year ago. But he definitely has had it. He's trying to remember all his analysis. And c4, absolutely, probably one of the most active ways to challenge black's center. But we'll see if he wants to take those risks.
No, I really don't see any reason not to play c4.
Bishop e2 was played.
Plays a move that just baffles me. Bishop e2.
So you're basically saying queen on b6 is so bad that it's worth a
full tempo, but it isn't. The queen on b6 is not so bad that it's worth full tempo, because honestly I can even retreat it to c7 and give you the tempo back. And you're just kind of playing some kind of Nimzo-Indian.
Yeah.
So
you give up the tempo, so now you're just playing you love the Nimzo-Indian so much, you give up the tempo just to play it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very unorthodox approach. It's something that might fly in the grandmaster level, like mid-level grandmaster. But the problem is that Fang, the more he wants to approach the 2650 levels, this isn't going to fly. You can't do this kind of things, like give up your wide advantage the way he's doing right now and expect to win games. I mean, yeah, it's fine. You're out of a theoretical duel and everything, but you're not putting pressure on your opponent. This is a position in which black can pretty much do anything he wants and be in a comfortable equality.
Well, let's let this game be for a while. Let's move on to our girls section. Let's look at the key matchup of the day that we have of Maggie Fang versus Chrissy, and let's see if we have more of a theoretical position there or something unusual.
Not the most theoretical. We do have a Grunfeld where Maggie has decided to go for the double fianchetto.
Yeah, I've seen her play this several times. I saw her play this in the National Open. I think she actually played this against Fang Lee.
Oh, yeah.
Because I remember they drew a game there and she was with the white pieces.
Yeah, that might be so. Not familiar with the game, but we have this current position. It's pretty much a Grunfeld, as eventually white should play d4 at some point. She might play d3, which is less ambitious, but it's also playable. d4 would pretty much lead into a known position of a symmetrical Grunfeld with c6. One of the key advantages that she's done with this move order is that a lot of times black wants to play the move bishop f5 and develop the bishop this way, but with this move order specifically, then d3 becomes further justified as now I can play knight d2, and when I do play e4, eventually it hits the bishop with an important tempo, so the bishop feels very uncomfortable in this diagonal, which is why Carissa has played the move knight bd7, which is not necessarily where the knight wanted to develop before the bishop gets out of the pawn chain. So perhaps the move order benefits here Magi a little bit. It's still supposed to be an ultra solid way of playing for black. It's very difficult to crack. White will have a little bit more of space whenever she decides to play either d3, e4, or d4 right away. But it's not the biggest of deals. I've never liked to play this position with black, but I know that a lot of players enjoy just defending this kind of positions and not really worrying about anything, since their structure is so solid.
Right. Okay. So let's keep going through the game. So let's look at maybe Andy Wang's game.
Yes, we do have a Grunfeld in that game, a classical Grunfeld, but I find this move, bishop f4, quite peculiar. In this position, this is the Grunfeld with bishop c4. You want to put your knight to e2 instead of f3, and at the right moment play f3 to defend the center, or even f4 to try to accaparate the center even more than that. So castle, knight c6. Black is trying to undermine the center. Bishop e3, queen c7 was played. Rook to c1, rook to d8, attacking the pawn on d4. And now this move, bishop f4, which I find quite baffling. What if I just move my queen all the way to a5? I'm not really sure what the bishop on f4 is doing. You have to protect the important square on d4. This bishop on f4 is definitely not well placed. Instead of bishop f4, I would have played a move such as queen d2, or even queen b3, rook to d1, centralize my rooks, f3 or f4 at the right moment. But bishop f4, this seems like a clear inaccuracy from white, and after a move such as queen a5, I think black is going to solve most of his problems at the right moment. I think the white will just have to draw back to e3.
I'm a little curious about what, as you say, Christian, here. I am not a Grunfeld player myself, mostly because I have a terrible memory, and even though I've looked at the Grunfeld plenty, I just cannot remember any of the lines. But I do know that the bishop f4 idea exists. I have seen it before, even though perhaps it's not in this precise position. You as a Grunfeld player probably know better than I do. I know that a lot of times you meet this bishop f4 with a bishop e5.
Bishop e5 is definitely possible, yes.
Yeah, this bishop e5, taking advantage of the pin down the d file. And if you take the bishop at any point, I retake with the knight, still the pin exists. I attack with tempo your bishop on c4, and the trade of bishops is not necessarily so bad for black. But I do like, as you were mentioning, in this particular position, the move queen a5, as it does seem to ask the question what the bishop is doing on f4, and it poses an immediate threat, right? I mean, so you have to defend d4 somehow. Don't necessarily want to push your pawn where it becomes a weakness of the dark squares.
Queen b3 would potentially be an idea, but queen b3, e6, then bishop d7, bishop e8, defending that important square on f7. So after queen a5, queen b3, I think moves such as e6 is perfectly fine. b6, or even if this bishop moves back, then I will draw back with the queen on c7, defending the b7 pawn. If not, I have the b6 idea, or even a6, b5 at the right moment. a6 is a bit of a weakening. You have to be careful with the b6 square. But at the right moment, I would also like to bring this bishop all the way to e8 to defend this important square on f7, because white will have to do something on the king side. At some point, f4, f5 is one of the most important plans in the position. This is a game of ideas, of nuances, and we'll see who knows them better.
Well, Christian, I have a question, because I do have Talia making a move, the move queen to d7. How do you evaluate this move? And more specifically, I see that Annie instantly replies with the move d5, a move that I'm not entirely sure was completely forced. You could have thought of other ways of defending the pawn. You couldn't even consider taking on c5 on a good day. I don't think it actually loses material. So she played d5 almost instantly. What is your take on these moves?
In general, I don't like the move d5 immediately, because I could play a move such as knight to a5 or even knight to e5 and immediately try to hook this pawn on d5 with the move e6. I have to undermine the center as soon as possible. So I would say a move such as knight e5 should be preferred. if you play bishop b3, I'm going to start considering c4, bishop c2, and then immediately e6. What I don't want to allow you to do is, after this retreat with the bishop on b3, you to solidify the pawn structure in the center with c4. If you manage to achieve that as white, you will build an advantage because you're going to have the space, you're going to have the center, and you're going to be able to maneuver your pieces much more freely. But in this particular case, I think I can play this move. And if you try to grab a pawn, such as bishop takes e5, bishop takes e5, bishop takes e4, in itself, giving the dark square bishop is pretty bad. But I think I also have a move such as bishop takes h2, king takes h2, and queen c7, immediately regain my bishop. I also keep control. I'm not allowing you to push c4, and immediately I'm going to play e6 and challenge your center. So I'm not so sure about this d5
Can we
move.
go back a little?
Yes.
So in that position, when you said c4, bishop c2, e6, can I just take on e6? Because
c4, bishop c2.
e6, can I take right away or no?
Yes, you can definitely take, and I can.
No, you just want to take back. Okay.
I have options. If I take on d1, you're going to take on f7, and you're going to gain a pawn. I'm not sure if I have enough compensation. Probably not. I would say, oops, not rook takes d1, e takes f7, king takes f7, rook d1, and I was thinking something like knight d3, but this is probably not enough compensation. Instead of that, I could even consider taking with the pawn. Now you get the knight on d4. I'm starting to like white's position, despite the fact that this pawn on e6 is not as weak as it looks.
I'm starting to like this too, like I have bishop a4 maybe.
Well, maybe that's why Talia decided to put the knight on a5 and not on e5.
Right, knight a5 is obviously one of the more practical choices, just not to allow bishop e5 at any moment, and bishop d3 is probably preferred. We'll see if she's going to go for this move c4, or she simply. I mean, I think you have to go for this move c4 because once again, if you allow white to go c4, then he's just going to build such a powerful center. I usually, as a Grunfeld player, I hate when my opponent is able to stabilize the center with c4. So we'll see how she's going to deal with that idea.
So maybe white just wanted to play some kind of a sideline because, as we saw, Talia is very well prepared in opening. So maybe Annie wanted to stay in her known territory, but play still a sideline that she would be uncomfortable in still, but maybe make her opponent uncomfortable. Well, let's continue looking through all the games. So we'll let this game be. We'll come back. We'll see what happens. Let's look at Gorti versus Eswaran. As we mentioned, Gorti is in a good position to solidify her lead, co-lead, and try to score another point since, as we've seen, Astrid has been struggling so far in this tournament.
Well, there's a known sideline, I don't know how to say that, but this idea of playing bishop f4 and knight c3 specifically against Grunfeld players who always play knight f6, d5, g6 is actually pretty dangerous. The idea of exchanging the dark squared bishops, castling long, and then playing a quick h4, h5
I like it.
It forces black's hand. c5 is a common way of playing this, but unfortunately for black, sometimes white can just take on c5, gobble up a pawn and try to keep it. Specifically after queen a5, Akshita has played the move bishop b5, which I think is quite good. The knight on c6 usually is a very strong defender of the dark squares. Notice that white has already exchanged those bishops. On a good day, white exchanges this bishop on c6, puts the queen on d4 to defend this guy, develops his knight f3, and consolidates both the queen side and the center, keeps her extra pawn, and that would be a very difficult situation for black as she has no real counterplay. So it's up to Ashrita, who I'm assuming is not very familiar with the variation based on the amount of time she's taken, to come up with some kind of counterplay. Personally, I already think that she's misplayed it a little bit. You're not supposed to sacrifice a pawn so easily. A lot of people have been experimenting with a very quick c4, even though it strategically looks dubious in this position to play c4.
Well,
because
it makes sense here, right? Because you want to start your attack with b5, b4.
Absolutely, yeah. And in this kind of similar structures, actually, some 11-year-old Indian prodigy beat a 2650 GM in, I think it was 16 or 17 moves. He beat Bachman in a tournament in Europe. So it's definitely a double-edged situation in which you can take advantage of white structure and king placement to immediately ignore normal strategy, not to close the setter, but to initiate your own attack. Knight c6, I've always been a little bit thought of it as a little bit dubious. After dc5, queen a5, bishop b5, as was played in the game, I normally already like the white pieces because of the extra pawn that is not so obvious to defend, to regain. But a lot of game to be played, obviously black with the initiative, thanks to the queen on a5, the central control given by the pawn on d5, and probably the pawn that's going to go on a good day to e5. But black has to be careful. The more pawns she pushes, the weaker they're going to become. The king on g7 also can become a vulnerability at some point. Double-edged, but it's a Shrita that has to prove the compensation for the pawn, a variation in which I don't think it fully exists. It exists to a certain extent, but not so much as for a pawn.
So basically you just take the pawn and you'll say, okay, so show me what you have for it.
A lot of modern chess is like that. They gobble up a pawn, they defend everything, and they're like, well, I'm up a pawn, prove it. And in this case, this is going to be exactly Akshita's game plan. She has gobbled up a pawn. She's going to defend as well as she can. And if I can repel all of your initiative, I'm going to win with my extra material.
So do you think black should allow take on c6 and take with the pawn back, or is bishop d7 like forced here? So if you take, I take back with the bishop and maybe play b6 and try to push my b pawn, create some counterplay.
The problem with bishop d7 is that it's a little slow, and I don't think that black can really afford to play so slowly. The problem is that I can ignore your threats because it's going to take a very, very long time for you to make them. So even if I just develop something like knight f3, a6, and you want to take with the bishop, you're leaving a lot of weaknesses on the dark squares that it's going to be difficult for you to untangle. For example, queen d4 defends this pawn. Whenever you move the bishop, this pawn is hanging. You already have to be worried about g4, g5, about h4, h5, that come with a certain strength and quickness. So it is possible to be tempted into keeping up the structure and creating some counter attack, but I don't think that black has all the time in the world. Usually, they take back with the b pawn, first of all because it solidifies the d5 pawn, and also because it opens up the rook on the b file. Even though it's not the end of the world for white, at least you get that kind of counterplay on that side of the board.
Right, it's funny because we started with d4, d5, bishop f4, such a quiet opening, and all of a sudden we're in this really double-edged position that we're not really sure actually what's going on. But it looks like Akshita is more prepared than her opponent, at least judging by the clocks.
It is a well-known line, and actually I was playing a game in Reykjavik against a fellow American, Isaac Steinkamp, and he was mentioning what he was trying to prepare against me before he decided on the English. He thought about playing this against me. And he said, well, I'm sure that as a grandmaster you have some idea what to do against him. And I was like, yes.
Like, little do you know. I don't.
Yes. No, I did. And I've always really hated, with this move order, the idea of playing g6. I've always thought it as an inaccuracy, a fully playable one. But I never thought that the move g6 and d5 went together very well when white has played knight c3 and bishop f4.
Because white is not hiding the intention of playing queen d2 and castling queen
there
d,
is
right?
no
So you're
hiding.
just setting yourself up.
Yeah, there's no hiding of it. I've always thought that these kind of setups were better with the pawn on d6. That allows you the better flexibility of playing e5 to hit the bishop on f4 or c5 to open up the center/queen side. So it's not a big deal, but I've always thought this variation is unpleasant for black. And we'll see if Ashrita is able to, over the board, create some kind of counterplay.
Okay, so let's continue. Let's see Emily's game. She's playing Gada Bukovtsev, who did have that good position yesterday, but...
Aha! Finally an opening that's mine.
Oh, I still haven't had any openings that were mine.
You played like 2 French yesterday. You get them.
Today.
All right. This is the game between Emily Nguyen and Agata Bukovtsev. This is a Fianchetto King's Indian.
This is another pet line of her coach. Yeah,
of Matigosian?
Yeah, he loves the King's Indian. I think he plays it exclusively.
Yeah, let's just say that I'm a grandmaster because this variation of the King's Indian exists for white.
I think I stopped playing the King's Indian because of this variation.
This variation is considered to be very unpleasant for white and actually scores extremely well. I'm talking about 65% on the bad lines, 70% on the good lines.
For white.
For white. I mean, it's disastrous. Knight bd7. So this is a very, very well-known position in which white actually has many options. The main line is obviously bishop b3 or rook e1. There's actually a difference between them. One of them gets white into a little bit of trouble and the other one doesn't. But the move queen c2 I am not so familiar with. The move order ideas are very tricky in this kind of positions. And they change kind of drastically. So after pawn takes, knight takes, I am wondering what the problem was with the move queen c5. I do know that queen c2 is not the main, it's not a main line for a reason, but this move queen c5 double attacks the knight and the pawn. I don't want to play something as awkward as knight ce2, which defends both, but it looks terrible.
So we'll probably have to give up that pawn.
But I'm not sure how. Bishop e3, you can take, and the queen, yes, it's not on the prettiest spot, and it can be kicked around quite a bit with b3 or even rook fd1, bishop f1, but usually the queen manages to escape.
I thought maybe we can try knight b3 and rook d1 instead and go after the d pawn.
Yeah,
I think to trap that queen, because I think bishop f1 traps the queen.
Bishop f1 does not trap the queen yet because I have queen
not
b4
easy to trap
here.
a queen.
Yeah, that's the thing about the variation. I mean, even though the queen's on c4, it's not trivial to trap it.
And queen e6, I can also go queen e6, queen e7, save
And
my pawn.
I want to say that this was the theoretical line. Actually, this already sounds to me like it was. Like, white sacrifices a pawn, but obtains some compensation, which I always thought wasn't sufficient for an advantage. It was enough for equality, but not more than that. Black has many ways of giving it back at an opportune moment.
Perhaps I feel maybe after queen c5 to play directly rook to d1, rook f to d1, queen takes d4, and then I have the option of withdrawing with the bishop on f1, and you no longer have the space on e6.
Yeah, I think this was also playable, but I can still take on...
yes, absolutely. And now bishop e3 maybe first.
Bishop e3 first. You're trying to trap the queen. It's not a very comfortable position, but as I said, this is a theoretical idea. I mean, black is able to get away with this. Black does actually gain the pawn. I mean, even after queen a6, you're not actually queen a6. You're not actually gaining anything. I mean, I always have queen a5 and queen c7 back. And the fact that you lost the c4 pawn always opens up ideas of d5. It opens up the knight coming to e5. The bishop going to f1 is not super comfortable. It's not exactly where the bishop wants to go.
So if I go knight b3, how do you defend the pawn?
Sometimes I don't.
Oh, okay.
Okay, sometimes I just say, well, you've also wasted...
you have knight e5 here.
Yeah, absolutely, knight e5. You have problems taking sometimes because of knight c4. Now I am attacking your rook and I'm attacking your bishop.
And if bishop f1, you just take on e3 because you're attacking my queen.
Correct. The knight would attack the queen at the end. So that forces you to first play something like bishop f1. I'm not sure that what the evaluation of the position is. Sometimes I have to play knight c4 anyway.
And bishop e6, supporting the knight.
Supporting the knight with bishop e6.
Yeah, I mean, I would think the god I would notice because...
well, you would think so. But I do remember, perhaps at some point...
queen c2 is a move.
Queen c2 is a move. I mean, I have played this my entire life, and I know that queen c2 is a move, but it's not the main line for a reason. So I'm just trying to remember why it wasn't a main line.
Well, I think the reason this g3 line is unpleasant for King's Indian players in general is because it's more of a positional play as opposed to mainline King's Indian or even 4 pawns or anything where your play, like you have a very set idea and usually your play, like you close the center and then you're so committed to playing on the king side, in a Zamish and the mainline bishop e2 line, even 4 pawns sometimes. And I feel like this one is more fluid and more positional, more maneuvering, and I think like the hardcore King's Indian players really struggle with this kind of positions.
Well, I want to talk a little bit about the position we actually have on the board. Because white's gotten pretty much the dream fianchetto, which is the ability to play both queen c2 and rook d1. Usually black fights against this because it doesn't work tempo-wise. You're not able to get both moves in because of moves like queen c5 that double attack everything.
Why is this the dream position?
This is the dream position because the queen is able to defend the pawn on e4, which is usually a weakness. It's usually not so easy to defend this pawn because, for example, imagine that I'm stuck defending with the rook on e1. The pawn on e4. That means the bishop on e3 sometimes has to move. The bishop on e3 is currently very well placed. So the queen on c2 is basically on its ideal location right now, and the rook's going to swing to d1 to attack the weakness on d6. White has the ideal setup in a fianchetto King's Indian. Black, I am absolutely certain, has already made a slight error somewhere, either by not exploiting queen c2, by playing queen c5, or by playing an incorrect move order. I don't know, I'm not sure which one it is. But this already is slightly better for white, absolutely for sure.
Okay, so basically she had to take the pawn on c4.
Yeah,
had to go for the
I have no
theoretical
doubt
battle.
that there has to be some kind of deviation earlier.
Okay, and it's Agata's move. Yeah, I mean, judging by the time, Emily is playing extremely fast, so this is something she has looked at, she has prepared at home.
Yes, absolutely.
And Agata is probably already uncomfortable, and as you said, she's doesn't have a poker face.
No poker face there. When she's wasting time, it's because she's out of her prep. And even though I've seen excellent prep from her in the King's Indian, specifically the fianchetto variation, this does not seem to be one of those days. I don't like her position already.
Let's go to a Purva's game. She won that important game against Agata, and from the, judging from the look on your face, but this looks theoretical now. Or at least shoot.
Yes, this is
a game,
this is
right?
completely theoretical, and it's supposed to be quite bad for white, especially after this last move. If we go to the position, queen to c6, very, very important move. But this is a crazy line, very, very theoretical. I always shied away from this. I had the opportunity of playing it as white, but going through the motions of the line, you have to know 25, 30 moves of theory. Unless if you don't do that, then you're just simply going to lose instantly, and that's exactly what white is doing right now.
Losing instantly.
Ulrich, she's very well prepared. She knew this move, queen c6. Very impressive preparation. I remember yesterday she had 20 moves of theory in the French. So these girls are not shying away from anything. After e takes to d8, king takes to d8, oops, oh, queen, not a pawn. Queen takes to d8, and my biggest threat is actually to play the move bishop h3 and attack queen g2 checkmate. So you're having huge difficulties dealing with this knight on a4, which is badly misplaced, and it doesn't seem like it has a way out anytime soon. The bishop on g5, okay, right now is defending the pawn on f6, but once again, the coordination doesn't feel right for white, and black actually has clear checkmate threats. According to computer, according to the database, this is a favorable position for black.
Wow.
Perhaps it's a good idea to maybe take the viewers on how they got to this kind of crazy position.
What do you mean? Looks like a normal position.
We're gonna go.
It's a Botvinnik system, yes.
Yeah, it's called a Botvinnik system of the semi-Slav. We saw the move e3 played yesterday between Caden Trof and Rui Fenglia, also a sharp variation. But here we have this system in which white has sacrificed the pawn on c4, black holds onto it. The pawn on e5 is currently attacking the knight, which is pinned, which makes the following sequence completely forced. h6 to attack the bishop retreats, g5 to break the pin, bishop g3 basically loses a pawn, that move doesn't make sense. Knight takes g5 is supposed to be the theoretical idea.
No, bishop g3 is actually quite playable, and I considered playing that, and I actually faced it as black. Hansen versus Chirila in 2010, I think I won that game. But yeah, bishop g3 is definitely a playable position. You're sacrificing a pawn, but you have that square on e4 controlling the dark squares, d6, f6, and at the right moment you can try to hook black structures with the move h4 and gain the initiative. So it's a pawn down, but definitely there's a lot of compensation. Bishop g3, I would say, it's the more practical solution.
Hansen versus Chirila, you don't know your classics.
I don't know my classics, but okay, I'm pretty sure 95% of the people take on g5. Knight bd7, g3 is the main line of the variation. There's also the possibility of taking on f6 first.
But there's no rush, right?
Sorry?
There's no rush of taking because of the
There is no rush. It does give black the extra option of playing rook g8, h4, and sacrificing the rook instead of the knight. This leads to a completely other kind of position, whereas pawn takes f6 gives the option of taking on f6 immediately and playing bishop h6 next move. Two completely different variations. g3 is considered to be the main line. Queen b6 is also the main line. Kaidanov has been playing queen a5 recently. I saw him play it twice in the Continental Championship in Colombia. Not with a lot of success, though. He lost against Fier quite easily, and against an international master he absolutely got crushed. So I wasn't very sold on the variation. Queen b6, pawn takes f6 is now absolutely forced. The knight was threatening to move. Bishop b7, bishop g2, castles is supposed to be considered to be the main line. c5, d5, and b4. This is all well-known theory.
So why did this move happen? Why d5? Like why b4?
Okay, so c5 is done to break open the center.
Right, so that
Currently,
makes sense because
you're opening up the rook, the queen feels uncomfortable, and also the bishop is opening up to trade against his rival. Black wants to start mobilizing his pieces, even though he's currently, I believe it's 1 pawn he's down. Yeah, down 1 pawn down, she's down 1 pawn. The knight, you can imagine if it somehow gets to d3, that's more than enough compensation. The rook is already quite active attacking the king, whereas white, on the other hand, has this huge pawn on f6, it's a problem, which controls the bishop on f8. So black's doing everything possible to break through from the bind. And to do so, she plays c5. White counters with d5, keeping the center closed and trying to take advantage of the fact that these double pawns aren't going anywhere.
And trying not to exchange the light square bishop, which is you don't want your king to be exposed like that without the g2 bishop.
So b4, and now there's actually several moves in this. Sorry, not several. There's 2 moves in this position that are main lines: knight a4, and the move rook b1. Sacrificing the knight because actually it's completely untakeable. After rook b1, you just cannot play b takes c3. Knight a4, though, is considered to be the more popular variation, after which there are distinct lines. Actually, there is a very big distinction between the moves, I believe, are queen a6 and queen a5 or b5?
Queen b5.
Queen b5, sorry. Yeah, queen a6 and queen b5 are the 2 variations, and they're completely different. They do not resemble each other at all. Even though it seems like it's a very subtle move, the variations lead into completely different types of positions. The queen being on b5 is supporting certain things that the queen on a6 isn't, but the queen on a6 sometimes can become a target tactically. So
and the queen on e6 also supports on the 6th rank, the pawn on e6. And but the main move after queen a6 is actually a3.
a3 is by far the main, and this is what I was talking about. That the queen on a6 is sometimes a target on this position, and that's why you play a3 to open the rook, which is by far the main line, I think. Queen b5, a3 is still playable, but it's not considered to be a main line because, well, now the queen is not on a6. Now, against queen b5, the idea of taking on e6, taking on g2, and playing e7, I still don't think is recommended.
Well, you can just transpose
because it
to
transposes back to the
queen to
variation.
c6.
So I'm not entirely sure where Apurva is mixing up her lines, because I do remember very specifically that this d takes e6, bishop takes g2, e7 business has been out of the books for quite a while. I mean, this was considered to be genius back in like 1980. But you know, before computers, before like Ivanchuk sat down and said, "Well, let me figure this out," and a lot of people just analyzed it and they realized it's not good for white. So as far as I know, and sorry for my lack of knowledge, but I did have the feeling that this has been busted for white for, I mean, a good 20 or 25 years.
So what's the computer evaluation in this position?
Well, it's actually black is simply better.
Well, what's the actual point? What?
Take on d8. I think you have to take that rook. King takes d8, and right now I have way too much compensation with the control over the light squares and this misplaced knight on a4. And your attack is not going anywhere. That's exactly why a3 after queen a6 is the main line. Not only that you're targeting the queen on a6, but you're also trying to destroy this complex of pawns that are defending the black king quite well. A3 is supposedly better for white according to the database, according to the percentage. White scores around 60%. D takes e6 only 30%.
Oh, wow.
So that's definitely a big gap, and black has the favorable position after bishop takes g2, give up the exchange, but the compensation is there, and white could get checkmated on those light squares very quickly.
I'm gonna say about this variation, I was a d4 player for a while, so I had the displeasure of analyzing this variation quite deeply back with the 2012 engines, which were not as strong as they are now. And I gotta say that my style is to put the pieces where they belong, attack a weakness, play 50 moves around it, maybe win it. If I don't win it, I'll offer a draw. This is
and
quite.
If that doesn't work out,
No. This is quite the opposite. This is a game that is so crazy and so based on each and every move, swinging the entire evaluation of the game around, that I have never fancied it. It's just way too wild for my bones. And honestly, it takes
Wait, what's going on?
a lot of Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Perhaps some.
I mean, they're a little too happy for. Is this game over?
No, I don't think so.
They're. I don't know why they're so happy, but we'll figure it out. Perhaps some
Someone
mistake
has
with
to
the
be.
clock.
Well, I can see why Black is happy. Her position's good.
Yeah, it's.
But
I think I know what happened.
she didn't have a queen.
She didn't have a queen, and she said, "Okay, I'm going to take the queen anyway. You don't have to actually put it on the board." Yeah, she promoted, and king takes d8 is now on the board as far as I can see.
This is going to be a wild affair, guys. But
yeah, the thing is, everything it can still change. You know, it's not like Black's completely winning or anything. This is still a very wild position. What I do like is that Rachel's showing excellent preparation. She's going here without hesitation, playing every move instantly, and not having a single doubt of what's going on. She's proving that she's really, really ready to fight for the first places with good homework.
I just feel like, I mean, I think like analyzing this kind of position is more fun than actually playing it, and I feel like playing this kind of openings is so stressful because the value of each move is just so high. You know, if you're playing like something more classical, d4, d5, or you're playing Nimzo, if you make a mistake, like you're not gonna get blown off the board. You're just gonna have like a worse position. You're gonna suffer. You can defend it. Here, if you make a mistake, you're just done. Like,
I agree.
your game is over.
I had this game in the Continental where I was pushing slightly better position. Nothing was happening. I analyzed my game. It's like, any move doesn't really change anything. Then I looked at Kaidano's board, and I'm like, there's like 2 pawns queening. Both kings are getting mated. There's a line in which white's up a queen. The other line, black's up a queen. And I'm like, this looks really fun, but I don't really want to play this. I'm just going to analyze it from my board and then come back to my quiet little position with a slight edge.
Yeah, I think that's more of a mature way of playing. But I mean, I do like to play sharp lines, and I mean, I still do. But when I was younger, even younger than I am now, I would prefer like this kind of openings all the time. But I mean, it's just puts so much stress on you. You have to spend so much energy making sure you're not lost after each move.
Yeah.
And I think at some point in the game, like if you get to an end game, you're far more tired than you would be playing more normal opening. But okay, so let them figure this out. We'll come back and see what happened. So in the girls section, did we look at all the games already, or?
I think we have.
Oh, we have. Did we look at Emily's?
Let's look at this one for just a few seconds because there are some plans.
Okay.
The game between Wang and Cervantes, this developed quite quickly. After bishop d3, I was mentioning that we have to stop this before, but I checked the database. c4 was played on the board, but it's a wrong move. White scores 70% after this move c4. Instead of this c4, you should have played b5. And I have a feeling Cervantes is right now mixing up her theory because the plans are very similar, but the execution is very important. c4 weakens this square on d4, which is very, very important. You have to force white to actually put some pressure on b5 and force you to play c4, misplace his pieces first. Rook b1 would have been normal, a6, and now a move such as queen to c1 was the theory to try to play maybe bishop h6, rook goes to d1, queen goes to a3, and after e6, this game just blows up completely. After queen a3, e takes d5, you're giving up pieces and so on. It's a complete massacre. But another important plan that I wanted to point out after the move bishop d3 was actually this little move e5. Right now you cannot take because the bishop on d3 is hanging, and the plan is, in general, Grunfeld players, they don't want to lock up the Grunfeld the bishop on g7. But the idea is that after bishop e3, I'm going to play the move b6, and when you stabilize the structure in the center like this with c4, I'm going to transfer this knight to d6. We know the knight is a very good blockade piece, and at the right moment I'm going to play f5, and I'm going to try to challenge you on the queen side. Now the question is, what is white plan after knight to b7? His plan is going to be to focus on this pawn on b6. He's going to play a move such as a4. Whenever you go knight d6, I'm going to try to transfer my pieces on the queen side, rook a1, queen c2, rook to b1, and try to put a lot of pressure on b6. So it's going to be a battle between white on the king side, black on the king side. But this is the theoretical path that players should have followed. Instead of that, c4 was played on the board, and this is not good news for black. Once again, you're giving up this d4 square, very, very important. And b5 was played, rook b1, a6. This is the position we have on the board. Queen c1 was played, but I don't necessarily like this queen c1. I would have preferred the move knight to d4. This also blocks your knight from coming to d6, because I can always go knight to c6 whenever you're going knight b7. And e6 is not possible. After the move queen c1, I expect the move e6. It has to be played. You have to challenge the center as soon as possible. Get some breathing room for your pieces. If she plays e6, this could become a very, very aggressive game.
Well, thank you, Christian. As we see there, Annie Wang pretty comfortable with her position. Still hasn't spent. No, she's actually spent some time now against Talia, who has shown good opening preparation. But sometimes when you're a Grunfeld player, man, I feel like there's 20 million lines you have to prepare against, and they're all very subtly different.
Well, they're young players. They knew their opponents coming, like at least a month or two coming into the tournament, so they have some time to do their homework. But I think we looked at all the girls' games, so let's move on to the juniors. I think we only looked at 2 games so far. Let's look at the game of Michael Brown, who won that game against Joshua Collins, to really turn the tables around the second his opponent gave him the opportunity.
So this is the game between Michael Brown against Mika Braton. Yeah.
I like the accent there.
I'm not entirely sure if he's French or not. He plays mainline King's Indian, and instead of playing castles, which is considered to be the mainline, Michael plays bishop e3, which is also considered to be one of the more theoretically challenging ways of playing this variation. Back in the 70s, rook e8 was considered to be the counter to bishop e3 with the idea of a very quick knight c6 d4. People learned how to play against that and have almost exclusively played the move knight to g4 since. After bishop g5, f6,
I remember playing this line before, but don't ask me to remember anything now.
This is a very well-known position. Knight h6 is considered to be the main line. I saw actually at the club somebody in the junior championship played h5 and then figured out that after h4 he was completely lost, because now kingside just blows open.
Wait, what was this?
In the junior championship a few years ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's a good time to figure it out.
Yeah.
I think you look at the position like, why don't people play h5 here? And you play it, and you're like, oh, that's fine.
That's why, yeah. Knight h6, d5. And this kind of scenarios are pretty common to this variation, in which black plays a very quick f5. White, instead of playing an idea like f3 to retreat the bishop, instead of going for this kind of structures, they take on f5 to take advantage of the weakened e4 square, which is precisely what's going on. Black doesn't want to allow white the idea of f3 or h3. He also doesn't want to allow this knight on e4 to live. That's why you take with the bishop before putting the knight on f5, and he promptly eliminates this knight, gains some space on the king side, and now plays knight f5. So here we have a situation that's a little bit more sedate than the normal King's Indian, as black is not in a do or die position for his kingside attack to work. He does have quite a bit of space, and you can immediately imagine that the idea of h5, h4 is on the board. On the other hand, at least momentarily, white has the pair of bishops. You never really want to take this bishop with your knight, because your bishop on g7 is complete garbage compared to the opponent's bishop. And if you release the tension from the king side, white's basically going to win every endgame after playing b4, c5, and installing some rooks on that side of the board. So black still has to attack on the king side. He still has to keep up the pressure. This knight, you can imagine, will go to d4 at some point. Very nice position for it, anchored in the center. But a position in which white is basically playing with space and with the strategical pluses, whereas black is still trying to prove some kind of advantage, and on the king side trying to open up the position on that side of the board.
So when I was talking about that Agata game with g3 King's Indian, so I was saying like hardcore King's Indian players don't like it because of this positional aspect. So here, this is more of a classical King's Indian, where the black's idea is to play on the king side, white's idea is to play on the queen side. But even so, there are so many positional aspects. Like you mentioned, you don't like the reason white didn't go out of his way to save the g3 bishop is because it has to be taken by a knight, which means we're going to trade more pieces, and black is going to get stuck with the g7 bishop, which is just a terrible piece.
Yeah, this bishop on g7 is just terrible. Yeah, which is the whole idea behind white's strategy, is to take advantage of the fact that in many positions you'll basically be playing up a piece.
Right, so the only way you can open up the bishop is somehow to put the e4 pawn, which is what, e5 pawn to e4, which is why this e4 square is so crucial that white wants to make sure he has control of it. But so yeah, this is still going to be a double-edged position. It looks like Michael is actually the one who's out of the book since he's the one who spent the 30 minutes.
Yeah,
So
Mika's definitely played faster, perhaps more comfortable with what the position is happening. I would rate the chances to be about equal. Both sides have their resources, and it's not so obvious for White to save the bishop immediately because h5, h4 is coming pretty quickly. So he has to already think about that, and I'm sure that's what Michael's considering at this moment.
Yeah, and White never wants to take on f5 because once we trade everything, then e4, and
Right.
once we know that bishop, it has the potential. Once it opens up, it can become such a dangerous piece.
Taking on f5 is always a possibility, but it basically gives up the advantage.
Right.
It's possible, but White's not playing for anything after that.
It's like your last resort.
Yes, absolutely.
Let's go back to a Wonders game. We actually haven't looked at that. Our up-and-coming player,
see if I can
Grandmaster
find
elect.
Yeah, I wonder, Liang. He's the youngest player, must be the youngest player here in the field, right? Only 14 years of age.
I think in the junior field he is. I'm not sure if he's in the entire tournament.
All right, he is playing the white pieces against Nicholas Czecher, who's playing a Slav defense with one of my favorite moves, actually, this move Queen B3 in the Slav. They're trying to incite black into taking on C4 so as to get a little bit of an advantage of the center in exchange for a couple of tempi. Instead of that, Nicholas plays in the semi-Slav fashion with e6. Bishop g5 is one of the many moves in the position. Bishop f4 is another one. Knight bd7, knight c3. This is already not a very theoretical position. The queen is on b3. This resembles a little bit of a Cambridge Springs, a semi-Slav, all this kind of stuff. The queen's a little bit misplaced on b3, but on the other hand, I was able to move the bishop out of the pawn chain. So it's supposed to be acceptable for black. Queen a5, which is a little bit of a curious move. It definitely resembles the Cambridge Springs defense, but as opposed to a normal Cambridge Springs where the pawn is on e3 and the queen's on d1, first of all, the knight on c3 is already very well defended, and the other one is that I can simply retreat the bishop,
Which was done.
asking the queen, well,
Okay,
yo, what are you doing on a5? I'm going to take on d5 next move.
Yeah,
So
this sequence is a little bit. I'm looking at what's coming up, and
yeah, queen b6 is normal. Okay, here white can immediately consider to play c5, takes on b3, takes on b3 with ideas of b4, b5. This kind of moves are perfectly playable, actually. Wondering why he didn't go for that. e5 immediately has to be played, and the game becomes a little bit of a mess, but I think I like white. Instead of that, he retreated that queen, also a very normal move. And I'm extremely,
yeah, the next move is
extremely puzzled by the move queen c7. The only idea that I can see is that he wanted to put the bishop on d6, which currently runs into c5. So as to not run into c5, he puts the bishop on, and he wants to put the bishop here. He puts the queen on c7, but it just seems like such a huge waste of time.
Right, is it worth the tempo to put the bishop on d6?
I'm going to go with no. e4, d takes, knight takes e4, and c5. This is currently the position we have on the board. Luckily for Nicholas, I mean, white has wasted a couple of tempi also. Queen b1, queen b3, queen c2, bishop g5, bishop d2. It's not like he's gotten every move in for free. This should be slightly better for white. I can't imagine that the break on c5 here solves all of black's problems, but it's not so bad. I think that white has to be very precise if he's in the hopes of keeping up any type of pressure. What immediately strikes me would be the move bishop c3, trying to take advantage of this diagonal and the good placement of the bishop, and trying to challenge black to finish his development without conceding any kind of structural weakness.
I'm just curious maybe if the break d5 works in this position.
Oh.
d5 is definitely the more ambitious approach. It sacrifices a pawn. Yes, it sacrifices a pawn, which I can take, I think. Take on d5. Take, knight takes.
Bishop c4.
And then bishop c4. I wanted to develop with a tempo. Knight 7 to b6.
And now I'm just going to castle.
Inside?
Queenside. Let's go queenside.
Wow.
Yeah.
Why not?
Let's go queenside.
We've gone so far.
You know, this kind of positions are something, again, that I'd rather analyze than play. White's down a pawn. There is a lot of compensation. The rook's coming to e1. You can see the king on e8 is still kind of stuck. The bishops haven't been developed yet. On the other hand, I am not that far away from development as black. I mean, I don't see an immediate
It's a very risky
threat.
decision,
Definitely.
and I think that's exactly what the Wander is pondering.
Yeah.
And we've seen a certain restraint whenever these top GMs are actually facing each other. And Czecher is not far from that. He's a 2400, very strong player, and they don't want to take unnecessary risks. In the game between Ruifeng Li and Tang, we've seen the exact same ideas. In this position, obviously, c4 is the very ambitious way of dealing with this. But after a 5 minutes thing, he decided to play the move bishop e2. Not ambitious, but you're not taking any risks. You're not going to be worse as white. You're not going to have any opening advantage at all. Bishop f5 was played, castle, e6, knight to h4, bishop to g6, d3, bishop to e7, and right now white at some point very soon is going to have to make a decision. How is he going to attack the center? Is he going to play c4 to attack the structure like that, but that leaves the d3 pawn a little bit unprotected and a potential weakness for black? Or is he going to try to play something like f4, queen e1, and try to develop an attack on the king side? This is going to be the decision he's going to have to make. Black also has the option of castling queenside or castling kingside. If white takes on g6, h takes g6, I'm going to consider leaving my rook on the h file and actually castling queenside and try to essay an attack on the king side. We'll see. This is a critical moment, a lot of decisions to be made, and for the moment, a very, very strategical, very tame game, but this could explode anytime.
Well, we have one game we actually still haven't looked at, so let's take a look at that game. It's the game between Bobby Liu and Joshua Collis, and Joshua had a very good position yesterday, managed to outplay Michael Brown, but when he was, I can't say close to winning, he did have the good position, he didn't have a clear win, but he did misplay it and gave his opponent an opportunity to turn the tables and eventually ended up losing the game.
We have a, I want to say it's called the O'Kelly Sicilian after e4, c5, knight f3, a6 was played by Joshua Collis, a move that is simply a trap. Actually,
right.
For all the viewers out there, the move d4 is actually already considered to be a mistake, since after pawn takes d4, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, knight f6, knight c3, black can play the move e5 in one go, and I don't have to be worried about the knight coming to b5 and then penetrating on d6. So this is considered to be a mistake.
Right, because after knight b3, running into bishop b4. And
yeah, knight b3. This is like the dream knight or.
Yeah, and you get in d5, so your position is just great already.
Instead, against a6, both the moves c4 and c3 are considered to give white a slight advantage because c3 is such a dubious move. Sorry, a6. C3 leads into c3 Sicilian, in which white is saying that the move knight f3 is more useful than a6. It's hard to argue against that. That being said, black has more than one way of playing this position. d6, g6 has been seen. D5 even is playable.
I think pretty much every move, right?
Well, no, actually, knight f6 is not playable at all. Even though that's what he played, this is already a very, very, very bad move.
Because of what happened in the game Abler, right?
Yeah, this already is down a tempo on a variation and that you cannot afford being down a tempo in.
So it's e4, c5, c3, knight f6, which is already a dangerous line for black, and now you're basically giving up a move because a6 doesn't benefit black's position as much as knight f3 benefits white's position.
Correct. So this move on a6 is not nearly as good as knight f3. And after e6, bishop c4, already black's actually in a little bit of trouble. If I was black, I would definitely try to move the knight back, bishop b5, and hope that after d5 and closing the position, I'm not running into anything.
Can't say you have the best French, though.
Yeah, the pretty terrible French, but, well, such is life when you play bad choices.
Maybe redundant to say pretty terrible French.
It's true. But the move b5 is just horrible.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, especially the sequence. You take knight c3, you force the bishop on b7.
Yeah, the pawn on d5 is hanging, and you don't need to be a grandmaster to see the weaknesses of d5 and d7 as permanent. And another problem with this situation is that black doesn't have the option of playing d6. Say, if you can play d6 and exchange the pawns, you're still worse, actually, because this isolated pawn clearly favors white, with the knights being superior to the bishops and the better development. But if you play d6, I'm just going to play e6, and you have permanent weaknesses on the d file.
You're basically down a pawn.
Basically, you're down a pawn, and your king side's weak. Instead of that, he actually makes something that's makes his position even worse, which is to push the knight exactly where it wants to go to. It wants to go to the square f4. Beautiful square for the knight. It attacks the d5 pawn, pushes e6 at the right moment, and puts pressure on that king that is not very happily placed on the king side, as some of the black pieces can't reroute to help him.
Right, now you can't even dream of playing d6 because after e6 you cannot even touch the pawn.
You can't
and
touch the
I always
pawn.
have the option of playing knight h5 and maybe some bishop h6 moves come. Like bishop e3, queen d2, knight h5 and some...
Yeah, your attacking
king is very
instincts.
alone.
Your attacking instincts already kind of tingle here, and after a couple of maneuvers,
knight going to f5.
yeah, we have this move very normal. I think this maneuver I like by Mika, taking advantage that the knight can't even develop.
Yeah, okay.
Because I can take on
Position's
d5.
horrible. Yeah, I mean, if my knights land on f5, I think it's just devastating.
I mean, yeah, white's 2 moves away from just winning. Knight g3, knight f5, and once the knight lands there, if I can't remove it, it's just completely winning. Actually,
And if you have to play g6, I mean, I can't even go h4. I can go h5 right away. But I mean, your dark squares are.
I'm sorry, this is just winning for white. I mean, objectively, a lot of things can happen, but objectively, this position's winning. The white's winning, strategically winning, better pawn structure, better pieces, safer king, better development.
Okay, but we've called things like this and been wrong before. And actually, I think Cristian has something to say to us.
Huge development, guys, in the game between Apurva and Ulrich. In this position, we left after king takes to d8, rook to e1 was played to salvage the exchange, but after bishop h1 attacking this queen to g2 checkmate, f3 is forced, bishop takes f3, and in this position, white took a very, very strange decision of actually sacrificing the knight on a4 with queen d2. Instead of the normal move, queen c2, which would have still allowed black to maintain an advantage after a move such as bishop d6, king to c7, rook to g8, a lot of pressure on the king side. Instead of that, she played the move queen to d2, and right now black can just simply grab this knight and say, okay, what's your idea? This is a full knight, a free piece. This is just simply game over. There will be some potential ideas, queen f4, maybe queen b8, but the king is right now very, very safe, and I can just simply play a move such as queen to c6, go back, another defender next to my king. This bishop on f3 is still a very powerful piece, blocking the rook, very, very important, blocking the rook from coming to d1, a very nice attacking square. Unfortunately, you were unable to centralize your rooks, and this position is just simply losing for white. I don't understand this queen d2 giving up a free piece.
Maybe like a panic decision.
Yeah, I think she was just trying to create some kind of counterplay, as you mentioned, this queen f4 idea. Perhaps she was also trying to play some queen e3 line with the idea of invading on e8. Let me just pull up this this game if I can find it.
I wonder if she can even have some rook e7 ideas in the future. I mean,
Well, I mean, at some point,
yeah,
then, boom,
Rachel
queen
took the
takes
knight.
a4, is
it's like
on
a free
the
piece,
board.
why not?
She took the piece,
Of
right?
course she took the
Of course she
piece.
took the piece, okay. So now, there is no checkmate ideas. For example, queen e3, which threatens check. Well, at the end of the day, it's just a check. So I can probably just play queen c6.
Absolutely.
I can play bishop f4 now. It's check. It's gonna
Bishop
be
f4,
checkmate.
king c8.
King c8, and the thing is, the king hides very
know.
well on b7. Doesn't matter how you force me to reach the square, but once my king's on b7, it's completely safe. As you mentioned, Cristian, the the rook cannot actually enter d1 because of the bishop on f3. There's really no reason to sacrifice further material, which means that white is down 2 pieces for a rook, but more importantly, they don't coordinate very well. So as soon as black finishes her development, the pieces will overwhelm the rook very easily. Also, black's structure on the queen side can roll at any kind of given time if a couple of pieces are exchanged. Imagine the queens are off the board, the game is just completely over.
If she manages to put the bishop potentially back to e6, defend that intrusion on the e file, stabilize the position, exchange the dark square bishop with bishop d6, that's simply game over.
I agree. This is a lot of material advantage. I think that Rachel is in an excellent position to take down one of the leaders, and we'll see if she can convert it.
Right, so we have some interesting positions going on. Looks like we're going to have at least one decisive game in each section based on these games that are going on. So actually we're going to take a little bit of break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Mike Matheny. I've been part of some great clubs, and now I'm part of another. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. Our world-renowned center is dedicated to teaching, playing, and promoting the sport. Because chess has been proven to enhance academic performance, Our Scholastic Outreach program now works with over 100 schools. So whether you've played for years or never before, come experience all that chess has to offer.
Welcome back, everyone. If you're just joining us, this is the round 3 of the 2017 U.S. Junior and 2017 U.S. Junior Girls Chess Championship held right here in the Chess Club of St. Louis. My name is Tatev Abrahamyan. I'm in the studio with Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez. So when we left off, we had some interesting battles going on, so let's just jump right in. So we have this matchup of today, Chandra Akshat, who's half a point behind Kaden Trupp, who's the only player in the tournament with 2 out of 2. So Akshat is with the white pieces. We left off, it was a Knight of Sicilian with Bishop e3, Knight f3, which we thought wasn't as challenging as tactical as a Knight b3 variation, which leads to more of a double-edged tactical position where white castles on the queen side.
Yeah, we'll take a look at what happened in this game after Bishop e7, which is where we left it off, Bishop c4. The players are pretty much in a standard fashion developing their pieces after castles and castles. Kaden decides to put the knight on c6, which for the Najdorf is sometimes a little bit unusual. Many times the Najdorf players prefer the knight on d7 for several reasons. One of is because it has a quicker access to the all-important d5 square. For example, it can defend a knight on f6 that sometimes gets traded. It can go to b6 to attack this bishop and to attack d5. But knight c6 is also a perfectly good square for the knight. The queen goes to e2, which allows one of the rooks to swing over to d1 and start pressuring the pawn on d6. And an unusual decision, bishop g4. This bishop doesn't usually go to g4 in the Najdorf precisely because the bishop is a strong defender of the d5 square. So I would be very surprised that Kaden eventually decides to trade it. Even though he currently has the pressure on the pinned knight, I would be really surprised if bishop takes f3 comes on the board. Rook fd1, rook c8, h3, and now white is challenging the bishop to make a decision. Bishop h5 is always something you have to consider, but as soon as you play bishop h5, the possibility of playing g4 realistically opens up. Even though knight takes g4 seems like a sacrifice, it probably yields no compensation whatsoever. As with the bishop on e7, there is no follow-up with queen f6, and with the bishop on c4, there is no follow-up with f5, which makes the entire pin a little bit slow, and I would be surprised that it works. And the bishop on retreating to g6 might just be a little bit too off place, a little bit too passive. For this reason is that Kaden retreats the bishop instead to d7.
d7?
I have pretty much the same reaction you do, as bishop e6 is usually...
Actually, I wanted to try to play bishop f3 and knight d4, but it doesn't work out tactically because of the pin on the d file.
Let's see, bishop e3, knight d4.
So I want to get the c4 bishop. So if you didn't have bishop e5, I think this would be a great position for black already.
It'd be decent. I wouldn't go as far as great as bishop e3, bishop g5.
Bishop e5 is also nice.
But bishop takes e5 is just completely winning for white as you gain a pawn thanks to the pin. There is no tactical solution with bishop f3. I think that would just pretty much give up the pair of bishops, which is definitely not something I want to do. I am still surprised about bishop e7 though. Bishop e6, unless it loses something, seemed like the much more obvious choice to me. If white ever takes on e6, this pawn makes a very good impression as it always covers both d5 and f5, and I'm allowing myself an open rook. As long as I'm not losing the pawn in the next couple of moves, and I don't see how, this seems perfectly playable.
Can I transfer? I was thinking maybe I can try like queen c4, knight g5, and put the queen on the diagonal, but it just feels a little awkward.
It kind of justifies my rook being here, as I have the move knight d4. And I think that is the end of my problems, as the queen can't even...
That's what I was trying to do.
Yeah.
So knight c6 against bishop c4 actually does make sense because you want to play knight a5, right?
In some cases you want to play knight a5, correct.
So I wonder if I can just play a3 here and just keep my bishop and then ask you...
After bishop d7?
Oh yeah, maybe knight a5, bishop c6?
Well...
Yeah, here I just want to play like a4 maybe? No, a3.
I'm not so sure about a4 because I don't want to give up the square, but I do like the move a3 as you were mentioning.
And just ask black what is your next move.
Yeah, I do like the retreat of the bishop. The d5 square is firmly in white's control. And I don't expect this to be a comfortable position for Kaden. I actually like white a little bit more compared to normal Najdorfs. I think white's play is pretty natural and black's is pretty clunky. I wanted to jump to a game very quickly before it finishes because I don't think it's going to last too much longer. Is the game between Michael Brown and Mika Braton.
So, okay. So we got an opposite color bishop ending.
Yeah,
and
at some point, we left the game over around here. Michael decided that the move f3 was necessary, but as soon as you play f3, the bishop on g7 is no longer so bad, because it always has the option of transferring to the e3 square, which allows black to take on g3. Taking on h7 intermediate does not work, because after king h8 takes on g3, takes on f3, the queen is going to be overloaded taking on f3 after rook takes f3, or defending the bishop, which means the queen can take on g3 with devastating effect. H takes g3 is pretty much forced. Takes, well, he did actually play bishop takes h7, transposes back to the variation, but he cannot take on f3.
yeah,
he has to retreat.
Simplified everything.
And after queen g3, takes with the bishop. We have a opposite color bishop endgame, and despite the presence of rooks, this should be draw, no matter how you look at it.
Go e4 already and take on b2, and then I have the bishop d4 check. I mean, maybe, okay, I'm giving you a passed pawn, but I think this is nothing, right?
This is nothing. I mean, this game should end in a draw.
And you don't have rook b1 winning the pawn back, because I do have bishop d4, and
I don't even have to do anything, because you don't really want to
trap
your rook on c6. It might be playable, actually, because I don't know how you're going to actually win the rook, but I can just play b6 like a normal human being on the next move.
Well, I believe we do have a 30 move rule, so that I have at least to play until move 30.
Well, it's not very far. I mean, they're only four moves away, so I do expect this game to eventually end in a draw. The opposite color bishop should be no problem. And let's try to go to something more interesting. Perhaps our other grandmaster on the studio, Cristian Chirila, can join us with some commentary.
Yes, absolutely. There are 2 games about to blow up in the junior section. In this position against Rorri, Fang, and Tang, Andrew, I was mentioning that White will have to decide where he wants to push his pawns. He can go on the queen side with c4, or he can try to squeeze Black's position on the king side with the move f4. And after knight b2, queen to c7, he decided to go on the king side. The problem is that immediately d4 came. Now the e3 square becomes a little bit weak, and the bishop on b2 is going to be locked. e4 was played, knight to d7, queen to e1, defending the pawn, the knight on h4 is very important. White doesn't want to take on g6. He wants to maintain the tension, and only after Black castles king side, he's going to take on g6, and then the rook on h8 is not going to be a powerful attacker. Queen to d8 was played, g3, defending the knight on h4, once again maintaining the tension. Very, very important to maintain the tension in this type of structurally unbalanced positions. And after g3, bishop takes h4 is a possibility. G takes h4. We see White destroyed his pawn structures, but he got a few trumps in return. He has the open g file, he has the bishop pair, and if this bishop on b2 opens up, potentially after a move such as c3 in the future, White could grab the initiative. This is one of the games I expect it to blow up. I'm not sure if Black is going to take on h4. That's a huge decision that he's still pondering upon. But another one we have on our hands is the game between Liang and Czecher, a very important matchup of the day. And in this position after c5, where we left it off, he did in fact play the move d5, sacrificing the pawn. Czecher didn't grab the pawn. He played knight takes e4, queen takes e4, knight to f6, and White played the move queen to c3. He could have played the move queen to e3, maintain the pin, and say, okay, I'm no longer sacrificing the pawn. Unfortunately, if you play a tame move such as this one, I can just simply play bishop e7. Then you're going to be forced to take, because now I'm actually threatening to take on d5 and then take back with the knight with a tempo on the queen on e3. And after d takes e6, bishop takes e6, this would be a very, very good position for Black. He has a nice development. The queen on e3 is going to find itself in a dangerous zone after a castle, rook to e8, and so on. So queen to c2 was played. He's basically begging, take my pawn, take my pawn. No, I'm not going to take your pawn, because unfortunately after knight to d5, which was not played on the board, queen to e4 would have came, and this is devastating for Black. If you play the move bishop to e6, I'm going to check you on b5, and you no longer have the move bishop to d7. Your king is going to lose the right to castle, and you're just going to fall under a tremendous attack. If you play queen to e7, saying, okay, I have a pawn up, let's exchange queens. No. Check on b5, bishop to d7, bishop takes d7. Now you're forced to take with the king, and I have this intermediary check which blocks the e file, and we no longer get a queen swap. This is just completely winning for white. So after c takes d5, Nicolas played the move bishop to e7. He just wants to develop his pieces, and then we have this unbalanced structure. So this is going to be a very interesting strategical game going forward.
Thank you, Christian. Two players that are definitely fighting for different kinds of ideas. White with the superior development, but the worse pawn structure, that pawn on d5 in the endgame will be a weakness, as we can see that a Wonder has long castle just to accelerate that development. It doesn't care about the safety of his king. He actually just wants to push forward.
I think the king is perfectly safe there. I actually really like White's position here, dynamically. I'm going to play bishop c3, bishop d3, and
yeah,
bishop c3.
it is very appealing.
Play bishop b5, and I mean, I don't see why my king is not safe here. Like, how are you going to get to my king?
Well, perhaps, but I mean, I do think it is safer on the king side, but I do agree that it perhaps might not be running into any trouble where it is right now. On the other hand, black is playing for the pawn structural advantage. You can see that the pawn on d5 will eventually be weak in any kind of endgame, any kind of simplification. As soon as I can block that guy, I will be able to put pressure on white's position. The problem is that it's a little bit too far away. I have to admit that I do also like white's position from a purely practical point of view, in the sense that the moves come naturally. Bishop c3, bishop d3. If you short castle, I might just not be afraid of sacrificing a pawn or two to open up some lines on the king side. And if you castle along, well, it's going to take some time. It's not so natural to do. I like the way that a Wonder has been playing, especially considering that, hey, your opponent played 3 queen moves in the first 10 moves. There should be some way to open up the position.
Yeah, I mean, bishop c3, I'm actually threatening d6 and take on f6, and the position is becoming a bit too suspicious. But I think Christian has some additional thoughts for us.
Huge development in one of the games you guys were analyzing between Boveliu and Colas. And Alejandro, I think you were mentioning you definitely prefer white's position in this particular case. And black is in big trouble after knight a6, knight to e3, knight to c7, queen to g4, focusing my forces around your king. Your pieces are on the queen side. You only have one defender, one shy defender with the bishop on e7. Your position is very dangerous. Rook to fd, rook fd8, knight, the second knight comes to f5, bishop to f8. And right now, if white finds the good plan of increasing the pressure with the move rook to e3, this is game over. There's absolutely no defense against rook to g3, rook to h3. This is just going to be checkmate in a couple of moves. Black's biggest problem is that on the queen side, I'm perfectly safe. You absolutely have no counterplay. And these two knights are going to be roaming around your king. Knight to h5, knight to f6, knight to h6 at the right moment. This is just simply game over. There's no way black is going to be able to withstand the pressure from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 attackers, and you only have one shy defender here.
And he has played the move rook e3 that you were mentioning, Christian. I mean, I am sorry to say, but I'm extremely disappointed at the way that black has handled this position. It seems that he has played without any real respect to his opponent. He's going to be punished for it, because the way that he's set up his pieces looks completely amateurish. I mean, there's a bishop hitting up against this pawn, a queen on the queen side. You advance the pawns, not really doing anything. There are no targets on the queen side, and you've abandoned your king completely. I mean, I've seen great games from Czecher Colas, but this looks really silly. After rook e3, the game's over. I mean, you can't transfer any of your pieces to defend.
If you try to play knight e6, the problem is be blocking your queen. So the reason knight h5 is not just winning right away is because you have this queen g6 resource. But when you play knight e6, then I'm going to play knight h5, and now knight h6 is a threat, knight f6 is a threat.
And trust me, when you have this kind of positions, more than one tactic wins. Here, even the move knight h6 might be a little bit problematic.
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks game over and so straightforward. I mean, he has 0 out of 3. It just seems like it's not his tournament.
No, and I would be surprised he doesn't start 0 out of 3. I mean, the plan is too obvious. You just play the rook to the king side and you start thinking about sacrifices. Black doesn't have enough pieces here to hold white back. I mean, if this bishop was on e6 or it was on g6, then yeah, the game is just a fight. I would still say black's worse, but anything can happen. Here, I just don't even find the next move for black.
So speaking of these crazy positions, let's go to that game of Apurva versus Rachel. And when we left off, Rachel took the knight on a4, and we were talking about how this position is just winning already.
Yeah, I thought so. I mean, after queen e3, threatening something on e8, some kind of checkmate almost, but not quite. Bishop d5.
The worst kind of checkmates.
Bishop d5 seemed also like a very reasonable move, trying to, as Christian mentioned, blockade on e8 with bishop e6, after which, well, yeah, I mean, you're pretty much cementing your position.
She didn't play the next move. Bishop f4,
I think after bishop f4, she simply decided to run away with the king, which I also like.
So can I try something? Oh, but what's the problem? I
think
she wants to keep the bishop.
Everything.
King to c8 is definitely the best move. Bishop e6 would run into queen f3, and now you cannot defend against queen a8.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's annoying.
There's a really annoying.
Ooh.
So you have to be a little careful, but I really do like king c8 because, as I mentioned, it's on b7 that I like making the best.
Okay, so if I check you and play rook d1, you're just gonna play what, queen c6 or something?
That's what I was thinking. I actually didn't prefer the move bishop d5 because it allows me to play rook d1, but I don't think it's a big deal. Here I think simply queen c6 defends everybody, and now what is the next move here for white?
There is no next move.
I mean, the knight defends this.
Oh, you want to take now already on f6?
I want to...
Or you don't?
Yeah, I can even consider taking on f6. I don't see the problem. I think the most immediate threat is simply to play bishop g7.
I'm not sure about that.
Oh, because I can take on g7?
Maybe take on g7, rook takes c8, rook takes c8, and I'm not really sure you're able to defend the g8 promotion.
Well, there's knight f6.
Well, I can take on f6.
Yeah, but I mean,
but the problem is the white doesn't have an attacking move.
There's no reason to allow bishop g7 to take.
Sorry about this.
Like
king c8, we're looking at this line. Check here, rook d1, queen c6. After, I mean, there really isn't a way to follow up the attack. It's just I don't see a next move. That's the biggest problem I have with white's position.
It's always a problem when you don't know what your next move is going to be.
Yeah, I just don't see it. I mean, at some point I will play bishop e6 also. I mean, not right now, but if you ever decide to double up on the d file or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I just think knight f6 is very strong because after queen b8, king a6,
there's no threats. Yeah.
The king is very safe on a6.
Yeah, the king once it reaches a6, even like for example rook d2, knight takes f6, this check, king a6. The king here is it's pretty happy actually. The
and then I can play knight g4, and I mean, who's checkmating who?
Yeah, that's true. No, this looks very grim for Apurva, who also is considerably down on time. 34 minutes against an hour and 16 of Rachel.
I think this has happened to her. I think she's been down on time every game, or am I misremembering it? But
she was down on time yesterday as well, but she
definitely
she had a much more accessible position. Than,
this position is already very ugly.
Let's look at our other Kings Indian, Agata's game.
Absolutely, Agata's game. Let me just pull it up.
Versus Emily. So we had the g3 Kings Indian, and we're talking about how Agata didn't take that c4 pawn.
I'm not sure what has happened, but things have improved.
A lot has happened.
Things have improved for black.
Oh, I don't like white's position. I want this bishop.
Let's see what happened. Rook e8, bishop e3. I already liked white a lot. Knight b6. Okay, so the very non-subtle threat of taking on c4.
So b3, I'm assuming?
I thought b3 looked very logical.
C2.
Sometimes white's afraid of the following of like b3.
D5 something or no?
Well, d5 should not work. This kind of stuff usually doesn't work when it's so rushed. One of the many ideas I have is to take once, I'm not sure with which pawn, and play one of the knights, probably this one, to b5, taking advantage of the threat on c7, gaining an important tempo, which allows me to play c5 on the very next move. This already looks very, very dangerous. Sometimes you're worried about queen h5, because if h4, you can start thinking of some kind of sacrifices, after which I'm threatening to destroy your structure. It's 2 pawns. I'm threatening checkmate on the next move. Sometimes this is a little bit concerning, but there's a common trick here that gets you out of trouble, which is to simply move the knight back to e2.
Then you have knight f4.
Yeah, and you cannot take on h3 because there's a double attack on f4, and that just squashes any kind of counterplay that black might have. Queen h5 would just meet knight d2, after which white is clearly better. So I'm very confused about the move knight c2.
Yeah, because you're letting go of the control of the d5 square, and black's
the knight
idea
c3
basically is d5, right?
The knight on c3 is very strong. It defends e4, it defends against d5, it controls a lot of central squares. I think Agata takes advantage of this by playing queen e5 and threatening the pawn on e4. Queen on e5 is a little bit targetable, but for now it's kind of okay. It's okay. f3 is ugly. Never want to play f3, especially once you've already played h3. Normally, if the pawn's back on h2, you can consider this kind of structures. But with the pawn on f3, the dark squares really suffer. Queen e7, I think the queen just didn't want to be in the way of certain pieces. Bishop f2, and now d5 looks like a very common idea.
In the last few moves, black improved her position, whereas I cannot say the same about white. White just made moves, but black's move looked more logical to me, because the queen on a5 was no longer really doing anything, and as we said, was constantly a target. Like, knight was coming back, bishop was coming back. On e7 is more comfortable.
No, I agree. Things have certainly improved here for Agata.
Yeah, I mean, I do like this position for black. I don't think black should have any problems anymore.
Yeah, rook f1 was played, and
can just play bishop d7.
Bishop d7 looks very logical. She's not going to have any real issues. For example, knight takes e4. I can simply swap knights. I move the queen again.
d6, f6.
I can go to d8, to f8, to f6. I really like f6. And due to this kind of awkward structure on the king side, I would start preferring black, actually, a little bit more than white, simply because the bishop on g2 is not so easy to let go of. I mean, if you play f4, you're creating additional weaknesses. I would rather have my pawns move backwards, perhaps put the pawn on h3, back on h2. I prefer black just a little bit in this position.
Yeah, I do think black managed to outplay her
opponent.
Yeah, I do like queen e5, queen e7. I do like that maneuver a lot, and knight c2 is just the beginning of
a series of moves that were a little bit too passive. This move knight c2, I just can't start to comprehend. You always want to defend the pawn with a b3 and just let it chill there.
After knight c2, queen e5, you almost have to admit your mistake. You cannot go back because c4 is hanging. But like, if you could, you would want to go back, right?
Yeah, it's just a symptom of a bad move. I mean, the position. The unfortunate thing about the Fianchetto King's Indian for the white players is the very precision-based opening. Black is always on the counter attack, and if you miss one beat and you allow black this kind of counterplay, it's very easy to fall into an inferior position. And I think that's exactly what she's done. The move knight c2 is way too imprecise in this position. It gives black justification for everything that she's done. She's not lost or anything, but going from what I thought was already a clearly better position that she could have obtained after simple move b3, taking advantage of the tactical trick of queen h5, knight d2. I think that, yeah, this would have given her a very clear edge. I mean, queen h5 is almost unplayable. But black's not coordinating very well in this position. If you don't play queen h5, I'm not sure what you're going to do at all.
Yeah, that queen on a5 just looks very misplaced. Actually, recently when I played Emily, it was Queen's Indian, and like, she made moves that looked logical. Like, she put her pieces in the center and everything, but just her moves like didn't really go with the position. So I have a feeling like she doesn't have this experience, or just, you know, the feeling you have about certain position of where the pieces belong. Like, she'd make moves that look logical to her. She probably wanted to transfer the knight to f4 where it looks more active.
Yeah.
But they don't quite make sense, and don't really, they're not really right.
Yeah, I think that's the word. They're not really right with the position. They don't follow the spirit of the position. And in this case, I think Agata has solved her problems, and perhaps even a little bit more.
Right. So yes, she definitely should be happy with her position. She is a little low on time, but
well, it's Agata. I think that's
so for
kind
her,
of her modus operandi.
Let's go to Maggie's game versus Carissa. We just looked at the opening. I think we looked at the first 10 games, and we didn't see what happened after. So hopefully we have some developments. I see the bishop's gone. It's
not the most exciting game, but we'll take a look. Instead of the idea d4 that I was mentioning, she did go for the more sedate d3, rook e8, knight bd2.
Can I play with d5 here with black?
You can. Sometimes you don't want to, because after e5, you don't really want to play e4 on the next move. and if, for example, I take and take, this knight can't move because you have to defend e5 permanently. Sometimes you don't want to do this, but usually the point of rook e8 is to play e5, so I'm a little confused about why she didn't play it. e6, well, queen c2, and then c5 instead, actually. Well, that's an unusual change of structure, not a big deal. e3, b6, the knight lands on e5, which I'm not sure why she wants to trade pieces. Bishop b7, rook c1.
It's not easy to find moves in this kind of positions.
It's one of those positions where the more you play it, the more obvious the moves become. But if you don't have a lot of experience, you start playing all these kind of random moves that don't lead anywhere, which is kind of what both players are doing to a certain extent. Because after bishop a8, I feel that neither side has really understood what's going on. And I'm going to try to explain it. Black is on a Black's in a very precarious situation already, actually. I think her position's, if I'm not mistaken, is clearly worse.
Why?
Because she's not foreseeing the strategical threats of the position. But after pawn takes d5, I have no idea what she's planning on doing.
We'll take back.
With
I think that's the question.
But that's the question.
Bishop.
Take with the bishop, take with the bishop, take here, and take on d5. And I thought after d4, now you have the ugly option of staying with an isolated pawn.
I'm going to take.
But after, I think that, you have queen c3?
Yeah.
Okay, so there is this tactical detail. I was thinking that after takes queen b2, you were just going to be much, much worse because I can take on d4, force an endgame.
Can you throw in rook c1
But queen c3. Rook c1, queen d8, queen here, queen f6. I thought was perhaps not the biggest deal. But perhaps even here, white retains some pressure.
I don't know. I have the entry score on e2.
Yeah, that knight on d2 is not a great piece. So what white wants to do is take on d5 and appropriately play d4. I still do think that if I can just prepare it, take on d5, take with the bishop, and you really do have to take with the bishop. You don't want to get stuck with that bishop back. Take on d5, take on d5. If I can play something like, even b4 in this position, I really do like white's structure much, much better than I like black's structure.
The problem is, I also feel like I could potentially gain some initiative on the king side after queen f6, knight goes to e5. So I'll start with queen f6.
Queen f6, and if you take, if I take, I'm assuming you're going to take with the...
With the pawn.
With the pawn?
Yeah.
Queen b7.
Queen b7.
You're going for my pawns, Alejandro. I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
Can we play queen c6?
Queen c6 is probably the only way to defend that pawn.
Yeah, but I'm going to be so happy in any one of these endgames in which perhaps black can hold with precise play, but you're going to be suffering.
What about knight e5? Wait, let's go to knight e5. I like the move knight e5.
Where?
After queen b7.
Oh, okay.
Knight e5, if you take on d5.
He wants to trick me. He wants to play some kind of tricky business of taking advantage of my pawn here, but I got to say that Cristian is not the only one that's able to make tricks. I was wondering if I could play takes on d5 and simplify. Perhaps it's not so easy of a position.
How you simplify after rook d8?
Yeah, it's not so easy. Because I wanted to play queen takes d5 and somehow move my queen somewhere where I could trade pieces, but I can't. So, I don't know. Intuitively, it feels to me that white's better, but I'm not being able to arrange my position so easily.
Does white have to be in a rush? Can I prepare this somehow?
You can. You can maybe play knight f3, queen f6, king g2, and try to play this kind of positions, but I'm not so sure that the positions after d4 are that much better for white. I can always play e4 and play this kind of structures, but of course that's not as beneficial as, for example, in one move playing the move d4 immediately and forcing you into some kind of ugly structure.
I just want to exchange everything. I'm going to play knight e5.
Yeah.
I just want to make a draw.
No, I think that after knight e5 takes the
queen takes e5
and d4.
I will take that also.
I mean, you're just gonna suffer, right?
But not for long. I wouldn't say this is a long suffer for me.
Let me tell you guys that this is one of the reasons that I eat, is that I can play these positions for 50, 100 moves, win some games, win some tournaments, because I think you're underestimating how unpleasant this is in the long run.
Actually, the more I look at it, the more I agree with you, Alejandro. Perhaps I didn't manage it correctly, so let's go a little bit backwards.
But I do agree, guys, that after pawn takes d5, which was played in the game, that black has to take with the bishop. I do think that black is in a little bit of trouble if I can get a good d4 break in. but I also agree that black does have her own resources. This is not so easy to achieve this. I think strategically this is a very complex game. I like the structures very much. I play them against kids all the time. When I play a kid, I love getting them into this kind of structures because they don't understand the nuances.
But they're both kids, so it balances
So
itself out.
that's true. So after pawn takes d5, I think that Carissa is thinking she has to take with the bishop. This is very
So
clear.
you do want to take on d5 because otherwise bishop a8 is a threat to take on c4. So you do want to.
Yeah, you
the
want to take on
position.
d5 and you want to take on d5 as well.
Well, I would say maybe even knight e5 could be an idea.
Here,
I'm just trying some.
But not his
some-
pawn, so he's giving
some
them away.
ideas.
not as pawns, it's just sacrifice. No, but after knight c4,
Yeah,
I hate
yeah,
your position.
yeah, no,
okay.
it's-
But I think that's the trick of this position because at the first look, and you look at it, it just looks like symmetrical, like nothing's going on, and then this like long-term danger sense that's kind of
yeah.
hard to have, and especially I think if you're a sharp player because you're used to being the sharp position, so you can sense danger when it's very direct, it's coming at you. But this long-term,
It's a different business.
yeah,
Yeah,
because
it's a different
like
business.
strategic. Change in the position where you're going to suffer like tiny advantage. That's I think is harder to foresee.
Yeah.
Let's go at this game between Akshita Gorti and Eswaran because Ashrita, she might fall to 0 out of 3 after this game. She's in big trouble. In this position after this was the critical moment. After the move f4, Ashrita should have found the move knight to e4, knight takes e4, queen takes b5, gaining the bishop, and this position would have still be balanced. Instead of that, she played the move knight to g4, which is already bad. You're driving these pieces all the way to the king side. That's not a good idea. Rook df1 was played. She's playing for tricks. She wanted to go knight to f2, but this knight on g4 is completely out of the game. Rook a to d8, bishop takes c6 was played, bc6, h3, knight h6, driving the knight back, f takes c5, queen takes c5. We exchange a couple of pawns, but the problem is I'm going to jump with this knight on d4, I'm going to plant it in the center, and your whole position is going to crumble because this knight on d4 is going to be a powerhouse. And you're also not getting your pawns active. You're not going to be able to get c5 in the game. After knight to d4, for example, if you play a move such as knight to f5 to try to exchange it, also you're trying to play the move knight to g3 and get the exchange. I'm just going to put my rook on the dark square. This is going to be a dark square strategy game. Rook to f4, and now I have a huge threat. I'm threatening to play the move knight to a4, and your queen is no longer having any spot to go because queen c4, I'm going to go knight takes c6, and the action of the rook on the 4th rank is decisive. So after f takes e5, queen takes e5, this is the position we currently have on the board. White is going to try to create a dark square strategy, and I think if she does it correctly, then she's definitely going to have a huge advantage.
Thank you, Christian. I actually also very much like the move that she's played, the move g4, restricting this knight on h6, which doesn't have a lot of places to go to. I really like how this g-pawn just controls the knight. It puts always that pressure that perhaps I can sacrifice something on f5 or that I can play h4, h5 myself. Very quickly, Ashrita decided to play the move rook b8. I gotta agree with Christian. I really don't like black's position. I think that the counterplay on the queen side is more of a fantasy than anything else. I think there's some real threats on the king side from the white side, and especially what he was talking about, this dark square domination, based on the fact that the bishop on e6 is basically a big pawn. The knight on h6 is not really part of the game yet. I think that white has more than enough resources to push back black's initiative on the queen side and take control over the game. Not to mention that despite them being weak pawns, white is up a pawn.
Right, and I mean queen d4 really comes to mind in this position, and you cannot go anywhere on the b file, so you have to play queen a5, so you're not even really threatening anything. But actually maybe after queen d4, queen a5, rook b4, maybe black can start create something out of nothing.
Yeah, I was thinking about the move that Christian was mentioning, knight d4, kind of telling black, hey, you know, what is your threat? Do you actually have anything in this position? Knight f5 check is going to be an issue at some point if I can put my rook just behind it. So that's going to be something that's on the air at some point. Rook f6 to attack e6 is also a problem. I really like the knight on d4. And where is black's ideas? I'm not really sure. Any exchange of queens is deadly. For example, queen b4, I can even defend with the knight on d1. For the knight defense on b2, and I'm already threatening the exchange of queens. I think endgames are really hopeless. So this looks great for White, honestly. I think Akshita has come in with a good strategy, a good opening preparation, and it's paying off so far.
Well, actually, we have a result in the junior section, as you predicted. Michael Brown drew his game against Mika Braton, who now has drawn all his games so far in this tournament, and we do have him in studio with Cristian.
With the newcomer Mika Braton, newcomer Mika Braton, he's playing a very, very solid chess, but he could have had much more points, because in the first round and the second round he was outplaying his more experienced grandmaster opponents. Mika, how do you play such a good chess, but then at the end you're kind of missing out on the critical continuations?
I don't know, they're both very, very resilient players. I tried my best, but I guess my technique just came up a little short in both games. I'll be looking to improve that as the tournament goes on.
You're still having a very solid tournament. You're drawing very powerful players. You're one of the newcomers. What is your strategy and aspirations for the end of the tournament?
I mean, my goal, just like any other, is to win it or do as well as I can. With regards to how I'm doing this, I mean, I show up to every game with pretty good preparation, I'd say, and I feel like I've been in pretty good form over the last couple months or so. So I think it's just helped me play well this tournament as well.
Absolutely. Take us to through today's game against Michael Brown. What were the critical points in the game?
So the first 18 moves or so were my preparation. The position after Queen G5 I looked at before the game. Queen D3 was the first move I didn't really look at.
Right, he's just trying to create some sort of pressure on the light squares.
But Knight F5 is basically forced here. And here he played this move F3, which seems just to clean up the board.
A bailout move.
Yeah. Otherwise, I'm playing H5 and H4 with pretty serious threats on the king side. I'm sure he has a way to keep pieces on the board, but I guess he chose not to. And we just entered a dead drawn ending.
So are you happy with the results so far?
I mean, if you told me going into the tournament, like, these are the 3 guys I'm going to be playing and this is the result I'll get, I'd be happy. But after my first 2 games, I probably could have gotten a few more points, maybe another half or another full point.
Well, you're still definitely in a very positive situation going into the last 6 rounds of the tournament. Congratulations and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Guys?
Well, very solid performance here by Mika, and I gotta agree. I mean, you tell somebody that you're playing against 3 GMs on the very first 3 games. Well, Michael Brown, not a GM, but a 2,500 player, pretty much there. And you say, well, I mean, 3 draws, that sounds pretty solid to me. 2 blacks. But man, this guy's been putting on the pressure against some of the favorites. And as he said, he could have more points.
I think that's what we were saying yesterday too, before the tournament, when someone tells you, like, these are your results, you're drawing black against these players, you'll be happy, but of course the games tell a different story. Completely
different story, absolutely agree. Well, let's take a look at some of the games that we haven't touched in a little bit.
Let's look at any Wang's game. So we had that
absolutely.
Kirilla specialty.
The Grunfeld. The Grunfeld master was not very happy about this handling. I thought
he wasn't happy you didn't know his game against Eric Hansen.
Well, that is a famous game.
That was a different situation.
So here, I do agree with Cristian that the move E6 has to be played at some point. And by some point, I mean as soon as possible. If you don't,
any point.
Yeah, if you don't get it in quickly, I always have to worry about White actually just pushing the pawn. And if there's enough defense on it, I might just be stuck with a pass pawn on d6. After knight b7, which I think is way too slow, rook d1, knight c5, queen a3, there becomes the very obvious question that, well, you've maneuvered your knight to c5, and now what? The knight's currently under attack. It's actually not possible to defend the knight at all. There is no way to defend the knight. You have to move it. If you play queen a7, that's not queen a7. If you play queen a7,
bishop is not much better than queen a7.
Not much better, because bishop e3 now nets the knight thanks to the pin. And knight d3 is one of those moves that you make to justify something. Like, sometimes you make a few moves, and then your opponent they challenges you to justify them, and you're like, well, I could go back, but man, that's pretty terrible. I might as well lose a pawn and see if I can get something for it. And this is kind of what I feel about this move. It doesn't actually make too much sense. After bishop takes d3, pawn takes d3, rook takes d3, Black has spent 1, 2, 3, 4 moves to lose a pawn.
I think it's the same Emily assured the game when she played Queen F6, she went to play G5 and then like any move, and then
Yeah.
you're like, why did I play this move? So it was just a waste of time. But I guess she didn't really feel the dynamics of the position. She thought improving that knight is more important than fighting for the center and playing E6. But looking at that pawn chain, I would really want to play E6.
Yeah, and I think it's too late for E6 because now I really do have to worry about D6 at some point. She plays it right now. She might run into pawn takes E6. Maybe, yeah, this might be dangerous. You have to take on D3. I take on F7. You probably should take back.
This does not look good.
Takes, and this king is a little bit weak.
Whenever there's a queen on the board, you always have to worry. Like, I have a check right now, and I'm not sure where your king is going.
Like on B3?
Yeah. If you play king F8, then it's a problem.
It looks dangerous.
I think her idea is to play rook C8, rook C4, and try to control the light squares and make sure your pawn stays on C3. And
definitely, this rook C8 is
control
going to come
position
very quickly. She has some compensation. I mean, she does have the pair of bishops, and she's managed to open the C file. But that's pretty much all I can say about her position. She is down a pawn, and I just don't feel it's enough compensation at the moment. White should play slowly. She'll play eventually H3 to give herself a loft in many variations, also to keep that queen out of G4. This bishop has done its duty. It doesn't want to be on F4 anymore. It'll probably retreat to E3, try to exchange itself on D4. Perhaps the queen will retreat to C1 to take advantage of the bishop on H6, maybe play the rook on H3. It's just not enough. I think that White has a pretty clear advantage. It's not decisive. It's maybe slight. The pawn just gives her the edge in this position. Black has plenty of counterplay, and it's going to be a long game.
Yeah, certainly not game over. It's not a clean enough pawn for us to call the game or say it's going to be easy conversion. But we do have a lot of action going on, so Cristian, I think, has some thoughts to share with us.
Absolutely. In this game that we thought it's almost over against Boveliu and Colas, in this position, Colas tried to bring another defender into the position with the move knight to e8, rook to h3, very powerful move with the idea to play knight to h6 and game over. Rook to a6, only move in the position. And now Liu missed a very, very nice tactical shot. He should have just thought about, okay, knight to h6, if he doesn't manage to like sacrifice on h6, then that's just going to be a checkmate. e6, disrupting these two pieces action on the 6th rank would have been game over on the spot. The best move in this position is actually queen takes e6, and after knight takes e6, I mean, this is just hopeless. If you play a move such as d takes e6, knight to h6, king to h8, knight to f7, king to g8, knight to h6, king to h8, knight to g6, h takes g6, knight to f7, king to g8, queen takes g6, rook to h8 is coming. This would have won the brilliancy prize for the day. Unfortunately, he played the move knight h6. He got a little bit greedy. He saw the queen. Okay, I want to take it, and I'm certainly going to convert the endgame. But after queen takes h6, rook takes h6, rook takes h6, this is the position we have on the board. Actually, knight takes d5 was played, rook g6, and now queen to h4 was played. White is definitely still winning, but this is not the same as checkmate on the board after several sacrifices. So I'm quite disappointed that White didn't play the move e6.
No, I think we go back to this lack of understanding that the players have had all tournament in when they need to find a killing blow and when they need to just keep up the pressure. And here, my intuition would just immediately jump to checkmate, actually to the point where if I don't see e6, I wouldn't capture the queen. I would probably just develop my pieces rather than capture the queen. I mean, why would I win such an insignificant amount of material?
Well, in this position, I mean, you always have knight h6, right? So when you have a position, you find one win.
Yeah.
Like you can fall back on that, so you can just keep looking until maybe you find something better.
Well, but the thing
so
is,
this is when you invest some time and say, okay, I see knight h6, I can win a queen. Can I win something better? Do I have something better? Because if you don't find, you spend like 10, 20 minutes, you don't find anything, then you win the queen and you try to convert. So it's not something you play right away. Like something you look for something else before you commit to a move like this.
I don't know. My point is kind of that if I don't find e6 and I don't find a win, I still wouldn't take the queen. I mean, I would just play bishop e3 if I didn't find
It's
e6.
not good enough for you.
Well, it isn't. I just don't think the queen is good enough for a minor piece and a rook. From this position, no way. I mean, I gotta kill black. Look at his king.
No, but I mean, e6.
E6 is a very obvious move. I mean,
because you're not
the
threatening
entire-
queen h6, though. You just
the entire side is completely cut off. It's not even a sacrifice. I mean, Christian was mentioning the very cute checkmate we saw. But even if you don't find the checkmate, this wins an exchange. I mean, this is where you stop calculating because it's like, oh, I don't have to find anything. I can just win the rook, and I'm up on exchange, which is more material than he had in the game, right?
I wanted to try knight h6, king h8, and queen g6, but I think I'm trying to be a little too fancy.
I'm pretty sure that this also wins.
No, but I think you can just take on h6, unfortunately. But otherwise, I
Oh,
was so happy
yeah.
to find this move.
Because this is checkmate, just by the way,
Yeah.
guys. But no, that's not checkmate either. There's king
It's
h7.
not- oh my god.
King
I
h7.
didn't do my tactics today. But you have perpetual.
Yeah, but the point is, e6 is a very obvious move, and I think it's a little unforgivable that at this level of play, we're talking about two strong masters, that they don't find a move like e6. The move knight h6 is ridiculous, and even though it wins, I mean, I can't express this enough, that Bove, this is the way that these players have been missing half points,
I mean, it's
giving
such
their
a-
opponent chances.
Such a classical shot.
It's such an obvious shot.
We've
Right.
seen it so many times in million of games.
I mean, this is the only defense on the 6th rank, so you're just cutting off the defense, right? I mean, it's not even so sophisticated.
It's not a difficult tactic. I mean, I'm going to put it this way. It's a very, 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 very simple tactic. No reason to go after the queen.
It's so nice not to play chess and just be like, why can't these people find tactics and you're not on the end where you have to find the tactics yourself?
I'm just
Not
kind of
feeling the
curious
pressure.
about what he was worried about. I
Yeah.
mean, e6 is so
So
obviously
hopefully we
winning.
can ask him after the game. And
Well, hopefully he wins, so he actually comes down to the studio.
even if it
because
doesn't, we're still gonna make him. Especially if he doesn't win, we're gonna berate him. Be like, why can't you find this?
Well, to evaluate the position on the board, I mean, Black's position has improved significantly. He now has at least...
You lost your queen.
He lost his queen, true, but now he has a rook and a bishop. The bishop on b7 is now active. He's also down a pawn. But, you know, he has some hope.
Like, come on, play knight f4, bishop e3, pawn d5, and I think that's...
It's winning. Look, I'm not going to kick it around. The position is completely winning. But there is no reason to be in a winning position when you could have already checkmated your opponent.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah. I mean, if we compare it to what he could have done, but objectively, of course.
Look, he has 18 minutes. He has 18 minutes for 16 moves. He has to show proper technique. He doesn't have an initiative anymore. He hasn't developed his queen side. Now he has to prove it. He has to prove it.
I didn't realize he had so little time, but this is very strange. Like, his position was so nice. Why does he have so little time?
That's a great question. We'll ask him. We'll grill him back
I
when
think
he's
if
down.
he knows what we're talking about, he's just gonna run out of after this game,
No,
regardless the results.
Perhaps. I mean,
Let's go back to we had the game of, I believe it was Annie Wang versus no, I'm sorry. We had the game of
Let's quickly go to the key matchup of the day in the
Yeah.
boys section, because there are some imbalances happening in the game between Rui Feng Li and Tang Andrew. In this position, Tang spent a lot of time, I think more than 30 minutes, and couldn't come up with anything better than knight to f6. I mentioned bishop takes h4 would have been the best move in the position to release the tension of this knight against the bishop on g6, but that also gives white a lot of trumps. Instead of that, he played this move knight to f6 to try to potentially exchange this bishop via bishop h5. Unfortunately, he missed this cute little move, queen to d1. Now f5 is coming, and there's not a good way to defend against it, because bishop h5 no longer on the board. I simply have two attackers, you only have one defender. So he was forced to play the move h6, but after knight g6, f takes g6, this is not the way you want to take back on g6. You would have liked to take back on g6 with the h pawn. With the f pawn now you have one weakness, two weakness, and if white simply plays this move to transfer the bishop, you cannot take the bishop because I just simply take. Now you have two weaknesses, and if you play a move such as king f7, knight c4 or knight f3, everything is coming around, swarming around your king, and you're just going to be in huge trouble. After bishop g4, you have to do something, a move such as queen d7, defend the weakness on e6, but now I can just simply withdraw my bishop on h3. I have complete control over the light squares. I can open the position whenever I want. I can play e5, knight e4, e4 or f5, blast open the position. I have so many plans at my disposal, and with the absence of the light square bishop, black is suffering, will be suffering for a long time, and he's also down on time. So Rui Feng certainly outmaneuvered his less experienced opponent.
I think this is what he was looking for, just to get a pleasant position and press and not go into any kind of tactical complication or any kind of theoretical battles or anything that would make him uncomfortable.
Let's play the move knight c4, which makes a lot of sense. It covers the e5 square. He might actually want to install a knight there himself very soon. For example, if b5, he's immediately going to
and then you don't have a way of defending your e6 pawn. Like if I play bishop g4, you don't want to take and let my bishop on e6.
Right.
And if you play knight f8, that just looks very depressing.
This looks this position already looks very depressing. So I don't expect the move b5. I like the move knight c4, establishing a little bit of control.
I don't know. b5. Take knight d7.
Bishop g4.
Oh, take
queen b6.
Oh, queen b6.
Queen b6 right away.
Yeah. And now you can no longer defend the e5 pawn.
Oh, this guy's hanging.
Yeah.
I still like white though. I'm not gonna lie, I still like white's position better. Something like a4. And what are you gonna do?
I'm going to take that pawn.
Which pawn?
e5.
Maybe even b4. Let's go b4.
b4, just shutting up my bishop. a5, and I still think you have queen c6.
Queen c6 or queen a6.
And then I don't have enough.
You don't have an option to defend against knight takes c5, and then
Yeah, it's kind of ugly.
Okay, so let's go back to b5s. So I have a feeling you have to play knight e5, otherwise why did you play knight c4, right?
No,
So after b5 I can go back, and then
he can go knight d2.
I can go knight d2, and then I'm gonna go a4 at some point,
And then if
counterattack.
b4, okay.
Yeah, this I think is also playable. I don't think he necessarily has to go knight e5.
But I don't like the move knight c4.
Well, because after b5 you have to go back, then yes, I agree.
It's a very flaccid move. Bishop g4 would have been just much more powerful.
Yeah. No, I agree. Bishop g4 just made a lot more sense, right? Just play right away. I mean, you can't take it all. It loses immediately. You attack on e6, and I can always retreat the bishop back to where it belongs.
Yeah, I do like this.
Bishop
maneuver
g4
so
looks much more
right.
logical to me.
There's another game I want to look at before we do take a break. It's the game between Evander and Nicholas Cheka. When we left off, we had that dynamic position where Evander castle queenside, and I see pieces have disappeared.
Yeah, which usually should be a good thing for Nicholas. I see that takes on d5, bishop e7, and he did play this idea with bishop c3. The queen actually jumped to f4 with powerful square. And it might make me wonder if it was better to start off with bishop d3 rather than start with bishop c3, because here he got to trade off a couple of bishops that were kind of important, and now he trades even more pieces, and this is the current position that we have on the board. Remember that structurally black is better, so if I get to play the move b3 knight f8 without any instances of problems, I'll start pressuring the d5 pawn, which is currently isolated, and if the pawn is consistently attacked and I force you to defend it, I'm gonna take over the initiative. Currently, white still has a few moves to work with. The rooks are obviously powerfully placed on the open file, but he has to do something with them. Something like rook e7 springs to mind, but it's not completely obvious what the threat is. For example, after rook e7,
Just ignore it with b6.
you could ignore it and just play b6, and then you ask your opponent like what exactly is the idea. There are some tactical tricks. For example, b6, d6 might be an idea. Trying to.
Idea?
Well, you can't take it as the idea.
Why not?
Because I think I have knight g5, and you are gonna regret everything.
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 Every decision in
Every
life
decision
ever.
in life. So
Okay,
here I'm attacking this guy and this guy thanks to the queen.
But can the d5 pawn be an asset? I mean, it is a pass pawn after all. If I can hang on to it and maybe push it, or if I can put a knight on c4 somehow. And
That is the big if, but I'm not sure which way that's going to roll, because the pawn is pretty weak. The more it advances, both the stronger and the weaker it becomes. It becomes more of a nuance for black to deal with, because it really does bind your position and you have to deal with it constantly promoting. But it's less likely that it's going to be defended by any piece the more it advances. So it's a double-edged position, for at least for the pawn.
Yeah, it's a lot. I think there's still a lot of dynamic position. And one more thing, I want to see if Talia's game is close to conclusion or not. Because
Which one, Talia's?
Yeah, when she had the two pieces for.
Oh, you mean Rachel's?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, in Rachel's. I'm so used to Talia having this crazy game. So.
Rachel,
so
this
not
looks
much has
completely
changed.
lost.
Oh, the pawn is on c3 now, which is even worse.
I don't know how this happened. This is completely lost.
Game over.
Yeah, this is completely.
C4.
I was wondering if we have result or not, but
B3,
or we're
bishop
close to a result.
Well, she managed to lock up everything. The bishop actually doesn't do anything on
Just
g5.
bishop h6 now. Even.
Or I can play
c4, right? c4 just wins.
Oh, and then bishop c5. And
Bring the bishop to c5, and that's
it absolutely forces this move, and every move here wins.
maybe bishop takes c4.
Bishop takes c4. Oh,
Oh,
Why
yeah,
not?
'cause you
tactics. I cannot take on e3, and then I take on c4.
You cannot even take on d7 because
Queen takes d7,
yeah,
rook
and then
d7, bishop
bishop
e3.
e3.
Is check.
you can still see some tactics. So at
This
least we
is
have that going.
lost. So the queen has to retreat, after which I will take on e3. I have a very powerful pass.
But that's
pawn on
just
c3.
hopeless. I mean,
I
all my
mean-
pieces are getting into play. Your king is actually the one who's starting to feel unsafe.
I
And
can't even think about doing
the
this.
pawn on b4, the pawn on c3.
Definitely
I mean,
think about doing that.
All right, this game is pretty much over. I mean, I imagine that Purva will try for as long as she can, but
So we expect this to be a decisive result coming soon.
coming at some point.
Even I think without c4, it looks like black should be winning. Even
Yeah.
After I think you play bishop h6 and take that f6 pawn, should be winning.
Completely. Everything wins here in this position.
But I really like Rachel's approach to the games in this tournament. She's preparing very well, and then she's not hurrying. Whenever she gets a winning position, she's definitely not in a hurry to make the most obvious move. She's planning, she's strategizing how to stabilize the position, and then she's going for the kill. I'm very impressed with the way she's performing this tournament.
Yeah.
It's her first time playing in this tournament, so maybe there's even an intimidation factor, but you cannot tell based on her games because she's playing very mature chess. So we do have some interesting games going on that we want to keep an eye on. Definitely the Wonders game, Annie's game, this game that we're expecting to be over shortly.
Soon, yeah.
So we're going to take a little break and hopefully we'll have some results when we're back.
A question on Twitter from Damas. I should not have pronounced that. That was a bit of a trap, yeah?
For those of you who are new to chess, it might look like ba3 is an illegal move here because white advances pawn 2 squares, not 1. But it's a little something we call en passant. And you can do that, but you have to do it instantly. You can't wait for a move, like let's say play king e7, king g2, and now try, because I'm gonna do it.
I'm sorry. This is too funny for words.
This is a software glitch? I'm pretty sure there's not allowed.
Lawrence. Hello, Lawrence. Yeah, I'll play 4 against Lawrence. And now he's going to play something against me which we discussed at length during the course of my stay. Yeah, he told me this is excellent. d5, this was what I was kind of hoping for, because now I think e5 is quite strong. No, Lawrence, this is not how chess works. Sadly, it would be much, much more fun if chess actually worked like this. But I don't think it does. Or maybe it does. Well, that's me regretting what I just said. How did I get from there to here is a little bit beyond me. And what's worse, I will never hear the end of it. My quality of life has just gone downhill tremendously because I'm actually sharing the office with the guy.
There's a weekend vacation, a one-tank trip in a nearby city you won't want to skip. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton. There's museums full of art and super fun slides. Upside-down concretes, twisty, turny rides. Houses full of magic, some with butterflies. Gardens growing flowers, parks with giant eyes. St. Louis is the stop for non-stop fun. So much fun for your family, infinity plus a ton.
Welcome back, everyone. If you're joining us, this is the third round of the 2017 U.S. Junior Championship and 2017 U.S. Junior Girl Championship. My name is Tatev Abrahamyan. I'm here in the studio with Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez. And when we left before the break, we had the game of Bobby Liu versus Joshua Collis, and we're wondering about this E6 move that wasn't played, and actually the game is over. So I guess his way worked out after all.
Well, technique was good enough, but it was not the cleanest. After queen g4, we left the position more or less around here, and obviously the queen is much, much more powerful than the piece and the rook, and this is relatively hopeless, but Joshua didn't put up the best resistance and fell rather quickly. Here already, I'm not entirely sure why he gave up the b3 pawn. I guess we'll have to ask him. After knight c7, queen takes b3, then his position. With white reaching move 40 in only a couple more moves, he's going to be out of time trouble. And black is, well, pretty much paralyzed and down a ton of material. So resignation was definitely not premature in this situation.
Well, I think it was hard to suggest anything better for black anyways. I think it was just going to be just a matter of time anyways. You could, I mean, the last was going to happen. It's just prolonging by a few moves.
Yeah, a pretty weak game here from the black side, but we're going to have to figure out what went wrong, specifically in the opening. I just thought it was very poorly handled, as we will have him soon in the studio. And Bobby Liu, who, well, the lowest rated player in the tournament, starts with 50%, quite a good score. He's played against very strong players, and showing that he is definitely not somebody to be taken lightly.
Right, and actually we're going to get the chance to talk to both players, so we will have the perspective of both players about the game. So we have Joshua right now with Cristian, and we're going to hear his perspective first.
Joshua, rather a disappointing start to this tournament. Tell us what happened.
Unfortunately, in this game, I figured I had a decent position out the openings, because I thought he would not know.
Did you prepare this?
Yes, I actually did prepare this. But
did you prepare this move b5?
Yes, b5. I thought, I would be okay since I have the bishop pair, but I underestimated his ideas with his knights coming to the king side, and it seems to be very strong.
Yes, after that, all his pieces were swarming around your king, and your pieces were a little bit stuck on the queen side, somewhere around this moment. His knights were coming, the queen came to g4, knight to f5, rook e3, and that was just simply hopeless after that.
Right.
And yes, yesterday you played a very good game after a certain point, and then after the time control, something happened. How do you plan on correcting this momentum and try to get back on a positive trend?
Yeah, unfortunately, yesterday I looked at it with the computer, and I was like +8, and it's usually hard to pick back up after a loss like that. Yeah, I was +8. Instead of rook takes h4, I rook takes c4, and that's winning. But yeah, I'm not sure if that's that loss still is distracting me, but I'm just going to try to put it aside and continue with the rest of the tournament.
Absolutely, a very strong player, and we're hoping you're going to come back into the tournament. Good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you,
guys.
Well, I gotta say, a little bit surprised about preparing such a variation. I was actually very critical of it during the broadcast, and I still think I should be, because despite, as he said, the pair of bishops, I mean, the collapse of the king side was pretty much imminent, and that is exactly what happened in the game.
Right, because the pair of bishops was a long-term advantage, but just in the short term.
No, there was no long-term.
Right,
there was no long-term.
White's play was so quick that it wasn't going to make a difference because it wasn't going to come down to what was going to happen in the long term.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was a very surprising preparation. I think maybe he just kind of looked at the computer line, or just kind of took a look at the position and thought, okay, 2 bishops, and didn't really consider like other aspects of the position.
Yeah, perhaps a little bit of lack of depth on the preparation. Okay, there's plenty of other games, but let's see.
So we are preparing. We do have Bobby Lou in the studio with us. We're preparing for that interview, but yeah, you're right. There are several games. So the other results that we're waiting for is from Rachel's games that we thought would be a decisive result.
Yeah, I don't see that changing. I mean, Rachel's position is completely dominant. She's managed to eliminate the pawn on f6. She has a huge material advantage and a positional one. Black's king is actually considerably safer than white's, and this pawn on c3 gives Black excellent chances to win the game in the next few moves. This is completely hopeless. I mean, we've been saying it for a while, and nothing has changed.
Okay, so I mean, we've been expecting a win from Black for a while, but let's hear from Bobby before we come back to the games.
I'm here with one of the victors of today's round, Bobby Liu, the lowest seed of the tournament, but so far a very solid performance by him. He's sitting nicely at 50% after a very, very nice win today against Josh Kolos. Bobby, welcome back to the show.
Thank you.
Take us to through the critical moments of the game, according to you.
Yeah, I was surprised by the move a6, but I know c3 is the best continuation, I think, against. But after he played, yeah, I've never played the c3 Sicilian, so I just.
Were you surprised about?
Yeah,
this
I was
move,
surprised
b5?
at b5 too. I thought bishop takes knight. I'm pretty comfortable.
Absolutely.
And then my development was pretty fast, and I was able to generate an attack on the king side. And after that, like, there's no really good defense after I brought my rook in.
I want to ask you one question, because we were quite critical about your conversion at this exact moment. Did you consider the move e6?
Yeah, I looked at it, but I saw, I didn't calculate all the variations here, because I had about 20 or so minutes and about 15 moves to go, so I thought maybe e6 is winning, or
e6 is so natural, isn't it?
Let's say, I saw like f takes e6,
okay,
knight h6, king h8, knight f7,
or maybe you could do something like this.
And then queen g6.
Okay,
yeah, I forgot about queen takes g6. Yeah.
So you saw the queen and you went for it.
Yeah, I just because I didn't have enough time, so I thought this is a simple way to. Unless I don't make any big mistakes, it should be a win for me. Yeah.
Absolutely, and it was quite a smooth conversion afterwards. You bounced back very, very nicely after your first round loss. How do you feel about your tournament chances going forward?
I'm feeling good. I know, like, a win, of course, is good. 1 point is nice, but I still have 6 rounds to go, and I can't miss any opportunity.
And a lot of tough opponents ahead.
And a lot of difficult
But you're
games.
definitely ready for that. Good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Guys?
Well, nice victory here, very clean from Bobby. Of course, missing e6, we were very critical because, well, when you miss checkmate, because when you miss checkmate, you gotta criticize it. But still, he won a nice game, very clean, and he puts himself in a good situation in the event. 50% for the lowest rated seed in any round robin is a very good start.
Yeah, I mean, points don't come by easily in this tournament, so any point you can take, you're happy about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I had to completely agree with that. Well, Tatev, take us around the horn. Where are we going to go next to analyze what's going on?
Well, when we left off, we looked at the Wonder game, and we were talking about this d5 pawn, if it's going to be a problem or a trump in the position for white. And well, without the c5 pawn, I think.
Well, something has happened. Let's see what happened.
Pawns disappeared.
We did see this much. h4 with the not very subtle idea of knight g5.
I don't think there's a lot of subtlety in this tournament.
No, not a lot. The pawns
Still not
rush
subtle.
forward. Knight f8 was played with the idea of some defensive resources on the king side, but that, of course, drops the pawn on c5. I wonder if he decides, hey, it's time to take it, but after rook c8, I think Czecher is trying to mount a counterplay. He's trying to think, hey, this rook's actually pretty active, the pawn on d5 is still pretty weak. Most random moves by the queen actually lose the pawn. Black has more than one way of regaining the pawn. For example, if the queen moves to e7, I can simply take on d5 if I really, really need to, but probably I'll just play queen g6 first, and then take on d5 with no problems. And for example, a move like queen b5 that holds on to the pawn, again, this move queen g6 check, if I really need it, will allow me to recapture on a g4. But perhaps black can even try to be more ambitious and try to attack somehow, perhaps even still connected with the move queen to g6. Now there only has to be considered the ultra greedy queen takes a7, which as unintuitive as it looks to a grandmaster, it is something to be considered. Rook takes d5, of course, is the first thing I would look at, just regaining the material and bringing the rook into the game, after which I must say that this looks very dangerous and kind of inhuman for somebody to grab the pawn on a7.
Can I grab another pawn on b7?
You could, and then you'll probably choke on it, but I'm not entirely sure how. It just feels like these two pawns are not going to be enough defense for your king. However, a very sharp position. Wonder decided not to do that. He puts the queen back on d4, offers a trade of queens after queen takes d4, for example, knight takes d4, and rook takes d5.
Knight
Nope.
f5.
There's a problem with knight f5, yeah, and then there is no way of preventing against the triple attack. Knight g6 simply fails against h5. So this is a wondrous idea. You can't actually regain the pawn immediately, which means that you probably, after rook c8, queen d4, you probably have to either move the queen away to g6 or to d6 to keep up the pressure.
No, taking is actually still correct and is
Okay.
the way to equalize
Maybe
knight takes
shouldn't
d4, and then
go
we're
rook
just simply
f5,
going to take away the important square f5
Just
via
g6.
g6. The d5 square is simply undefendable,
Undefendable.
and that's just going to pattern out into a quick draw afterwards. I think Wander definitely took the practical decision to shift the game into this endgame instead of taking on a7. With only 11 minutes on the clock, that would have been a very, very rushed decision. He is a practical player, he's experienced, he did play queen d4, and I expect this game to go into a draw quite quickly.
Well, we'll have to see. Of course, Nicholas is a very ambitious player. We've already seen him decline repetitions in positions he had no business declining repetitions on.
Right.
Specifically, his game against Michael Brown, in
yeah.
which any human being would have drawn the game immediately. He does trade the queen on d4, knight takes d4. He has to be careful not to fall for knight f5, although it's extremely obvious.
G6, of course, it's not gonna fall
Extremely
for it.
obvious. Yeah, he plays g6 instantly. And I have to agree with Christian, this looks very equal. The pawn masses are symmetrical. The kings being on opposite sides don't really matter. The fact that the rook is probably going to come to e7 at some point is countered by the fact that these pawns are pretty weak on the king side, so there's no real problems for black. This, I have to agree, this looks pretty equal to me.
Right, and before we left off in that position where he played h4, before he played h4, that's the last position you saw, and you said white has to find something. So I think h4, g4, he wanted to create some problems before his opponent had the opportunity to play b6, knight f8, and stabilize his position.
It just wasn't enough to create an advantage, but at least he didn't fall into an inferior position. It did allow him to exchange the structure, the c5 and d5 pawns, and get rid of his weakness, basically, which it has equalized the game in a more concrete fashion.
Okay, so another game we're looking at was Rofengli's game when he played that knight c4 and we're wondering what would happen after b5, and I do see the knight has moved back because we were wondering what was the purpose of knight c4, because after b5 we didn't know what to do with that knight.
Well, he actually did retreat on to d2, which might look like a little bit of a waste of tempo. I personally don't mind it that much. I think that the bishop's going to come to g4 at some point anyway, because the move h5 is just so ugly.
Yeah.
So you can't really prevent the bishop from coming here. And eventually he did put it on g4. The bishop did retreat to h3, where it is much more secure. The problem with the pawn on e6 seems relatively permanent. Rook a e8, a move that I failed to understand because I really don't like giving up the a file.
Yeah, I don't like how you can't just take right now and play rook e6 already, and that rook looks very annoying.
He has taken twice on b5, and I have to agree with you. The move rook a6 is pretty darn tempting, especially taking control over the entire file. I gotta say, I prefer white by quite a bit. It seems that black is running out of ideas, not of moves necessarily, but I don't see a concrete plan for black.
Right, I mean, rook a6, even maybe queen a1 or queen e2, rook a1.
Yeah,
Just
I
looks like you're
like-
playing on all sides of the board,
and black is not having any breakthroughs, especially the pawn on e6. It's going to be such a permanent weakness. I don't see how you're going to be able to get rid of it. I like white a lot here
I
in
do
this
too.
position.
And I really don't like rook e8 move.
I'm not sure if I want to play rook a6. I don't necessarily like the move bishop d8 after rook a6.
You don't like the move bishop d8 after rook a6?
I don't like it for white.
Okay.
Like, I don't like putting my rook all the way to a6 because knight b4 right now starts to become a threat. Bishop a5 to potentially activate my bishop. And if you play a move such as queen e1, I simply don't like this move knight to b4.
Ah, the pawn on c2 is undefended or something?
Yeah.
Oh, because rook a7, you can just take my pawn. Or maybe not.
Sure
I'm not
about
sure if you
that.
want to play
Oh,
on that
because
side.
c8 hangs, okay.
Do you
Yeah, I'm
want
not
to play
sure
on that
about this
side?
variation. For example, queen a1, it's kind of hard to argue with the machine, but I'm not sure what you're talking about, Christian. If rook a7...
No, knight b4 is actually not a machine. Knight b4 was just my idea. g5 is the machine move.
What?
G5 and actually equalizes on the spot. I just didn't feel like putting the rook on a6 is necessary in that in that
Clearly, we
particular
know nothing
position.
about chess.
Yeah, g5. I mean, g5 makes a lot of sense, right? It gives e5 to the knight, which is such a powerful square if I'm ever going to take it. And it allows me to block the
Since
bishop
the
out
queen
of the
is
game.
gone.
Yeah, the
now
queen
you
is
have
now
the-
gone. Yeah, perhaps the move queen a1. Perhaps we got a little too ambitious with this move rook a6. We'll see if Rifeng's able to show more restraint. The thing I would like the most is to bring the bishop on b2 back to some place useful, but I can't really find
Yeah,
any
that's the
maneuvering,
problem.
any maneuver to do so. So I'm not sure.
And you don't have a square. So if
Yeah.
I've told you to put your bishop on the best square, I don't know where you will put it.
Probably an e5, so
Okay,
somebody
but,
takes it. But okay, it's not going to get there. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I still do think white's obviously better, but the conversion is far from easy. Black does have its resources, and we see this g5 idea, this knight b4 pressuring this weakness on c2. Black does have some ideas, more than I thought at the beginning, but I still do prefer white.
So we have 2 results in the junior section and no results in the girls section. So let's move on there. Let's go to. So did we look at Emily's versus Agata's game after we came back? That King's Indian, where with that Agata was outplaying her opponent already.
We haven't seen it in a while, and just judging by the structure, something went horribly wrong for the black player. Not to mention that she has 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, but
that's Agata, right? Okay, so what happened? We left it off after queen, somewhere around here, and I really liked. I actually liked putting the queen on f6. I didn't like putting it on d6 so much. I thought it was more of a target. So I'm not sure about queen d6 because precisely of rook d1, takes, and bishop c6, a move that I find a little bit unnatural.
Well, I mean, tactically it works because you cannot take. So if I can put my bishop on d5.
Yeah. So queen e1, rook e8, queen f1. This all looks pretty playable.
So bishop d5, perhaps? I mean, bishop d5.
Well, bishop d5 runs into knight b5.
Can I go after your pawns?
Well, the thing is that you always have to worry
annoying.
about this. But perhaps... No, I actually don't know what you do.
I thought queen b4 break. I think you can just take on a7.
I can take it on b6, which is a problem.
Oh, my bishop hangs. Wow.
Yeah, your bishop's hanging. So perhaps for this reason, bishop d5 isn't playable.
Oh, no, I had rook e1 at the end.
What a trickster. So queen b4, and the idea is that if you take, I have...
and hopefully I'm not getting mated. No, I'm not.
No, you're not. And you win the queen?
So you wouldn't be as critical as in the other game when I win the queen.
Yes. So bishop d5, maybe it was well, it is the natural thing is to put the bishop in the center.
But because you have the rook on d1, it's just something feels awkward. So maybe I thought maybe after knight b5 you can just take on a7.
Well, I don't think this is so easy because I can simply take on...
No, but now rook b1 and stuff hangs around.
Rook b1 and stuff is hanging. Are you absolutely positive about that?
No, I'm not positive about anything.
Looks good to me.
What about bishop c4 in that position?
Where? Here?
Bishop c4?
Yeah, so as I said, stuff is hanging. Namely the queen on f1.
It feels like black's position.
I have bishop e1. But okay, I mean, this is
feels a bit artificial.
Yeah,
this
I mean,
looks very
everything
bad
we're
for
saying.
this looks very bad for white, honestly. I think bishop d5 was the move. I mean, it improves the bishop. More importantly, it doesn't let the knight take it. I mean, this is what it comes down to, right? That the knight is attacking the bishop on c6. Why don't you move it?
Yeah, I think queen b4 is actually a key move because if we go back one more time in that position,
yeah,
like knight b5, queen b4, like knight c7 is a move you might want to play to get the bishop, but again I have bishop c4.
Again, bishop c4.
So
get the
I think queen
important
b4
tempo.
was a key move.
Yeah, and something Agata must have missed, because I really don't like giving up the bishops and entering this structure where, okay, her bishop on g7 is still very strong, and knight on b6 is not a bad piece. It might actually go to d5. I don't think the black's worse, honestly, because there's a lot of weaknesses on white's camp. e3's weak, c3's weak, a2's weak. I don't think white has any advantage.
Yeah, I think she went for this for like precise, like she calculated some precise lines, because she probably thought I'm going to give up my bishop by either A, I'm going to win a pawn, or we're going to exchange all those pawns and then show me your two bishop advantage.
I still think black's fine. I mean, with an anchored knight on d5, with the
And
weakness
this
on
bishop
e3,
on g2.
bishop on g2 being a little bit silly, you're going to have to weaken your structure a little bit further in order to improve it. You're going to have to play f4 at some point. And then the king on g1 is a permanent weakness. That's the thing.
And you never want to exchange your f2 bishop or...
For anything.
Yeah, I mean, not for bishop, definitely not for the knight, because then all of a sudden your king is going to be so weak. So yeah, I think...
Yeah, black's fine.
I wouldn't give up my bishop. I think my bishop d5 was a good move.
Black's fine. I'm not even sure if a little bit better, but I wouldn't be worried as being black. I didn't like the structure at the beginning, but the more I look at the position, the more I think Agata's position is perfectly good.
Okay, Christian, what do you have for us?
In the key matchup of the day, again, Li Fang against Tang, Li played this move knight to f3. We were failing to find the plan for white, but this one I really like. Knight f3, going to target the second weakness in black's position. And let's say I'm going to play something like king g7, knight g4. Now I'm starting to have ideas of knight takes g6, king takes g6, and then bishop takes e6. Because the queen is badly placed, if you take back on e6, then f5 is just going to be winning on the spot. So let's say I go rook a8, I could potentially even go knight g6 immediately, king takes g6, rook to a8, rook takes a8, bishop takes e6, and this is going to become a very, very difficult position for black, because you're simply lacking light square support. So after a move such as queen c7, I can play the move e5. Your king is very, very unsafe on g6. I can also prepare all of these things with a move such as queen to e2, to prepare my jump to e4 after a move such as e5. So this position is going to become very, very difficult for black. All his weaknesses are being under siege, and this knight g6, bishop takes e6 idea is very, very potent, and it might show up on the board at any moment. Also, let's not forget about the time. Tang only has 13 minutes on the clock, while Fang has 30 minutes on the clock, and we still have a lot of moves left till we reach time control. This is going to be a very, very difficult defense for Andrew.
So let's see if he's going to go for that. So it's actually his move, he's thinking about it. But we had some other developments in the game we've been talking about a lot. It's Purple Wicket versus Rachel. But actually we do have a result, and we've been expecting this result for a while. So let's see what happened in the last few moves, because when we left off...
Yeah, I think that something really bad happened.
This was the final position, right, when we left off?
Yeah, pretty much. And then after knight b8, solid idea, knight c6, you're going to be able to exchange the pieces. Once the queens get off the board, the pawn on c3 is way too powerful. Rook a7 is some kind of desperate attempt, but it just trades two rooks for a queen. It's really not improving white's position. c2 looks good. c1, queen is always going to be a threat. Check, and there is nowhere near a perpetual here. White can only temporarily stop the pawn with something along the lines of queen e7 check, knight d7, queen e3. But not only is the rook, the knight, and the bishop already worth more than the queen, but after a simple move like pretty much anything, I mean, white, you could just take the pawn on b3. There is no perpetual with check, not even close. And putting the queen on c1 will obviously lose at some point. A very clean game from Rachel. I really liked her opening preparation. I know we're going to have her in the studio soon to explain us the ins and outs of one of the most complicated variations of chess, the Botvinnik system of the Semi-Slav. So a clean game there, and I think that catapults her to 2 out of 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, she had 2 draws and a win. She drew Maggie Fang yesterday. I forgot who she drew in the first round.
I want to say she drew... she was a little bit better, I remember, with the black pieces against Akshita, if I wanna say correctly. But a very nice result, a very good way.
Was that the opposite color bishop pawn up?
Yeah,
game?
there was
Okay,
no. It was the end game with where a rook went to G1
Oh yeah,
and then to
I
F7.
remember that game. Yeah, so she had those two draws and the win, so this is going to put her in a very good position. So probably she's going to be trailing the leaders by half a point, as we have a lot of players.
Well,
with
we'll
one
see.
and a
She
half.
took care of one.
That's
She
true.
took care of one of the players with 1.5, so she leapfrogged over her in
And
a
we have
very
three
nice
more
fashion.
with 1.5, so
We'll
one
see
of
what
them
they
will
do.
win. Right. So yeah, very nice win. It looks like Apurva was unprepared. She either forgot, she didn't know, or something terribly wrong happened. But we do have Rachel with us, so let's hear her thoughts about this game.
Rachel Ulrich, what an impeccable game. Your preparation was grandmaster level. You played almost 20 moves out of home, and after that, your conversion, your execution was simply impeccable. Tell us more about your preparation in your game. Where did it end, and how did you feel about the result of the opening?
Well, thank you. My preparation ended at about after bishop takes f3, I think.
Did you know that d takes c6 is a bit inferior to the move a3?
Yes, I did. Yeah, a3 is the main line. I
Give
knew
us
this.
some novelties.
Okay. Yeah, well, after a3, bishop takes d5, it's a really complicated position that I was obviously willing to play. But after she played d takes e6 here, and here I was actually wondering when her preparation ended, because she thought a little bit on each move, and I assumed that she would know a lot deeper if she was willing to risk this against me. So I'm not sure where it ended. She might not have known queen c6.
Which is a very powerful move. The only move that gives black the advantage, and after e takes d8, king takes d8, I'm sure you already know you have more than enough compensation for the exchange.
Yeah. But anyway, I knew this far, even until bishop takes f3, and here the only move I knew was queen c2.
Absolutely.
Which I think is probably the only move, because otherwise I take the knight as I did in the game. Otherwise, after that, I think otherwise, after queen d2, I think it's just here, and although it's still very complicated, and she obviously has plenty of tricks, it seems like it should be quite a good position for me.
I really liked your defense, putting the bishop on e6, blocking any sort of counterplay, and then just simply steamrolling your pawns on the queen side. Everything just collapsed for white in this game. So quite an impeccable performance. How do you feel about your tournament going forward?
Well, thank you. I feel pretty good about the tournament so far. I've got a lot of tough games left, and I'm looking forward to the challenge. I hope it goes well.
Well, you came well prepared, and right now, until the end of this round, you are the leader. So congratulations, Rachel, and good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Guys?
Well, nice preparation has paid
Definitely.
off over and over again in this tournament. I like the preparation that Caden has shown in the first two games of this tournament. He won very nice, two clean games, and here Rachel is showing us that she's also done her homework. Very nice preparation both today against Apurva and yesterday against Maggie Feng. I was also very impressed in her knowledge of the Tatev Abrahamyan variation of the French defense.
I like that. I also like her attitude, looking forward to the challenge.
Yeah. All right, let's go back to what I think is the key matchup, although perhaps some people disagree.
I don't know which people.
In the junior championship, after the move bishop d7 in the game between the grandmasters Akshat Chandra and Caden Trof, bishop d7, we were considering the move a3, which I really, really liked. Just keeping the pieces, keeping the tension. Actually decides to play the move knight d5. Actually, it's not usually a very impatient player. He must have thought that this actually gave him quite a significant edge. He didn't want to move the a-pawn. And there are some reasons you might not want to move the a-pawn. So knight d5 also makes sense. Knight takes, bishop takes, queen c7, and c3. White's full control over the d5 square. But on the other hand, black is going to be able to maneuver some of his pieces immediately. He remaneuvers the knight on d8, definitely to e6, where you can threaten to go out to f4, for example, or fight for some good squares. a4, bishop c6. White binds the queen side. You don't really want to take on d5 here, because unlike the variations where we saw yesterday, perhaps with the Gata, I have two very tempting variations. Rook takes d5, controlling the d5 square, or simply pawn takes d5, killing the knight on d8. This is done in a very specific manner because there is such a bad knight placed.
And, in the first game, we saw he had a similar option against Joshua Colas when he played knight d5. Knight d5. He wanted to, and he again took with the pawn instead of the rook, and we're wondering about that. But here it looks even stronger because natural. The knight on d8 is just such a bad piece. And you do have the idea of putting the rook on c1 and just rolling your queenside pawns.
For that reason, knight e6 was played instead of bishop takes d5, knight e1, and only now bishop takes d5. This is the difference. Now pawn takes d5 is less tempting as the knight actually escapes from the bind, and it's not so obvious how to roll the pawns. He takes with the rook, which makes sense to me. Queen c4. The exchange of queens is almost mandatory, I would say. If he doesn't exchange queens at this point, he's going to suffer quite a bit. And for this reason, I'm actually not entirely sure about White's move. I mean, I haven't analyzed this deeply at all, so I might be missing something, but why not the move Queen c2, retaining some threats on the queen, potentially, once I defend my pawn on c3, and just defending the pawn on e4. I agree that the queen on c4 is a little bit annoying, but I don't think that the rook here is any less annoying. f3 was what happened in the game. f5, an exchange of pawns, and now we have a position where white has a slight structural superiority, but black has entangled a little bit. After e4, which is currently, pawn takes e4, rook takes e4, rook f1 have been played. This is the current position on the board. Unfortunately for Akshat, who is definitely the one that's been playing for the advantage most of the game, well, first of all, as usual, he's in time trouble with 11 minutes for a bunch of moves.
I don't think that's time trouble for him. I think he thinks, wow, I have so much time on my clock.
Perhaps. But also I don't like that he's put all his pawns on the dark squares and exchanged the light square bishops. It just means that in the long run, a5 might become a target. It might force me to push this pawn from b2 to b4, which will eventually leave then c3 and the entire structure as targetable things for the bishop. There is an isolated pawn on d6 that I can try to take advantage for being white, but since the blockade square is currently sitting on a dark square on d4, I think that black has very real chances of equalizing this slightly worse endgame.
So right away, looking at the position, I'm thinking, what if I take on f1? How are you going to take back?
Well, taking on f1, which is definitely a committal decision, the most natural is to take with the king, just to bring the king closer to the action. The rook has no business being on the f-file, since there is no penetration squares on this on f. So king f1 would be the most obvious choice, at least to me.
Right, because I was thinking if you ever move the rook, my idea, like if you take back with the rook on f1, so I like, as you mentioned, the dark square pawns, I want to play rook a4 and see how you're going to defend. Because if bishop b6, I have rook a2, so I feel like you're almost forced to play rook a1 because you don't want to play b4.
Yeah, but that endgame cannot possibly be better for white. I mean, it's very equal.
Bishop b6, rook a2, rook b1, and then knight b4.
Oh, are you trapping me?
No, I don't think there's a problem after d5. I think black's completely fine.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like how your pieces are so binded now.
This is completely fine for black. I mean, resources for both sides, but...
yeah, but of course the king will take back and we'll stay on a1 for a while, even though...
In this position, I think that, again, it's Akshat that has the very slight advantage, but with correct play, this should be a position where black can equalize.
So it's
just not, it's not enough.
Okay.
Christian, any thoughts on this or any other game?
In the other top matchup of the day, in the girls section between Maggie Fang and Carissa Ip, you guys were right. White didn't want to make a draw. Despite the fact that the structure was symmetrical, she did push and she did play the move e4 in this position with the idea to transfer the knight to c4 and then target this important square on d6. e4 is a very double-edged move because you're also giving up the d4 square, very important, and the pawn on d3 is going to become a weakness, potentially a backward pawn. So bishop a8 was played, knight c4, very, very critical move. Queen to c7, b4, immediately targeting the structure, threatening to take on c5, and then if you take with a piece, I have the option of playing d4 and start to move my pawn structure in the center. If you take with the b pawn, then the c pawn will become a a target for my pieces. After e5, b takes e5, knight takes c5. Now d4 is not necessarily possible. Queen to b2 was played, king to g8, knight to e3, coming to d5, d4 once again an idea, f4 potentially an idea with knight g4 on tap. So knight takes d3 was played, rook takes c7, knight takes b2, rook to d7. And in this position, Carissa played a move that I simply do not understand. She played this move, bishop to c6, and after rook f7, this is just, give me a pawn, I'll take it. You're probably going to have to take on c7. If you leave this battery on the 7th rank, it's just game over. So you're going to take on c7 and taking back, and now once again you have two pieces under attack. You have the pawn on a7 and the bishop on c6. You're going to end up one pawn down for absolutely no compensation. White has the better position. White has the more active rook. The knight on b2 is a little bit restrained. This knight is ready to jump to d5. Bishop comes to h3 or even f1 to trap this knight on b1. Instead of that, instead of bishop c6, she should have exchanged one pair of rooks, and only in this position maybe play a move such as a5. In this position, despite the fact that white is a pawn down, she is still better, but with only one move in the position, and that is f3, solidifying the pawn in the center and preparing the move bishop f1, bishop b5, and trapping this knight on b2. Despite the fact that I am a pawn down, my pieces are much more active. Your bishop on a8 is going to be locked for the foreseeable future. The knight on b2, also a bit of a weak piece, so if you try to, let's bring it back like this, I'm going to go bishop f1, knight goes back to c5, and now knight to g4 with the idea knight h6, knight takes e5, at some point bishop c4. I'm simply just pressuring all your pieces like a boa constrictor in this position, and black would have been in trouble, but not as in trouble as in the game. After rook takes f7, this is just simply just winning, and I think Carissa took, take, she's going to lose another pawn, bad pieces, pawn down, this is going to be game over.
I want to point out something that, well, perhaps only two instances doesn't quite make a pattern, but for me it's already something worrisome. And it's the fact that Carissa's getting a little bit too excited about tactics without fully evaluating the resulting positions. We saw that yesterday against Akshita, where she found a tactic where she won a pawn, but at the end there was actually this final counter tactic, to put it that way, that won the exchange for her opponent, and that's why she lost the game. Today, I look at this position that I have on the board, which happened, and after knight e3, black can really make any decent move. I mean, queen e7 looks fine, any move looks reasonable, really. But she goes for this tactic again, knight takes d3, winning a pawn, again, in quotes, because you cannot take on d3, obviously, because queen takes c1 check wins the exchange. And after rook takes b7, knight takes b2, white doesn't have the time to recover on a7 because the rook on d1 is hanging. So yes, you win a pawn, but there is no further evaluation of what happens after the move rook d7. It is clear, I mean, at least to me as a grandmaster, that only white can possibly be playing for the advantage, even though I'm down a pawn, because of everything that Cristian just mentioned. I mean, the key factors of the active pieces, the terrible bishop on a8, the knight on b2 is a little iffy. The rook on e8 is currently not doing anything. I absolutely have to take on c7. She panics and for some reason plays bishop c6, already realizing that she's much worse. I'm not entirely sure what she missed, and after bishop c6, she basically gets all of what we were talking about, but in a worse position. Right. Takes, and she actually even retreats with the bishop on a8. So, I mean, this is a lost position.
Now, when the bishop comes around, it's going to be with a check. But, I mean, like we were talking about yesterday, one of the most important parts of calculation is the correct evaluation of the resulting position. Because you don't want to calculate a 10-move line and then play it and then realize it just damages your position.
And I think that's what she's done. She calculated a pawn win.
But, I mean,
position.
It would make sense to me if she didn't play bishop c6 and said, okay, I want a pawn, but it just doesn't make sense.
I think she got to that position and then she lost the thread of the game. She started realizing she's worse. She started getting worried about her knight. And then something didn't click. She forgot about rook takes f7 or something.
No, I think she simply missed rook takes f7.
Yeah, I think she just forgot about rook takes f7.
She thought she's forcing an exchange of rooks and rook a7.
I think so. I mean, that's the only explanation.
Yeah, because she has the same exact position minus the pawn on f7. That's her opponent's move. And the tempo.
Yeah. And knight g4 can come with the idea knight f6. This is just simply game over.
No, this is completely lost. I mean,
impatience, like we're talking about. And like we see all the time, like so many games are being resolved tactically.
I gotta say, I'm not very impressed with Curtis's game. I know she had a very good World Open, and I've seen her play some very, very good games. But this tournament, she hasn't really impressed me with the quality of her games. It's not that she has bad results. I mean, she will go half out of 3. There's no way Maggie doesn't win such a technically won position. It is one of her strengths, kind of converting this thing.
She just took the pawn on a7.
I mean, it's an extra
why not?
pawn. Why not? I mean, go for the simple version. I'm sure knight g4 wins. I'm sure f3 wins.
It's
but
not like knight g4 is going in. Well, I mean, you're not going to play h5, right?
It's just hopeless. I mean, the rook on a7 even takes care of the knight coming back into the game through a4. You have to play knight d3 before white has time to play the bishop back to f1. The bishop on a8 is a very, very sour piece. I mean, this is really, really difficult to play for the black pieces. Whereas for white, I mean,
Yeah, but I'm not sure why white wouldn't play knight g4 because you're winning another pawn. Like, what do you do after knight g4? Knight f6 is a threat.
I mean, everything's a threat. I mean, every move is a threat here for white.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why she wouldn't just throw in that move.
It doesn't matter. I like rook a7, honestly. It's just...
Yeah, I mean, very strange development in the game. Yeah, you're right. She must have missed rook f7 because otherwise it just doesn't make any sense. So
not very impressed by what Curtis has been showing us here at the U.S. Girls Championship. I expected a little bit more from her.
Right. So let's go to we had another interesting game. It was Gorti versus Eswaran, where actually they gave up a pawn, and then we're wondering is she going to be able to have any compensation. And when we left off, we agreed that white was just up a pawn. And
yeah, especially here after g4, she started to make some threats down the file. Knight d1 eventually happened. I was wondering if she can just play b3. It seemed a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, I really want to be able to play e4 and then go after your own king. Well, okay, I cannot play e4 because I made that same game.
Alright, knight d1. I'm not a big fan of this move, which allows a little bit of counterplay. I mean, if I'm forced to take on e6, it feels like something already kind of went wrong. But okay.
Queen f2?
Queen f2? Okay.
Alejandro, you're not forced to take on e6.
Oh, so this was just a mistake.
Wait, do I have
Why
knight
not
c6?
knight c6?
That's an excellent question.
I think this is just game over after knight c6.
Wait, do I have like
d4, b3, right?
d4, b3.
And so what?
And something, I don't know.
I mean, d4 I can also take on b4 with the knight.
Oh yeah, I'm defending, the pawn.
Really?
Well, the knight defends the pawn, so there's no real problems.
No, but like...
rook takes b4 is forced, and then I play b3, and I don't have to calculate anything.
Did she think she's like checkmating up something after queen f2?
I don't know, actually, because this is a free exchange.
I mean, if you have checkmate, then... But I don't think you have checkmate, so...
The problem is that if you play a move such as rook takes b2, I can just simply take, and if you try to maintain the pressure with rook b6, my knight from c6 actually comes to the defense. Knight a5, knight b3, and that's just simply game over.
That's kaput. That's completely kaput. Yeah. No, I'm not sure what she missed. We'll have to ask her after the game if she manages to convert. This already starts to look messy, as the queen can come to f6, but it doesn't do much more than that.
Actually, you're trapping. I mean, not trapping, but you're just putting your queen out of the game. And now the next move, you're gonna wonder why did I play this check.
And the queen actually had to retreat to c2 to defend. And we have this position. Let me see if they have any new moves. Yeah, the queens were traded off, and actually, I don't think white has anything. I mean, e5 is dropping. Yes, I'm gonna take on a7 at some point, but e3 is hanging. I'm gonna take with the knight on e5, which is very powerful because white would love to play the move knight c4 in this position. Try to at least defend this guy, but you can't because I can just take it on c4, taking advantage of the pin. I think white has obviously the structural advantage, and the rook on d7 is quite strong. I don't think she's in any kind of problems, but I'm wondering if she still holds a serious edge. She has to play with some precision here. I think that perhaps something along the lines of knight d3 might still be good.
But I feel like we're just going to exchange too many pawns. Okay, knight d3, can I take on e3?
Well, I was hoping you take there because I have rook f1. And suddenly, if I can manage to put your knight in a bad position, or if you let me double up on the 7th rank.
What if I play rook f8?
Rook f8, then I was thinking that, okay, I have to calculate knight takes c5, I'm going to take on a7, e6 is weak. I think you actually have some serious problems now. I think that
rook e5?
Rook e5, oof, I was kind of hoping for some tactic. Perhaps there isn't one. Maybe I can just defend with rook c7. threaten knight d7 check, double attack. I don't know. It still feels a little iffy here for the black pieces. I'm not entirely sure that you've gotten out of trouble. I have the feeling that white is better, but she needs precision and she doesn't have a lot of time. Cristian, perhaps you can shed some light on the evaluation of the position.
No, absolutely. White still maintains an edge, but that's not enough compared to what she had previously. She had a completely winning position after the move knight c6, and she could have capped the game right at that moment. Right now, this is a brawl. This is going to last for a while. If I manage to activate my knight from f7, then I'm going to be perfectly fine. And also, you have to be a little bit careful. If you play a move such as knight d3, c4 might come. Knight c4 is obviously not an option. This is not an easy conversion. She still holds a minimal advantage, but is definitely far from over. And with low time on the clock, that could turn very, very quickly. But let's look at this another endgame that we have on the board. The same rooks, two rooks and a knight between Liang and Czecher. And I really like what Czecher is doing right now. I feel maybe a wonder is pressing a bit too much. He only has 1 minute and 19 seconds on the clock, and I think the move rook to c6 was played. Now the question, actually a lot more moves have been played on the board. Rook to c6, where rook to b4, rook to d1 was played, rook to c3, rook to c6, and we have this position on the board. I'm not a big fan of what Czecher did after rook to b4. Why not just a simple move such as king g7? Wait, I'll give you the move. What are you going to do next? How are you going to arrange your pieces? I really like my rook on d5 because I potentially want to put it on f5 and put pressure on your knight. Then your knight is going to become immobile. Whenever you move, I will simply just take on f2. So I really don't like this move, rook b1. It seems like he's playing a little bit into his opponent time trouble. He's trying to do something like knight b3, threaten checkmate in one moves. But I feel he missed this move, rook c3, pinning the knight. Now knight b3 unfortunately doesn't work because rook takes c8 and this is a check. That's why king g7 was actually better. So after rook c3, rook c6 was played. I think we have knight d4 on the board. And okay, this position, there's still a lot of play left. I can just simply withdraw. I think white could potentially try for a draw with... No, knight b5 I think runs into knight b3. Rook takes a4. Very complicated position. Awander only has 1 minute left. Check out 25 minutes to try to figure out this endgame maze. But this, if Awander misses a simple tactic, this could potentially turn against him.
Well, I think time trouble is going to be a big factor in these games, and we are getting very close to time trouble, and some players manage their time better than the others. So if we go back to looking at the games that were critical but we haven't looked at, so in Annie Wang's game, so if we look at the clock, Annie has actually 3 minutes, well, almost 4 minutes left for 10 moves, which I think it's still okay. And when we left off, she had that extra pawn. So let's see what developments have happened in that game.
Black's clearly got some counterplay somehow. We left it off around here. The bishop did maneuver back to d4. I really did like the maneuver. And an f5, breaking open the center. That makes a lot of sense.
So she had to do something in the center.
Yeah, that makes sense. e5, taking advantage of the pin. e4 is hanging if I take the pawn on e5. She decides to play bishop b6, which counterattacks the rook on d8. This gives me time to play knight g3. b4, and Annie decided to take on b4, and I think she had a lot of choices. Here, rook takes b4. It has to be met with the move rook b3.
Yes, because queen f2 loses tactically to rook b6.
This loses to rook takes b6, and after queen takes b6, bishop c5 check picks up a queen, and that is exactly what we have on the board, rook b4 and rook b3. There are no tactical problems that I can see for white's position. And with an extra passed pawn on d5, still some conversion problems, but this should be close to winning. The rook really does have to return to c4, I think. Try to create pressure with rook c2 and stuff like this, but I have a feeling that white should somehow be able to consolidate her position and win with the extra passed pawn that she has on d5. Still a long ways ahead. Not pretty to have only 4 minutes in this kind of situations, but she clearly holds the positional advantage.
Yeah, but I mean, rook c2, queen g4. I mean, visually it looks a little bit scary. But
It does.
I do
Yes,
like
I
that
agree.
d5 pawn looks very, very strong right now with the pawn on e5 even so.
Yeah.
Then with the pawn on e7. I actually think we took a look at every single game we went around, so I think it's a good time to take a break. And when we're back, we'll be just in time for time trouble.
Absolutely, we'll be back in the most exciting part of the game.
So don't go anywhere.
I'm Mike Matheny. Whether you play chess for fun or want to boost your child's academic performance, come visit the Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis, right here in the chess capital of the U.S. From a welcoming, diverse environment to a scholastic outreach program, now in over 100 schools, our center, across from the World Chess Hall of Fame in the Central West End, has it all. So whether you've played for years or never before, we invite you to experience all chess has to offer.
Welcome back to round 3 of 2017 US Junior and 2017 US Junior Girls Championship. My name is Tatev Abrahamyan. I'm in the studio with Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez. And when we left off, we still had a lot of games going on, but actually we're coming back to 2 results in the girls section. We had Maggie Fang, when we left off, we thought she would convert her position, and actually in a game of Akshita Gorti versus Akshita Eswaran, we thought it's still complicated, but she did manage to win in a very short amount of time.
Surprising, yes.
Yeah, so we're definitely going to take a look at those games, and we're going to talk to the players to hear their thoughts about the game. So we actually do have Carissa, who lost her game, so we're going to hear her thoughts first, and she's here with us with Christian.
Yes, I'm with the top seed in the girls section, Carissa, the 13-year-old from Boston who has been showing amazing chess this year. She played a great World Open, but right now she's struggling with her form. Carissa, welcome to the show. What happened in this tournament so far?
Not really sure. I just playing bad chess, you know.
In the critical moments, it seems you're playing good chess up to a certain point, and then in the critical moments, something happens. Can you show us, for example, in this particular moment after Rook D to D7, what was your thought process?
I was just thinking, like, after Rook takes C7, Rook takes C7, and I thought White might be slightly better here, because I can't really move my bishop on A8.
Let's say you go something like A5.
I was looking at like knight D5 ideas.
I think there is only one move here, and that is F3 to try to protect this pawn on E4 and then bring the bishop back and trap this knight on B2. Knight D5, I think, okay, you're going to give that bishop, or maybe even play the move such as Rook D8. You're still surviving, right? Yeah. White definitely has the pressure, but you're did you just simply miss Rook takes F7?
Yeah, I just missed Rook takes F7, and after that it was just losing.
After that is game over. So you've been having a rough path up to this moment. What do you plan on doing to correct that?
I'm not really sure. Probably get more sleep, because I've been going to bed at like midnight every day, and then probably gonna have to try to remember my preparation better, little things like that.
Well, I'm sure you will turn this around. Guys, here with the top seed, Carissa, back to you.
I'm sleeping at midnight. How dare she? I can't remember the last time I was able to sleep at midnight.
I mean, if I can fall asleep by midnight, I'm so happy. So we will have Maggie, the winner of the match. But let's take a look at Akshita's game and see how did we get this final position.
Well, I think Ashrita was already kind of messing things up here a little bit. After Rook takes A7, I was definitely convinced that the move was Knight takes E5, simply to restrain your opponent's knight. I didn't want this knight getting into game. I can see the knight on B2 is actually quite passive. I really hated this move, Rook takes E3. I thought it'll just allowed White to put the knight on C4 where it belonged, and suddenly you can start thinking of passing the pawn at some point to play the move Rook F1. Rook H3 I also didn't understand. I think the pawn on H3 was not very valuable. I thought keeping the rook on E2 to attack this pawn on E5 was much more important, but I think she's still already in a little bit of trouble. And after Rook C7, which attacks another pawn and a very powerful Rook on C5, as it also defends the pawn on E5. A little bit of the greedy side, but this looks fine. The horrible blunder Rook B5 was plunked on the board, after which a very simple tactic, which nobody at this level will miss, Rook takes F7.
Yeah, I think at that point she was already given up, or she thought her position is really bad. And you know, whenever you have knights on the board, there are always tricks in the position, so...
And that finishes off the game. Akshita wins a very important game in Ashrita, as well as Joshua Kola started the tournament with 0 out of 3. A very tough start here in the event.
Yeah, indeed, and I think each round is going to keep getting harder and harder psychologically because you are looking for a break at a half a point or a full point, something just to break the bad streak. But we do have the winner of the round with us from the Maggie Fang Carissa game. So we have Maggie with us who's going to talk about her win today.
One of the biggest winners of the round in the top clash in the girls section between the two top seeds, Maggie Fang and Carissa Ip. We have Maggie here with us to explain us your thought process during this important game. Take us to the critical moments, Maggie.
Oh, I think most of the game was pretty balanced, and then I missed the knight takes d3 move when I played knight e3.
I really liked your decision here, actually. I wanted to point it out. After bishop takes d5, you decided not to go for this bishop takes d5, e takes d5, and try to do something in relation to her weaker pawn structure, but in fact you played this very, very critical continuation e4. Did you calculate everything, or did you just play this based on your intuition? You felt that your activity should be better?
I didn't want to trade like all the pieces, so it was like one of the first moves that popped in my mind. Yeah.
And another important moment in the position I was curious about. Did you see all these tactics with knight takes d3, and did you see that you're going to reach this position?
Yeah.
And you felt intuitively that having the rooks on the 7 rank is just going to give you more than enough compensation for the lost pawn, yeah?
I thought I'd get some compensation.
So after take and a5, what was your plan?
I was thinking about knight d5.
Knight d5.
Yeah.
Interesting, because this is what Carissa thought as well. But after rook d8, it seems like she's regaining control over the position. Your knight goes back into the game, potentially a4 to defend this pawn on b6, and the rook gets active. Bishop takes d5 also comes on the horizon. In this position, actually, after rook takes 7, a5, the only move is f3. Did you consider this move?
Not really, because I like blocks my bishop, and I didn't want to waste a move like defending something.
But you're also coming this way and maybe b5, and then you're just trapping the knight on b2. That could be a potential idea, right?
Yeah.
Or if she moves the knight, then you're just simply going to jump with the bishop on c4.
Yeah.
But anyway, very, very good intuitive feel. And after that, were you surprised by her move, bishop c6?
Yeah, because I thought she was just giving me a pawn.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And you took it, and after that you converted very, very accurately. You're now one of the leaders. How do you feel going into the last 6 rounds of the event?
I feel I have a pretty good tournament, and I'm near the top at least.
Well, congratulations and good luck in the rest of your games. Guys, here with one of the leaders of the tournament, one of the top seeds of the tournament, Maggie Fang. She's having a very, very solid event so far. A brilliant win today, and she's definitely going to press that pedal and try to snatch the title. Guys, back to you.
We got a really important update here in the game between Rufeng Li and Andrew Tang. Things are getting crazy with only a couple of moves to make time control for each side. We have the following position in which you can see that white is down a piece, but that king on f8 is clearly not very well placed.
Okay, looks like
and
we
if
have
the
a
game
result.
is over after queen c6, notice that here white is threatening check and checkmate on e8. After queen c6, check on h6, king e7. I don't know if there were any further moves in the position, but I mean the move queen g7 should...
I mean, I can just check and take on d8 and mate, right? I mean,
Oh,
queen g5
check
is
on-
mate.
Check and or queen g5 both are mate. Yeah, both queen g5 and queen h4 are mate, taking on...
Do you want to show how it's checkmate?
Absolutely, queen g5
It's
check.
always nice to show checkmate.
Check on d8, king g7. And, well, here I've already regained material parity, but the queen will come to g6, the king perishes. on the square of h6. So Rui Feng does convert a position that for a very long time.
And scores at one point that he was desperately looking for.
Definitely. We are looking at this position, and I really like this move, knight takes g6, which I think Andrew missed. A brilliant attack here by Rui Feng Li after the move f5, blasting open everything on the position. And despite the extra piece that Black has, he doesn't have enough resources here to defend his position. Knight c7, and bam, another sacrifice. Bishop takes h6.
And we were talking about this b2 bishop, and we didn't know what to do with it. And
just get rid of it.
Yeah, finally we found what to do with it.
This is absolutely a brilliant game. I can't wait for Rui Feng to come here and explain it to us, because, wow, this was just a blasting continuation. I'm not entirely sure how knight f5 helped.
I think he's stopping rook f7. I'm assuming after taking rook f7 would
take on here, rook f7 was brilliant, because queen h7 is made, and takes, queen h7, check
Still
followed
mate.
by rook f1 is still checkmate. So this is actually a losing position. There's no way to repel the attack, and white, even though he's currently down a piece, just as a dominant situation, and this just went into a quick checkmate after queen g5. A very necessary win for Rui Feng in the tournament situation. He comes by in an important situation, winning the game in a brilliant manner. I think this is greatly going to boost his confidence, not only because he won, but the way that he did it. He hadn't been showing good form over the tournament, and now he's won in spectacular fashion.
Right. I mean, I was thinking the same thing. We've been talking about how Rui Feng is not in form, but if you look at today's games and yesterday's and first round games, like different people playing. So today's game is like he's played in his true strength. Actually, we have a really bloody round so far. We only had one draw, and we had 4 decisive results. And we do have another winner with us, actually, the Gorti, who's leading the girls section with 2.5 out of 3, and she's here with us with Christian.
That was an angry conversion by Rui Feng Li, with a not so angry conversion, but quite a smooth one. Akshita, congratulations! Back-to-back wins against a very powerful opponent, Ashrita, who is very high rated. Take us through the key moments of the game.
Yeah, so I decided to play this line. It's kind of like London system, but not exactly. And yeah.
I actually played this as well quite recently, and what my plan was to play e3 and then h4, h5, sacrifice the exchange. But you tried a different plan, quite an interesting one. Queen d2 to keep this diagonal open and prepare the bishop h6. And where did you feel you took control over the game? c5 seems very normal, natural, attacking the center. Were you still in your preparation?
Yeah, I was. So I had e3, knight c6, and then d takes c5, queen a5. Yeah, so I thought bishop b5 is good anyways because it defends the pawn, and like if a6, I think could take and maybe play queen d4 too. So bishop b5 seemed good. Then e5. Yeah, I played knight g2. And yeah, my idea was, I already had planned f4 beforehand, so that I could get control of the d4 square, and since I'm up a pawn, I think it's fine to play e4.
Take advantage of the absence of the bishop.
Squares, yeah.
Very nice f4, weakening the structure in the center. Knight g4, were you surprised by this move?
I actually saw knight g4 and knight e4. I thought knight e4 was better, but yeah.
And it was much better. Knight g4 gives you the advantage. After rook df1, very nice move, rook a d8. And what were your thoughts going into this position? What did you feel about the overall structure, the plans in the position? Take us through your thought process.
Well, I thought I had a good position because, well, black's king is weak and the dark squares are weakened. But I do have a little bit of a weakness on e5 and d3 because they're double, but it's not that easy for black to attack them yet. I just probably have to be a little bit careful on the b file, but other than that, I think I have a good attack. Though I may have misplayed it, I felt.
A little bit.
Definitely.
Maybe in this position, after knight d1, queen c4, you defended quite nicely.
Yeah.
Did you consider this move? Knight to c6?
Yeah, I think I did. Thought I saw something wrong, did I? Wait, could he do rook takes b2, knight takes b2?
Knight takes b2.
And d4?
D4.
Oh, I have queen a5. Yeah, I think I missed that move.
Which is not an easy move to see.
Queen a5,
That's definitely a blow that it's not expected. Just bring the queen, defending the a2 pawn, quite nice. Okay, so you took the practical decision to just eliminate that attacker, knight takes c6, f takes c6, and this knight is still quite out of the game for the moment. Knight f7 is a potential idea, but were you surprised at the end when she just simply gave up the bishop? The knight, sorry.
Yeah, I saw that before, and I thought there was something wrong for a moment, but rook c3, there's rook f4, and move the knight doesn't matter, so I end up being up a piece. So,
and after that, a very, very smooth conversion. You are on a roll. How do you plan on maintaining this this trend, this positive trend?
Well, I just focus one game at a time and just keep trying to play my best and try to take less time.
Well, you're definitely playing brilliant chess up to this point.
Thank you.
One of the leaders, Akshita Gordi. Guys, back to you.
I think the only leader right now, I think. 2.5 points. The great start here for Akshita. She's shown excellent chess. We just have some games live that I want to definitely focus on, especially the game between Akshat Chandra and Caden Trof, the matchup of the day. A lot has happened. We left the game in a position in which we did think that White had a structural advantage. He did end up taking with the king back here. And in time pressure, both players went for some complications that definitely did not favor Black. You can see this rook on d7, taking advantage of the weakened pawn on b7. And now after bishop f6, rook takes b7, this very, very nice idea of rook b3 attacking the bishop. It forces the bishop back, and now knight d4 cuts the communication between the bishop and the knight, which forces the bishop to give itself up for the knight. And here you can see the clear superiority of one piece over the other. The bishop is definitely a better piece than the knight. It controls the entire board. Knight c4, rook b7. And in time pressure, sometimes it's difficult to make the kind of ugly choice between passive defense or active defense. Here you can consider rook g6. Instead, Caden decides to play rook d6 to attack the bishop, force it to make a decision. White takes with check. King f8 is absolutely forced. Rook g4 now defends this guy. But after king f7, White does have some conversion problems. First of all, there's very few pawns on the board. Second, this pawn on a5 is always a target. Tactically, there are some issues with the fact that this knight on e5 is check winning the exchange if I want to somehow defend the pawn on a3. Also, that this rook's quite active. Rook f4, check, king g6, and this is currently the position that we have.
I'm not sure how you defend the pawn, actually. You don't have bishop c3.
You don't have bishop c3, correct, because
of
rook d3. So you need a way to defend the pawn, otherwise this is probably gonna end up in a draw.
Maybe bishop c5.
Yeah, maybe bishop c5, although I still think that you can just play rook d3 check, and against king e4 attack the other one, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure.
One more time,
and I'm pretty sure also rook d5. Rook d3 check. King e4.
I wouldn't suggest rook d5.
No. King e4, rook d2, and you attack both this guy and this guy. You have to play check.
But I want to play king e2.
You wanted to play king e2. I thought you can just play rook here.
No, king e1.
King e1.
King e1, and I'm getting into a little bit of trouble as both pieces are attacked. This is forced. But after king d1, I'm forced into playing resigns. So this is perhaps not the best way of dealing with Black's situation. Bishop c5 is on the board, perhaps listening to what Christian's saying. I have to say that if I am able to tactically defend everything... Wait a second. How does Black defend?
Well, I have knight d2.
You make it sound like it's so obvious, but I mean, after knight d2, you're pretty much losing the endgame. I mean...
No, you're forcing an exchange of... No, then I have rook d5.
I mean, this endgame after king e2, king e3, I'm not sure which one. King e3, I think.
Okay, so rook d5.
Rook d5, and just bishop b6. Looks almost hopeless.
My knight just doesn't
Your
have
knight
a
is pretty terrible. I have an extra pawn. I'm going to be able to eventually corral this pawn somehow. This is very bleak, I would say, for Caden.
Well, it's move 41, so he's going to have a lot of time to think about this. So we'll come back to this game. We do have Rui Feng Li, who won his first game of the tournament today, so we have him with Christian.
the top seed of the event, Rui Feng Li. He's definitely had a rough start, but right now he's starting to pick up the pace. He won a brilliant game today. Rui Feng, welcome to the show. Congratulations for your victory today. How do you feel about your performance so far?
I think it wasn't so good so far, but this game was better. Yeah.
And tell us a little bit about this approach that you're taking every single game to take out your opposition from theory with moves such as B3, very, very uncompromising ideas in the opening. Was this your strategy all along? Is this your strategy in the last couple of years?
Well, actually, I just thought B3 was quite an interesting move. So I'm not sure so much about strategy, but I mean, I have a good score with it, so.
So you've analyzed it. You're a big believer in 1B3.
Well, I think White's not losing, so it seems
absolutely. So take us through the critical moments of the game. One particular move here. You played the move Bishop E2. Did you know this from home or?
No. I was trying to think because I play Nimzo Indian sometimes with Black, but somehow I never get this position exactly. So I wasn't exactly sure whether to take on C6, play C4. I mean, Black's idea is if you take on C6, you basically waste the tempo, because he usually plays Queen C7 and then A6.
I think, according to the database, Bishop takes C6 is the best move, but still Black is scoring quite well. Bishop E2 definitely keeps more pieces on the board and definitely a long-term prospect. What do you think the critical moment was when you felt you were taking control over the game?
I kind of didn't like his Queen C7 move.
At move
10, actually. After knight D2. I mean, at least from a practical point of view, I get in this F4, and then I think D4 was also questionable, and then E4.
And I want to praise this maneuver that you found very, very nice to unbalance the position. Queen E1, Queen E8, and now G3. Very uncompromising, because Bishop takes H4 is probably the best move objectively, but still it feels a bit awkward because you're opening up the G file, then this Bishop on G6 still feels a little bit out of place. Were you surprised by his Knight F6, and did you immediately see this idea with Queen D1 that puts him in danger?
Actually, originally I wanted to play like F5, but it doesn't work. I think he just takes and plays Bishop H5, and then if I take on H5, Knight takes, and if I play G4, he just castles. So that was
nice. And the bishop escapes, then all his problems are basically solved. Knight F6, Knight D5, Knight E3 potentially, and the position is definitely not pleasant. But Queen D1 just grabs the advantage. After that, he's forced to give you the piece in this very, very negative way. Knight takes G6, F takes G6. These two weaknesses.
Knight C4 was kind of odd, though. Yeah.
Knight C4 here.
Yeah, I think I wanted to play after B5, Knight E5, but doesn't quite work because takes, Knight D7, Bishop H5.
Bishop H5 was your idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Knight takes E5, take on G6, and King D7. I missed that one. I thought he had to take on G6.
And this powerhouse on E5, exchanging the rooks on the F file, then Bishop G5, Bishop E3. The position, the problem is the Bishop on B2 is a little bit out of place. Very nice calculation. And you had to play Knight D2, but still, it worked out quite well. Yeah. And in this position, you took the decision to take on G6, which was quite interesting. King takes G6, Queen E4. Did you feel you have full control in this position?
I thought after King G8, take on E6, Knight E3, he maybe had some chances. I wasn't sure. But I didn't have too much time to calculate. I wanted to play Rook F7. I thought I was a bit better because I get the piece back, I think.
How do you?
He takes on F7, takes, and Queen takes C6.
Yes, and this seems slightly better for you because of your better pieces. This knight is still a little bit dangerous, but once you take care of it, the bishop pair should be quite powerful. Well, after that, the conversion was just simply brilliant, and you basically checkmated your opponent. So congratulations, you're back on track. How do you feel, and what are you going to do to prepare for the next games?
Rest, sleep,
Rest.
Yeah. I guess try to don't be bothered by the previous few games and start fresh.
Well,
besides this game,
I'm sure you already started fresh with this demolishing victory. Congratulations and good luck in the rest of your games, guys.
Hopefully they don't force him to sleep past midnight, as poor Carissa Yip said. She has
So
not gotten enough sleep.
So I know who's hanging out.
Yeah.
Carissa Yip and Fang Lee partying every night.
This is how rumors get started. All right, we have a few games left. If I can count properly, I think 3 games?
No, we have
four games. 4 games left. This is the game between Akshat, Chandra, and Caden Trofimov, which we were analyzing just as Fang came into the studio. And Caden has gone for the move Rook D3 check. This is a very precarious position for Black. After King E2, I am pretty sure you have to play Rook C3. And even though I don't see how you win a piece immediately, some magical resources almost for Black. For example,
Bishop D4.
If Bishop D4, the Rook is no longer attacking, so I can just go anywhere. If Bishop B4, then now after check, I have Knight E3 check against King D1, so that doesn't work at all.
King D3?
And on King D3, I'm not entirely sure who's going to take away my Grandmaster title.
Me.
Yeah, this is pretty much
Okay, I
lost.
thought you would go Rook C1 right away.
Rook C1, yes, Rook C1. No need for the check.
Can I...
You're not losing a piece, but I'm not sure about the game. The game seems pretty ugly for Black. I mean, this pawn on A6 seems quite weak. The knight on C4 is definitely not as strong as the bishop. And I am up a pawn. The king's a little bit exposed. It does feel to me like there should be a way for Akshat to...
Can we go back to where exactly how lost the pawn we went over a little bit fast because
because of time trouble.
Yeah.
But here after Rook B7, he had tough choices. He had a tough choice to make, honestly, because this is such a passive move. Such a passive move.
Your knight still looks a little homeless, so to say.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a simple move like Bishop C3 already kind of scares me. It's simply defending the pawn on A5 and allowing me to try to corral this pawn with Rook A7 and attacking this guy.
Right, and the knight never moves. I have Rook B6, maybe.
Yeah, the Rook can't move, the King can't leave the defense of the pawn. It's kind of scary, especially in time trouble, to bind your pieces like this, even if you can't see an immediate win. So that's the reason that in this position, Caden played the move Rook D6, kind of forcing matters, but it does cost him a pawn. At least his pieces are active, they don't have to be tied down to anything. But I do believe in Akshat's chances of converting a position in which the best thing that's happened to Caden is that there's very reduced amount of pawns.
Right.
So perhaps he can escape into some sort of endgame, but it's still kind of ugly, and White has a very, very clear upper hand.
And you do have the right bishop for... because if I somehow exchange the a-pawns, and I cannot somehow start giving away my pieces or exchanging, like I don't have such high hopes.
That's true.
So we have 3 more games besides this.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go around. Did we see Evander's games? Before we left off, it was some kind of a mating net almost for the White King, and it still is.
We haven't seen it in a while. We saw this knight d4, rook c7. Christian was mentioning that he didn't like this move, I think rook d1, so quickly. But I wonder misplayed it, I think, a little bit in the time control, allowing this move knight b3 that binds now his knight on c2. You can see that there are problems here with rook a1 check. If the knight ever moves, well, checkmate. And currently the immediate threat is knight c1 check, forcing the king to the back rank, and then knight e2 check, picking up a rook here on c3. Not only that, but also the idea of rook d2 and simply swiping the knight off the board is on the air. So after some thought, I wonder decided to go for rook c8 check, king g7, rook e3.
Threatening rook e8.
Threatening his own checkmate, which comes faster than Black's by 1 tempo. I can't play rook d2, rook e8, rook takes c2, because even though there is this threat of checkmate, White checkmates faster with this sequence. So after rook e3, Cheka decided to eliminate one of White's powerful rooks.
Black always has the bailout with knight c1 perpetual, so it's not like he's ever in real danger, right?
Not at all. And after rook e1, rook d2, knight e3, we have an endgame that is just flat out unpleasant for White. first of all, a lot of his pawns can be easily attacked. Not
H4 pawn really
H4
stands
pawn,
out.
yeah, it definitely stands out. It's going to take some time for white to recover his pawn in some significant way. For example, if rook h2, knight d5, I can start thinking of the move b5.
On knight c3?
On knight c3, I have rook takes h4.
And then
Sorry,
take on f4.
knight takes b5. And because you didn't win the pawn on b6, I
Right,
have the move rook takes f4, and this should be a winning endgame.
I was actually thinking of just going b5 at first instead of.
I'm sure that you have more
h7.
than I'm sure that you have more than one option. I think b5, it's taking advantage of the fact that I'm completely
knight
bound.
cannot move, yeah.
The knight cannot move. I probably have to try f5, but I'm not sure it works. I think that black has a very serious edge. There's still a lot of work to be done. Even though white's king is almost trapped and there's a lot of weaknesses, he has to be careful. He has to be careful in the conversion, but I think it's black's game.
Yeah, and white has a problem because he can never really activate his rook because rook d1 or wherever the rook is going on the first rank, there's just a checkmate. So somehow Wander found himself in a lot of trouble.
Wander is in dire straits in this position, guys. And as you were analyzing, just simple chess. You're going to improve your position with every single move. And your opponent is simply in Zugzwang. White is in Zugzwang. Let's just put it this way. After a move such as rook d4 attacking the pawn on f4, the best move in the position is rook to h1, which is inhuman. You cannot play such moves as a human being.
Just humor me. Why is f5 so bad? I think everybody would play f5 in an
absolutely. I think it's the most the practical decision to try to do something. But right now, I'm just simply going to take your pawn. Again, you might be able to put my king to h7 and perhaps attack some mating ideas. But the problem is, you can never move with the rook from e1 because rook on the first rank comes. I'm going to improve my position, defend this a4 pawn with b5, and you're simply slowly going to be gasping for air, and there's nothing coming to help. And also this h pawn right now is going to become be very fast. I'm going to put my rook on h2, h4, h3. This looks very bad from a practical point of view. Once again, I think f5 is going to be played on the board if rook d4 arrives, because it just looks humanly as the best moves. But this is not looking good for one of the top prospects of the event, the Wander Liang.
Definitely. I mean, a position in which Czech, I think, has played quite well. I think he's played something, but I can't figure it out. Let me see if my board is updating.
I think he played knight to c5 instead of rook to d4.
Knight c5. Threatening knight d3.
Which is a little bit strange.
Well, I would never have removed the knight from b3, even though I'm sure that this keeps the advantage.
Well, not so much, because now I'm starting to push my pawns. I'm going to go f5. I think his idea is to just give away his rook on b2 and then knight d3, or perhaps knight d3 first. Because if you do rook takes b2 immediately, then my king gets active really quick. And I'm not really sure who's going to be first. Perhaps I can play f6 first, and then king
I'm very
b4.
scared already as being black here in this
I will
position.
defend this guy, and then with the king very active on this side, I think white might actually have chances to win this position. So after knight c5, f5, I would assume knight to d3 is his idea. The problem is, okay, I'm going to go f6. I'm going to push your king into an unpleasant position, let's say king to h7. And now I have this intermediary move, knight to c4. Once again, your king on h7 is not very well placed. If I manage to activate my rook, and this is something that it seems like Czech underestimated, my position is going to be perfectly fine. So let's say rook to c2, I'm simply going to play this move, rook to d1.
Very Oxshot-esque move, as we saw yesterday when he found the defense, when his opponent was attacking the knight and he found the counterattack.
Still, from a practical point of view, I would say white has the difficult defense, but right now, if he finds the forced moves, then he might get out of this one.
I'm not a very big fan of at any point really considering moving my knight from b3. I mean, you'd have to pay me more than a pawn to actually remove such a strong mating net, which was keeping the rook completely at bay. I mean, obviously at this point, black has to use one of his two pieces to start attacking the pawns in order to create a winning chance. But doing it with the knight feels very unnatural. I really wouldn't have even considered the move knight c5. I don't think it's legal.
I think maybe f5 really bothered him, but I mean after knight c5 you never want to take on b2 and go into that endgame because that king is just taking everything.
That's the way you lose games.
So I think he wanted to play knight d3 and like he maybe thought he's forcing rook b1 and like trying to tie down the rook also.
So yeah, he thought he was forcing rook b1, which is not exactly true. f5 was played by a wonder who only has 13 minutes left. Let's remember that he still faces an unpleasant endgame. I'm not sure what to say. I'm not sure what to say about this position. I'm a little disappointed about Czech's knight c5. He's played a great game to get to this position, but he needs to be very careful not to let it go.
So can we go back a little? This is another game we went by a little fast. Like, how did this bind happen with the a4 and everything? Yeah, it was time trouble, went by a little fast, so...
Yeah, I think here he kind of allowed this a4 move, but more importantly, he found himself without a plan at this juncture, and you can see his pieces are actually a little bit stuck.
Right, because it looks like you have good pieces. Rook on 7 rank, but you have no entry squares, and your knight is just such a bad piece right now.
Yeah, and you can see that rook c1, rook d1 might be a threat.
Yeah.
So knight rook e4 was played, but then the rook was able to...
yeah, and this is when Cristian was talking about king g7, I believe.
Yeah, at some point.
Before rook d1.
Before rook d1.
I didn't. I liked keeping the rook on d5 just to have the idea of moving it to f5 and paralyze the knight on f3 to the defense of the pawn on f2. King g7 was just a preventive move.
So after this move, b6, rook bc4, black on the last move of time control was able to establish this strong knight on b3, which is what was giving him the advantage. And after the move f5, it seems some of it has at least dissipated. I'm not surprised as... Well, I would even consider the move knight b3 in this position. So I really, really didn't like knight c5.
Yeah, I really don't like it either. I mean, there's so many moves that make... Like, I thought b5 was a good move. Rook d4, rook h2 is just...
A lot of more natural ways of trying to exploit the position.
Yeah, I really wanted to defend the a4 pawn, so I never have to worry about the knight c3 type of moves, and then all of a sudden everything starts to hang.
The rook on d4 was just controlling the position so well. It controls the knight, restricts the knight. You cannot go to c4. You cannot start attacking my pawns. And the fourth rank is so filled with targets, f4, h4. The rook on d2 is simply not doing anything. Okay, it's on the second rank. We know that rooks are good on the second rank. But right now, you don't have any targets on the second rank. All of them are on the fourth rank. I think he underestimated how powerful moves such as after rook d4, rook f1, defending the pawn on f4, moves such as b5, just simply improving the position and actually putting your opponent in Zugzwang. In a Zugzwang position. I think he underestimated the power of that, and that's why he tried for something a bit more forceful with knight c5, knight d3, attacking the b2 and the f4 square. But unfortunately, this f5 is coming very, very quickly. The counterplay is there, and Wonder seems to have escaped a very, very dangerous situation.
Well, still a lot of things can happen in this position. Certainly, Wonder doesn't have a lot of time. Even in the position that we do have on the board after knight c5, f5, it's still...
It's still black to move?
No, f5 was played very quickly.
Right. After f5.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah. Black is to move. A tough position here still for a Wonder. He is under time pressure, but I think he breathes a little sigh of relief seeing this move knight c5 plunked on the board.
So let's go back one more time to Chandra's game before we go look at the girls section. I just want to see if we have any updates since we spent some time looking at that game. And
I will spare you.
No updates.
I will spare you the... No, Akshat is there. Well, there you go. King.
Right on time.
Right on time. King e2 was played on the position. Rook c3 is absolutely forced, so I'm sure that will be played immediately. I'm assuming this move is completely forced.
Well, rook d2 is an option as well. But
I thought rook d2 was losing something.
Rook d2 lost
rook d2, king e1, rook c2, king d1, rook c3.
Well, it's almost the same position.
You're still not losing the piece, I think.
Really? Bishop d4. Oh, bishop d4, I can move the rook anywhere because the knight's not on.
What about bishop b4?
Bishop b4, knight e3.
And then knight d4.
Or knight b2. Knight b2. But then the knight on b2 looks a little bit dangerous.
I think this knight is moving like more and more to the left until it falls off the board.
I still think rook c3 in this position is the most natural by a fair margin.
Right, I think so. You don't want to.
Yeah, you don't want to put the knight on b2.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, let's move on to the girls' game. So we have 2 games going. So far we had all decisive girls in the decisive results in the girls section. So we had wins by Gorti and Maggie Fang and by Rachel, who played that very nice theoretical line. So let's look at Annie's game. So when we left off, well, she won that pawn early on. When her opponent felt like she had to give up the pawn after this knight maneuvering, and then we're wondering how her conversion is going to be.
Well, she's managed to trade off queens, which must be some kind of success. Let's see where we left off the position. I'm not a huge fan of this move, unless it has some tactical idea.
Of rook c4?
Yeah, I thought the other rook coming to c4 made more sense.
You want to play rook c2?
Since you want to play rook c2, yeah.
I think she didn't want to give up the b file. She was probably afraid of just bishop moving back and then...
Perhaps, yeah, the bishop moving back, hitting on b7. Yeah, okay, I can understand that. Rook c4, bishop f2, bishop comes to d6. White starts trading some pieces. The knight on g3 clearly very misplaced. So the knight retreats. It has to find a nicer pasture. I am baffled at why somebody on time pressure wouldn't want to exchange the queens here as white. I think I would just snap them off very, very quickly. Yeah, conversion is pretty strange, but...
losing the pawn, maybe? Let's say if he takes and a takes.
Am I losing a pawn? Is that the reason?
Are you losing though?
Am I losing this guy?
So if you play knight g3, I have h4, knight d2, I have rook b2, which
rook
looks...
b2 looks... yeah,
nice.
Okay, that must be the reason. That's why you can't exchange queens. Queen f3 then, king g7.
It looks like black is playing well, hanging on.
Fortunately, the counterplay is not forever, and the biggest problem is going to be the bishop on b7 can't create any real threats. Even though all your other pieces can, I mean, the bishop on b7 can't really join the fray.
So the question is where to put this f1 knight.
I don't know, we'll figure out. Eventually it went back to g3.
Okay, but I don't like my knight on g3. Okay, it's defending the pawn, but could I just not do that and leave my queen on f3 and let you take on f3?
And I would actually like to point a critical moment exactly where you guys stopped after queen to f7. She did play the move queen to f7, immediately snatching off the queens off the board. But I want to point out to a very, very nice idea that the computer finds. By the way, the computer found it. I have absolutely no play in it. But the idea behind it is quite interesting. You want to be looking at the weak pieces in your opponent's position. And that is the bishop on b7. And you also want to look at the strong pieces in your opponent's position. And the bishop on d6 is a very powerful defender. It's defending the bishop, the pawn on e6, and it's also blocking the pawn on d5. Very, very important piece. So in this position, the computer finds this move. This bishop from h4, which is not doing much. I'm going to put it all the way to d8. And now I'm threatening to play the move bishop to c7, exchange those bishops, free this pawn to go all the way to d8 at the right moment, and leave my opponent with a very, very bad piece on b7. Of course, this is very unnatural, it's a little bit counterintuitive, but always whenever you're trying to search for a new plan, try to think about what pieces do you want to exchange, what pieces do you want to get off the board. Instead of that, she played the move queen f7, rook f1, king g7, bishop to f6, king to g8. Once again, this bishop on f6, it's attacking this pawn on e5, but once again, the bishop on d6 controlling very well every entry square on the c file, controlling any attack on the e5 pawn, and okay, this knight is still restricted. If I manage to activate this bishop, maybe a5, bishop a6, bishop c4, then my bishop pair is probably going to become quite potent. That's why bishop d8 in that particular position was a critical move.
Well, I mean, there are two things I want to say. First, I don't like taking on f7 because I'd rather have you take on f3 and take with the pawn, so my knight can be free. Also, can we go back to when she played knight g3? Could I put my knight on e3 instead? I really hate the knight on g3. Can I go knight e3, knight c4? Is something hanging? Am I missing something?
No, not that I can see. Knight e3
I mean, I don't care if I lose a pawn if I put my knight on c4. I feel like my pawn's going to queen if I can kick the bishop out.
Knight e3 looks perfectly reasonable to me.
You've moved your knight from g3, right?
Yes, I agree. You did move the knight from g3.
So this, I mean,
no, knight e3 looks by far the best move. I mean, you're going to play knight c4.
Knight c4, knight a5, and I think once my knight is there and bothering your
knight e3 is completely winning.
Yeah, I mean...
Okay, knight e3 was obviously
I mean, rook f1 is a threat, and even knight d2 I think is good.
Yeah. Even queen f6 in that position. Knight g3 was definitely a very, very bad decision.
I
in
like
general,
queen f6.
I mean, you hate just the putting your knight on such a bad position, restricted by the structure. You want your knight to go towards the powerful squares, not necessarily to put it on g3 while it's so restricted by black structure. Also, queen f6, I think it was just completely winning on the spot. And now bringing the knight into the attack. Knight f3, knight g5. Checkmate is coming on the board. There's no way you can exchange the queens right now. So my queen on f6 in combination with the bishop on h4 and the knight on d2, simply game over. But also, just knight e3, simple move, knight to c4 coming next, game would have been over. Instead of that, knight g3 happened on the board. And we might see a big surprise. We remember Talia, she was getting winning positions, and then she wasn't able to convert them. Maybe she got a lost position, and maybe she will convert this one. Who knows? There's still plenty of play in the position, and anything can happen with the two bishops on the board.
Yeah, the two bishops also I really don't like. The activity of white's piece, specifically the knight on g3, is very lame.
The bishop on f6, I mean, it looks like it's doing something, but it's not.
Yeah, the bishop on f6 is not doing very much. She has played the move a4. And the idea, of course, is to that pawn on a3 will be anchoring the rook on b2. I'm going to be able to attack a very weakened pawn on the queen side. By no means would I say that black's better, but
I don't know who's playing for a win anymore.
Yeah, I'm not even sure who's playing for a win. I mean,
that knight g3.
It's starting to feel very dangerous.
Yeah.
a3, rook b2, bishop h6, bishop c4. You can never take my rook on b2. So.
Yeah, this position looks bad.
This doesn't look very good for white anymore. She definitely spoiled it.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely a winning position. You were mentioning the mating attack with queen f6 and knight d2 was very strong, but I really liked her idea. Knight d3, very simple chess, improve your piece. And it seemed like she was headed that way because she put the knight on f1.
Well, what I like about queen f6 is because in the game queen f7 was played, but if you play queen f6 check, you're forcing the king on h7, and then there's just a disconnect between pieces. Even if you don't find knight f3, knight g5, you just play, even if you play knight g3 in that position, I think it's good. Then you have rook f7 coming and queen f7.
Yeah, something very wrong has happened.
And it's strange because it's move 40, so you think on move 40 she would check.
Ah, yeah, the move 40 here. It wasn't move 40 that she played knight
so
g3.
you want to
just play a check.
Yeah, play a check and then you think about it.
It might be mate. Yeah, I agree with you. This was a strange decision of knight g3.
Yeah, and then I think queen f7 was just a bad move also.
Well, I think
just let her take you. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Just let her take it. I mean, bishop d8 is not an easy move to find, but I mean, here I might go back knight f1. I mean, I really don't care if you take my e2 pawn if I get my knight on c4, because I think once I start pushing, I have some problems.
The knight on g3 is just such a poor piece. Well, let's go to the other game we haven't seen in a while. Agata's game against Emily Nguyen?
Yeah.
And we left this a long time ago, so let's just play catch up. Knight c6, we left it off at this position after queen a5.
a4, right.
And now black's trying to put some pressure here over the b3 pawn. Things are going smoothly for both sides. f4, now this bishop is under attack because this knight that's supporting it is being hit. Bishop e1, and the game becomes quite tense. Bishop takes a7, there goes a pawn, but king on g1 is a little bit weak. Queen b7, I am not so sure about. And that looks a little artificial. Queen d7 definitely looks artificial. And unless black has a very specific threat in this position.
Just looks like a pawn so far.
It looks like a pawn.
And two bishops.
And I would never consider bishop d5 to be legal. Giving up this bishop needs to be done for a very specific purpose.
I think she thinks she's winning a pawn.
With queen g2?
Yeah.
Yeah, but even then, I mean, the king is already so weakened. You don't really want to take with the rook, because queen b1, I'm attacking this king is pretty ugly.
Yeah, and you cannot take with the queen because h3 hangs. So.
Yeah, you can't take with the queen because h3 hangs.
I mean, we've seen this so many times, right? Like just playing this forcing instead of king, like play king h2, or was there anything hanging? I don't think.
No, there was not even a threat actually.
Like king h2.
There's not even a threat
everything,
in this position.
or
yeah, king h2.
And then you might want to play h4, bishop h3, and if you want to get fancy, or maybe start pushing your a pawn.
No, this was a little silly. Rook d1, rook king to e4, bishop. Okay, d4 looks nice. I feel like white's losing the threat of the game. The bishops were traded, and
yeah, that's not a pawn you want to lose.
This is not, well, h3 is not a pawn you want to lose, but even if you don't lose it, I mean, in this kind of endgames that are heavy piece endgames, usually it's the only important factor of the position is activity, especially the safety of the king.
Rook e2 maybe when instead of taking the pawn.
I was actually thinking of d4.
Oh.
d4 I thought looked like a very powerful move to me. Just ignore the pawn on h3. I don't really care about it. I'm threatening to just push my pawn further down the board.
Because I can never take it.
You can never take it. I mean, I always have this rook e1, rook e2 idea winning the queen, right? This d4 move looks really powerful to me.
I have to go rook d2, I believe.
But I don't know if it helps you because I can just play d3. And not to mention, I'm also threatening your d3 pawn.
Can we try rook e2? Maybe that does something.
Right now?
No. Instead of d4 too.
I didn't like it so much because now I'm tied down to.
Then I thought swing the rook somewhere.
No, rook e2 is actually the winning move.
Oh, is it a winning move?
Rook
e2,
what
can I say?
Queen f3, and now we're going to pacifize the queen even more. Rook to e3, queen to f2, and now d4.
Ah, so you combine the ideas, the combination of us.
Oh,
actually,
queen h3,
and now queen h3 is a threat, queen b3 is a threat. So they just improve the rook, and again the idea that you cannot take on d4 ever because of rook e1, rook e2. Yeah, no, this turned south very quickly for Emily. But I want to point out that in this kind of endgames, with queen and rook, something that really comes with experience, material is really completely irrelevant. When you have queen and rook against queen and rook, material doesn't matter at all. It's all about the king's safety. And the reason I didn't like taking on h3 is that despite the fact that this pawn seems like an important pawn because it's around the king, the queen becomes discoordinated with the rook for at least temporarily, which allows white some breathing room to perhaps set up some kind of defense. I didn't like queen takes h3 actually. After rook takes d5, h5, rook e5, you can see like now you're bothering your opponent, right? The rook on e5 is forcing the rook into a non-open file. The queen on h3 is badly placed. I think Agata missed a brilliant chance here to win the game with d4, rook e2, rook e3, and d4, rook b4, and we have a mess on the position where white obviously has an extra pawn. But I don't think she can really realistically think about winning. Her king's just extremely weak, and she still has to be very worried about something like simply rook d4, queen d5, trying to dominate the position, forcing the rook and the queen into some sort of passive situation. She has managed to coordinate a little better than she used to be, and the rook hasn't been able to penetrate on the second rank, which is great for her, but the pawns are not really going anywhere anytime soon. I would still rather be black, although objectively I think this is close to equal with a good play.
Well, I think rook d4 I can almost force a draw with rook d1, rook d2, no? I don't think you have anything better than to block with the rook.
Yeah, I mean, I
don't know if you want to get adventurous or not.
Well, black's not in any danger. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't think black is in any danger just because the king on g1 is so weak.
Yeah, and then h4 move can come
h4 is always something I have to be worried about. I'd rather be black.
Yeah, definitely.
I'd rather be black in this position, even though white is up a pawn currently. She's played the move king h2, which makes a lot of sense. The king hides on the second rank. Probably have to put a rook on e2, probably on a2 after I give up my b3 pawn, but still a lot of pressure on this king. It's not easy to defend it for the rest of the game. The rook and the queen are excellent attacking pieces and terrible defensive pieces, which is why sometimes material is very relevant. This is a very key example of what I was talking about. White's up a pawn, but it's actually black that's playing for a win.
Right, but I mean, we've seen a lot of turnarounds, and I think this is another game that can go either way because
absolutely.
I mean, if black starts getting impatient and goes after this b3 pawn and exchanges rooks, and all of a sudden this a pawn starts running, and I mean, the king is still exposed, so I don't think black.
Well, it's pretty clear that any piece trade here is already disastrous for black. I mean, it turns around the game from being a position where black's trying to win to a complete loss. So she has to be very careful that there are no piece trades on the position.
So let's go back, before our break, let's go back one more time to Akshat's game, who's up a pawn, and let's see if he has been able to do anything with that pawn.
The knight is currently on f5. We did have a few moves. He played rook d2, which I think it was very unnatural. And the knight was kicked back all the way back to f5. And after the move rook c4, it seems like white's finally been able to push back a little bit here. Rook c6 is definitely a threat. Pawn on a6 makes a very bad impression. Oof.
So I guess you have to move your king to make knight d4. Well, I mean, I can just play g4 though.
I don't know. This looks like a very difficult endgame. It's not lost yet by any means. I mean, you can play king f7, and it's still not so clear because as soon as you play g4, you're gonna be worried about h3 hanging. So you perhaps.
So maybe I shouldn't rush with g4.
Yeah, but then what do you do? I mean, it's still a lot of technique to win this position.
I can just check you and push you back.
Perhaps just check on this.
Yeah, I mean, if you go all the way back, then I can call it progress.
It still requires a lot of patience. This is going to be a long game as Akshat tries to find the correct technique to convert this position. But let's remember that he only has 5 minutes left, so he's already in some kind of time trouble.
I like this position a lot. If I push it all the way to the... I mean, if king f7 is forced, which I don't know if it is.
Well, he also has knight e7. I'm not sure that it's completely forced, but...
knight e7, and if rook c7, king f6.
We'll have to see. I mean, I still think there's a lot of technique that needs to be required to win such a position. It's not trivial by any means.
Right, but I think if I'm able to somehow push it back to 8 rank and I was rook on 7, that's going to be big progress. And even with so little material on the board, we see like how much more powerful the bishop is, and still. If I push it back on g8, your king is going to be in trouble. So with so few material on the board, king safety and the power of the bishop versus a knight is so significant. So I think we went around, we looked at every single game, and we have reached time control, which means the players are going to be taking some time to take a deep think and see what they did during time trouble, what damage they've caused. So we're going to take a little bit of a break, and when we'll come back, we'll continue looking at the remaining games.
Mr. Matheny, what's your favorite part about this sport?
I think the strategy.
How much do you hate to lose?
I don't like it at all.
What about being second guessed?
I don't like that either.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't have moved that rook. Checkmate. Sorry.
Whether you've played chess for years or never before, come experience all the sport has to offer at the world-renowned Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis.
Welcome back to the round 3 of the 2017 US Juniors and US Junior Gold Championship. My name is Tatev Abrahamyan. I'm in the studio with Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez. If you're just joining us, we only have a few games left as we already had several results. It's already the past 4th hour of play. So the players are in second time trouble, especially the time travel addicts like Akshay Chandra. So I think the games will be over soon. And when we left off, we were looking at the game between Wang and Talia Cervantes, and we weren't sure what was going to happen. Actually, as we're coming back, we do have a result, and the game ended in a draw, which we thought should have been a win for Wang, but...
Yeah, at some point, for sure, there was more than one victory there.
But she managed to spoil her position and then went for a repetition, I think, in a position that we thought Black was playing for a win.
Yeah.
And we're going to interview both of the players, so we do have Talia with us. She's with Cristian, and she's going to share her thoughts.
Absolutely, with Talia Cervantes, who actually survived today in a very, very difficult position. Talia, how do you feel about this game?
I truly had no idea what to do after the opening, so...
When did the opening finish for you?
After Rook D8, Queen D7 probably. Queen D7.
D5, Knight A5, which is still a good move, but after Bishop D3, did you consider anything else instead of C4? Were you reluctant to play C4 and give away this D4 square?
I thought that if I didn't play C4, then White would play C4.
Absolutely. But maybe you could try something like B5.
Yeah.
Because once you played C4, you gave away the D4 square, and she actually didn't play the most precise moves. After Bishop C2, B5, perhaps Knight D4 would have been quite unpleasant because now E6 doesn't work anymore. Knight B7 doesn't work anymore because of the move Knight to C6.
I was actually calculating Knight D4, and I wasn't exactly sure how to refute it.
Right.
Because if Knight B7, then Knight C6 and Knight A5 maybe.
No, I mean if you have to put your rook on E8, then it already feels very unnatural. Yeah?
Right.
But take us a little bit through the game, and where did you feel, for example, in this position, it seemed like you're gaining some counterplay on the light squares, your rook on the C8. I really like the way you play the next couple of moves. F3, F takes, E5. I like this move, Bishop B6, Rook D C8. And despite the fact that, okay, your pawn down, the pawn on D5 is restricting all your pieces, you are still going for the attack. It seems like you were looking for the initiative, for the counterplay. And B4, good move.
We're both getting into time pressure, so I was trying to look for complications. Yeah.
Absolutely. And towards the end, she definitely spoiled it in with this move, Knight to G3. Did you realize that?
I didn't. I truly wasn't thinking about... I knew I had a worse position, but I wasn't thinking about, oh my god, I'm going to lose. So, no, I didn't realize that.
Take us to through the end of the game, because we actually didn't catch it all the way till the end. So after Bishop G5, King G7, and she decided to repeat the moves. Right. Why did you play King G7 and not, let's say, A3?
Rook F6.
Rook F6, and then if you play a move such as Bishop C5, then simply just Rook takes G6, and this seems very... because the knight enters the game. Right. So good decision. It seems like you're having very unbalanced positions. Sometimes you're winning, sometimes you're losing, but then at the end it becomes a draw.
Right.
You still feel tired?
I'm feeling better. Yeah.
You're feeling better?
It's better since it's one round per day, so there's a lot of time to rest. Yeah.
So you're definitely looking to improve your standing, but so far you're playing very solid chess. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And good luck in the next rounds.
Thank you.
Guys?
Well, it's tough being in this kind of tournament, especially when you travel from another country where you just played a tournament. But I think she's adjusting. She had a tough position today, and as opposed to the previous rounds where she was the one pressing, she was the one defending, and she managed to do it successfully. You can say a little bit of karma perhaps there on her position. We still have a few games left in the tournament.
Let's look at Agata's game, because I was also in imbalanced position. Let's see if I see the pawns have made progress.
Yeah, I wasn't
somehow.
very happy about this queen takes h3. We did see that Agata had missed a complete win. But okay, she rerouted the rooks, the major pieces to the d file. Currently, these pawns might be a little bit of an issue. I think she'd play the move queen d6. She played the move queen d6.
Yeah, I think she's worried about the pawns moving.
I would be worried too. But for now, the pawns are stuck, and it's not so easy again to coordinate the rook and the queen to do much of anything because
the pawn is hanging actually.
Yeah, the pawn is currently hanging. I cannot defend with rook b3 because always rook d2 is a problem. I cannot move the queen to b2 to threaten some cheeky rook h8 mate because this is check. And again, as always, the problem with the king. So here immediately, Emily, who's also doesn't have a lot of time, plays the move rook e4, defending this pawn over here and allowing herself rook e2 resource if she needs to. I would say that still a double-edged position where white's king is very, very weak. But even though there are some ways in which I can imagine this ending in a draw. Sorry, I've been told it was actually rook e5 that was played.
Rook e5?
Rook e5.
So if we exchange, you're basically saying my pawn's going to queen.
Yeah, basically. She's trying to do something along these lines where the pawn is actually quite powerful.
Right, but I mean, black can just always make a draw, so
I'm not sure about that. I mean, you
can
make
I go
it
rook d2 and then back?
Rook
I mean, I
d2, rook here, but as soon as you go back, now I can actually put the rook on b2.
Oh, right, because now the second rank
Now the second rank is covered. Not a trivial endgame by any means. I still have a lot of things happen, especially with both players down on the clock.
Right. So we will see what happens in this game, but first let's hear from Annie Wang, who did not manage to win her game, which we thought she would have won. So she's here in the studio with Christian.
One of the victors from yesterday, and today she had a lot of good chances to win and have 2 games in a row with a victory. But instead of that, she failed with her conversion and had to settle for a draw. Annie, what do you think about today's game?
I thought I was a lot better, like especially like after the opening I thought I had like a pretty good position, but then like after the time control, after we hit the time control, I thought the end game, I just like wasn't quite sure what to do then, because like all my pieces were kind of stuck. And
in this position right before the time control, she played the move bishop b7. Did you consider just throwing a check?
Yeah, I did. I'm not sure why I didn't. I was like going to go for queen f6 check and then just like think after the time control.
Exactly.
But then I'm not sure why. I just like decided not to do that.
And then after king h7, perhaps you can consider a different route for this knight, because the knight on g3 definitely quite restricted, right? You would like to have it jump to c4 or perhaps even g5. Knight d2 would have just finished the game after knight f3, knight to g5, and the king just gets checkmated. But after knight g3, you kind of gave up in this position. Did you consider this move, bishop d8?
I considered bishop d8 after taking the queen, but not before taking the queen.
Right, but you kind of want her to take your queen, because then you're going to improve your structure, and this knight will be free to roam around, and perhaps knight f1, knight e3, knight c4 could come.
Yeah.
So after that, you just decided to settle for a draw.
Yeah, I was kind of nervous about my a2 pawn. I didn't have a lot of time left, so I was just like, I'm going to go for a draw now, so it's like better than losing. So.
Absolutely. Definitely a fairly disappointing result. What will you do to try to bounce back in the next game and get back on your winning ways?
Just try to correct like the mistakes I made in this game. I try not to focus on like the draw too much. Just try to do my best tomorrow.
Absolutely. Very, very healthy attitude. Good luck in the rest of your games. Guys?
Well, still some action in some of the games. We really do have to look at a Wanderers game, I feel.
Yeah, I saw the final position, and it looks scary for
both sides.
Whatever. I wouldn't want to play in this position in any side.
So we're not going to focus too much on how we got here. We're going to start analyzing just straight away. As we have both players with not a lot of time. This is currently the position on the board after king d5. A knight endgame in which both knights are completely stuck defending the rook pawns that are threatening to queen, both rook pawns already on the 3rd rank. it might be a case in which neither side can really make any progress. I mean, there is no way to gain a tempo, obviously, because there are knights on the board, and if I play king c5, I can always play king c7. Sorry, I can always play king c5, and it's actually true for both sides. I might be wrong about this, but I think this smells like a draw to me. I don't see how to make progress for either side. Going to capture the pawn could be possible, and it is the best way for an attempt for either side to win. Problem is, you have to be a little bit careful that black doesn't actually just all do the same thing to your pawns and ends up up one of them. So I don't quite see currently a way for neither Awonder nor Cheka to win the game, but that doesn't mean it's a draw. I'm just saying that I can't find it.
Yeah, after all this game is going to end in a draw. And it's important, if you play king e4, that king doesn't run to take the a pawn, because that pawn is relevant. You need to go after the other pawn.
Yeah, the pawn would be too far away.
Right.
I mean, if this king can capture on h3 or just even control h3, the knight will go to e5 and capture the all-important f7 pawn. So this is a sharp ending, which I still think is pretty close to a draw. Nicholas has played knight c6, threatening the move knight b4 check. I don't know how this arrow occurred. Immediately, king e4 was played by Awonder. And after the move, I'm very surprised about the move.
Oh, this happened.
King c7. Yeah, he played it very quickly, which I'm a little curious about. Okay, let's see. Well, because remember that down to the pawn on a6 is controlled.
I think he wants
can
to play
actually move the knight. Right?
Right, so he wants to play 96, 98, 96 very quickly.
Something along those lines. Like, for example, if I play king f3,
you just go 98.
I would check. I would always win with go with the
check.
check.
I can just go king h4 now.
Here, well, but what's your next move?
Oh, I don't have 94.
You don't have a next move, right? I mean, you're pretty much in Zugzwang. I'm going to be able to take on g5. But even those endgames where you take on g5 are very close to a draw.
Yeah, because my knight is so close, I can
You can always sacrifice it for the remaining pawns. I still think it's a draw, but we're going to have to see.
The time situation is 3
Awonder
minutes.
has 3 minutes after the move king f3, knight d4 check, which is what we were predicting. I do think this is going to end in a draw.
So this happened, 94?
Yeah, everything that we've talked about has happened.
I'm sure Awonder is very happy about the turn of events, because when we left off, well, not left off, but when we were looking at the position with rooks on the board, it seemed so bad for him. But that knight c5 move that just kind of gave let go of the control of the position.
Absolutely.
And I wonder who's playing for a win here, actually.
Everybody.
I believe that. I think they're both playing for a win.
Yeah, but
and they're both going to be upset after the game.
I would assume so, because I mean I did like Awonder's position from the opening. So I mean I'm still not sure it's a draw, but there is somebody that does know, and that is the Grandmaster from Romania, Cristian Chirila.
Well, guys, this is an easy draw. This is forced draw. No, of course, everything you guys were mentioning is very accurate. King to g3, knight to e6. Now I can just simply take this pawn. I will give you the pawn back, and I'm going to try to infiltrate with the king. Knight e6 would be played. I can play this move, shift your king to this side, king to knight to h6, king, knight to d8, king to f4, take, go, and this is just simply a draw. So yeah.
All right, so this game is very likely to end in a draw.
And then our shot game we have, that was he was up a pawn, but
well, now he's up 2, at least very temporarily, as he only has 38 seconds to play the remaining
game. But I mean, his pawn looks
there's a powerful pawn now.
To say the least.
We left it off around here. I was not thrilled about Black's decisions, and after g4, we eventually got down to this position in which he wins a pawn, kind of, but the Black has a lot of activity. Currently, the threat is obviously rook h1 check, followed by knight f3 winning a piece, as the only way to cover from the back rank is bishop e1, knight f3 would recover a piece. Rook a8 eliminates this threat, because at the end I will have a rook e8 check that defends the e1 square. And this is currently the position that we have on the board, in which obviously the pawn on the a file is very, very, very dangerous. We have the move rook takes h4. There's not a lot of time here for Caden to think.
There's a lot of time for Caden to think. It's not a lot of time for Akshat to think.
Sorry, for Akshat to think, yes.
But a6, I mean, what do you do? How do you stop this pawn?
I was thinking about simply moving knight to...
and then if I attack it?
If you take what?
Attack it.
With rook b8?
Yeah.
Then I will think about it. Well, knight c6 actually maybe it makes a little more
Okay,
sense.
then I
So I
attack it
can
again.
defend it with king d5.
But then, oh, because
I'm gonna defend the.
okay, what if I go? Oh, you wanna play rook? bishop?
Well, I might have to resort to playing rook bishop against rook. I mean, I might, as white, try to be a little bit more ambitious and play g5 to keep the pawn alive, but that allows the rook to swing over.
Yeah,
so I'm not entirely sure that works. If I play a7, then I'm threatening rook e8 check, but that gives me just about enough time to enter this endgame.
Yeah, but I mean, now I think white is happy to be, even if no time. I mean, you can make up time, right?
You can make up time. I mean, he's obviously not going to lose, but yeah, and I think we're going to go
I think
into...
this is happening.
Yeah,
So
this is
96
happening.
fine.
It's every commentator's dream come true. We're going to have the rook bishop against rook endgame, something that I've already had the pleasure of commentating once in the game between Fabiano Caruana and Peter Swidler.
When he failed to
When he failed to convert a winning situation, actually, in move like 40-something.
So we have, let's see how many. So everything was taken, so we have 50 moves to go.
Yeah. Oh, actually also commentated in the game between Nazi Paikidze and Anna Satonsky.
Oh, I remember that game. That was on move 49.
Yeah.
On move 50, actually, she got checkmated.
She got checkmated on the move 50, like the very last move.
Because chess is cruel like that.
Chess is cruel, and now we have a 50-move counter, so you guys can start it up. The game will be drawn on move 108 if it's reached, as there are no more possible pawn pushes or exchanges. Any exchange here will immediately lead to a draw. So this is the position. Akshat will be trying for the remaining 50 moves to put pressure on his opponent and try to checkmate him. The position is a theoretically known draw. Rook and bishop are not enough to overpower the rook, but it is a tricky draw if you don't know it by heart. And you know the normal defensive setups, which not every grandmaster knows, honestly. It's not a very common endgame, and it's sometimes people think it's a waste of time to study them. I mean, this happens very, very rarely. My entire chess career, I've had this endgame once.
I never had this endgame, actually.
I'm not
For
surprised.
either
There's a ton of people that have never, ever had this
Because
endgame.
my game's ended in the middle game, so I never even reached this part of the game.
But we will be following this game for another couple hours as
couple of days. So we're happy for the 50-move rule, otherwise I'd just be here forever.
Correct.
Well, actually, Akshat missed a huge opportunity before entering this endgame. Yes, in this position after rook takes h4, he could have just pinned this knight and try to get a rook's endgame with the pawn on a6. This would have been a technical win. Now, for example, if you take on g4, try to take the last pawn. I'm simply going to play maybe rook d8.
Yeah, rook d8 just wins.
And then I'm just threatening to play rook takes d4, rook takes d4, bishop takes d4, and whenever you go bishop takes d4, king takes d4, I'm just going to go a6.
Sorry to correct you, Christian, but you don't take with the rook, you take with the bishop.
With the bishop because you don't want to exchange...
you don't want to exchange rooks.
Yes, that would be a draw because the king goes to b8 and is the wrong square. Absolutely. Bishop takes d4 is a huge threat, and then this is just game over. So after bishop c3, I think you have to play a move such as king e4, but now I can just simply give you a check. You're going to go here. I'm going to take this this knight. King takes d4, and then I'm going to go maybe a6. Rook h1, rook to e1, and put my pawn on a7, put the rook on e8, and then I'm just on e7, sorry, and then I'm just simply going to transfer my king on the king side. I'm going to grab your pawn on h7, and this is just going to be an easy technical win, especially because of the fact that this king is very much restricted by my pieces, by my rook especially, and it's going to have to take a while until he reaches the other side of the board. Big miss for Akshat, but this is what happens when you leave your last moves for in the last few seconds of the game.
Yeah, we do find a result that we were expecting. Yes, between Eswaran Liang and Nicholas Cheka, they've played pretty much as we expected. Here after knight d4 check, king g3, knight e6 takes. We pretty much have this position. And there's very many ways of making a draw.
Just give up, yeah.
Just give up the knight for the last pawn, and obviously you don't have enough material to mate. I'm fighting draw here. I think I wonder can be a little bit happier than
definitely
than
a lot
Nicholas.
happier than Nicholas. I don't think Nicholas should be happy with this draw at all.
Perhaps. So that leaves us with 2 games.
One in each section.
One in each section. Agata's still struggling, I think, now against Emily let's see what's going on.
Wait, how did that pawn disappear?
I don't know how any of these pawns disappeared, but at some point here after, okay, rook d1,
The rook e2.
queen c5, you don't want to trade pieces. We know that spells doom for black's position. Queen e7, and now I have this threat over this pawn.
Okay.
Queen d5 already, threatening checkmate as well.
So
Queen e4, queen b3, and now f5. Suddenly, white was able to somehow coordinate. And now there are threats against both kings, which changes the character of the position. Now, a little bit against the wall here for Agata. And I think she's been forced into passive position after rook a2, and now after b5. This looks losing.
Winning, right?
This looks well. Depends on your point of view, but yeah, this looks winning for the white pieces. I mean, you do have two strong passed pawns, and with the rook being so passive on a7, this looks hopeless to me.
No?
b6 is well.
Okay, you can play queen d6.
No, this position is hopeless.
Yeah.
This position is hopeless. I mean, the king on h7 is just about as exposed as his counterpart, and the two passed pawns should be a simple conversion here from now on. Agata, with less than 30 seconds per move, has played the move rook c7, and if I'm not mistaken, you can take this rook.
Then maybe I have h4.
Some h4 tricks.
No, but then your queen's on the diagonal.
I don't think that matters. h4.
So we're gonna make up a draw.
And this somehow becomes a.
No, this cannot be.
This cannot be what? This cannot be a draw?
No.
Probably not.
King
King h1 here. King here. Nah, it's not even that many checks actually before the pieces coordinate. But it's not the only way of winning. I think that from a practical point of view, I wouldn't even do this. I would just probably move the queen away somewhere.
I mean, but if you calculate queen c7 win, then why?
Why don't do it? All right, we'll see what Emily decides to do. Should be winning, no matter what she chooses.
So, I mean, especially with little time on the clock, I think this game will be over very shortly. But we do have Nicholas Cheka with us, who drew that endgame. So we want to hear if he's happy, unhappy, if he thought he missed something, or whatever he has to say.
With one of the most solid players in the competition, Nicholas Cheka, after 3 very, very fighting draws. Nicholas, you must be a little bit disappointed because you had a wanderer on the ropes today.
Yeah, I felt like just before time control, his pieces got very passive and his king got in some danger with the king on a2.
Take us through the critical moment.
So it was around maybe here. Yeah, around here, even though the engine might not give that, it's hard to play because he's always got to worry about mating. Plus, this pawn on h4 can become very weak in a lot of lines. I think his time situation didn't help him either, and he misplayed, and I was unable to properly capitalize, I guess.
And you built a very, very nice advantage all the way until this moment. Rook d8, I really like the way you exchanged one pair of rooks. Rook to e1, force the rook on the first rank to cover up against the checkmate threats. Rook d2, knight e3, and in this position, did you consider any other move but knight c5?
I actually did. I looked at a lot at rook d4 and rook h2. Rook d4, ultimately, I didn't like f5 because I felt like once the pawn gets to f6, a lot of lines, well, he's got 2 threats, either putting the pawn on f6 or one putting the knight on f6.
The practical solution.
Which
F5.
I didn't. I felt my king was surprisingly unsafe. Obviously, it's not apparently, but
the problem is that he cannot move this rook.
The rook, yeah.
That's the problem. If he would be able to put it on e7 or something like that, then your king would definitely be.
But he's got to worry about a1. Yeah.
That's the biggest problem, and this would have yielded a very, very nice advantage for you. But after knight c5, I feel like he played quite accurately to draw the game into the quite nicely. And yes, in this position, everything just petered out into a draw. But very solid performance in the first 3 rounds. What is your strategy going on in the last 6 rounds?
Obviously, I would have preferred to have a win in there, but 3 draws is certainly not a bad result. But I could obviously be doing better.
Absolutely. Good luck in the rest of your games.
Thanks,
Nicholas. Back to you guys.
Well, we're still following the 2 games that are going on, one with a more obvious result than the other, as Agata is holding on to dear life against Emily Nguyen. And we are going to see specifically this line that we were thinking about.
Oh, is it?
So we are looking at this. I do have to agree that it's hard to believe that this can possibly be a perpetual with the queen controlling the long diagonal. Eventually the rook's going to find some way to blockade the checks. Let's see, Queen H3 check, for example.
King G1.
Let me turn this off. Queen H3 check. I'm assuming you just play King G1. Queen G3. I was thinking King F1.
Yeah.
Start running towards the queen side.
And then use my pawn as a shield.
Use
so
my
get
pawn.
another queen.
Yeah.
Then give up my rook for the other pawn, get another queen,
I mean,
and then
this should be lost. I mean, there's a lot of checks to calculate, but they should run out.
Yeah, so I think this game...
It should be winning for
Right.
white. I mean, it's hard to believe that the queen
I
alone...
think it's just going to be a matter of time. And
Yeah, there's some...
Okay, she went to Queen E1.
Queen E1?
Right, yeah, that's what I see.
Queen E1 absolutely forces the move King G2. Because King H doesn't actually help me. And we'll get pretty much the same position. Queen G3 check, King to F1. I don't think the move H3 does very much here for black. So I expect Queen G3 back. And indeed, that is what we are seeing. King
F1.
obviously can only go to F1, otherwise I repeat moves. No
Maybe
sense
you
in
want to
doing
gain
that.
some time on the clock.
Nah. King F1 in this position, I expect, and that's exactly what we have. Agata is going to try to start perpetuating somehow, but I don't think that it's possible.
I think Emily actually played quite nicely in this endgame. She found a lot of good resources.
Yeah.
She got out of that bind that she was in, and I don't know if Agata ever knew that she had a winning opportunity, or she ever knew that she was playing for something more than a draw in this game.
I think she just mishandled the position, and it's that intuition that you get, as I said earlier, with experience, right? That when you have this kind of endgames, material is really irrelevant, and taking on H3 didn't sound right to me. The pawn on H2 was just not valuable, and at no point did the pawn in H3 actually provide a shield for the opponent king, so I would have preferred to just push my asset, which was the pawn on D4 forward. Perhaps I hadn't found the ideal way to do it, but D4 already sounded to me like the way to do so. Queen D3 check, we're going to have a bunch of more checks, but eventually they will run out.
Yeah, I mean, King F2, I was thinking, was going up.
King F2, start maneuvering on the second rank.
And like, I think Queen H3 is a psychological decision in a way, because you're down 2 pawns, so you want to get a pawn back, so at least you're thinking, okay, at least I'm down a pawn.
Right.
But of course, that pawn is irrelevant because your opponent has connected fast pawns.
Yeah,
so
it
even if
doesn't
you're
matter.
going any kind of rook ending, I mean, it doesn't matter. Even if I give you one more pawn, I mean, my pawns are far more advanced, so it's not going to make a difference.
Yeah.
Do we have this? Oh, we're so good at predicting things today.
Yeah, because she has played the move King F2, as I can see on the board. Agata really only has one check. I cannot imagine that the move Queen F5 can be any good, allowing the queen to return.
No.
So
Queen D4.
Queen D4 is pretty much the only way to continue giving checks, and she has to keep giving checks, or White's just going to coordinate her pieces. The only thing that's keeping her alive is the fact that the queen and the rook are on the edge, and they don't obviously defend the king. But as soon as they coordinate, the game is just completely over.
Yeah. So what do I have to do? King F3 or King E2?
Well,
King E2? Oh, you don't have Queen E4. Oh, you have Queen C4. So I think eventually my king has to start to run to the other side of the board and run to E7.
Yeah, at some point. I'm not entirely sure how you're going to do that, though. I mean, I probably have to run through this way, through the E file. And just, yeah, you're probably going to eventually try to go
Queen
to
my king.
You're going to queen your king with the idea that any check on B7 will cover with a counter check.
Right.
So eventually try to get some kind of position like that. I don't know, it's going to be a while. This should be a win, but it's a million variations that you have to calculate.
I mean, it's hard for, I don't know who is it. I mean, for black, she only has one move, so it's on white to figure out how to escape from these checks.
Which shouldn't be the biggest issue either.
Right, and in this other historic game,
yeah, and the other
we're
game
so thrilled about.
Then we have a rook and a bishop against a rook. It is currently move 71.
It's been 13 moves.
It's been 13 moves. We're counting down 37 more that Kaden has to survive. Currently, there's not much to say in the position. The king hasn't been forced back to the second rank yet, which is about as much progress as you should be able to make if you play it correctly.
So what do you think is going to happen?
Man, I hate predicting these things. I have no idea.
Just predict. Pick something.
I think Kaden will hold it.
What about you, Christian?
Yeah, I definitely think Kaden is going to hold. I think he knows the mechanism, the 7th rank mechanism. I think that's the best way to defend those type of positions.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know if I I don't know what I would do with inner color because I don't know the winning or the drawing techniques in this position. Actually, my coach Josh Friedel, he's an expert in the Sun games, and
I've seen him play this endgame actually.
yeah, he knows them. He knows how to play them really well. Actually, he told me once he had a game where his opponent misplayed it, and then he managed to like get a winning position, but it took him more than 50 moves, so it was a draw.
That was the game he was playing next to me.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
It
it
was
was
US
on
Masters, I think.
I think it was the Chicago Open actually.
Maybe.
It was the Chicago Open, and he was playing a player from Serbia. I think he was playing Ivanisevic.
Yes, yes, that's the game I'm talking about.
I mean, this endgame, it's lost a lot because it's practically difficult to play. Sometimes you forget the precise moves, and for white, I mean, or the side that has the bishop, it's just very easy. You keep threatening things, and eventually black has to still be at the task of defending and defending and defending. All the pressure is on black to keep finding the correct moves. So it wears you down. I mean, you've played already a lot of hours of chess. You've played a lot of a very difficult long game, and now you have to defend another, hour or so against the ropes the entire time.
Right. So let's see if we have any progress in. Oh, so they're playing my moves, Emily.
Yeah, Emily and God are playing your moves on this one.
So let's see if this game will be over in the next few minutes or not. Queen e6.
Queen e6 looks like a relatively inaccurate.
So king d4,
check,
right?
king d4, of course. I mean, the problem is now that a lot of checks are nonsense. If the queen is allowed to return to d5, the game is just over. The queen controls too many squares, and there will obviously not be a perpetual. So she has to go for queen f6.
But then I think king c5.
And then
you're running out.
You're
At least to my eye, you are.
We're really starting to run out of checks. So you have to play queen c3.
Yeah, but once I get to 7th rank, you can never check me from 7th because I have queen b7. So once my king is on a7, I think it's just game over.
And I think the game will be over faster than that because she did play the move queen d6, after which I think just retreating queen d3 kills
D5.
queen d5. Sorry, kills the check. So you have check on b4 maybe.
Yeah, but now I'm gonna just hide around my pieces. So yeah,
c4,
so some moves are happening.
Yeah, and I think I'm gonna be able to hide. Queen d5 was played. I like queen c4, and I hide on like b3 or a4 or somewhere like that.
Yeah, but not that I'm near my major pieces. This game
is just over. Yeah, I mean, at no point did we actually ever consider this being a perpetual. It should be lost.
Yeah, I think God is going to be very disappointed.
Extremely. I mean, she played a nice game. Horrible opening, I think. Then she brought it back.
Well, I don't think her opening. I think her opening was only bad for that one moment, and after knight c2, I thought she just started playing really well.
That's true. I think she outplayed her opponent. She had a couple of mistakes. At some point, craziness.
Like losing that a7 pawn, I thought was not good. Giving up the light square bishop.
She's going to be disappointed for sure in this result. I think she had great chances even to win. I think she really, really misunderstood the queen and rook endgame, as I said, and I think that's where the full point slipped away from her.
Right, and I think once she looks at it with a computer and realizes that she had to win, I don't know if she senses that she missed something or she just thought she played taking on h2 is the correct decision.
Yeah.
But I think if either way it's going to make her upset, and she's one of the oldest competitors, so I think she doesn't have she's 17. She should be turning 18.
She should be turning 18.
So
it's kind of hard to believe one of the oldest competitors.
She doesn't have that many years left to play in this tournament, so with each passing year it's like the last opportunity. So
yeah. And
she had 1 point coming into this round, so...
Well, this is her second loss in a row. She started with a win.
And then she lost yesterday, and then this is going to be her other loss. So 1 out of 3 is not going to be...
Not very impressive here.
Not a good result.
Queen...
I think she's out. She played king. Yeah, she's out of checks.
Yeah, she played... Oh, there's some other kings on c2. Let me see how this happened. She played...
Queen b1, king d2.
Okay, here we have
Queen b4, king c2.
King C2. So now she's out.
And now she's out, right?
And now she's the one who's going to get
completely
mated,
lost. I mean... Yeah, I mean, the rook and the queen are going to attack the opponent's king and either force a queen trade, which is completely lost, or deliver checkmate. I mean, they are very powerful together. yeah, this game's over.
Let's be honest, guys. Even the game she won, it was a very, very shaky affair against Talia Cervantes. She was completely losing, and I mean, she's simply not in her element. It seems this tournament. She's struggling. She's playing slow chess. Even when she got a very, very nice position out of the opening yesterday or 2 days ago against Apurva, she completely butchered her advantage and allowed Apurva back into the game and actually to win that game. Time trouble is a huge factor, and she's falling into time trouble situations every single game. Very, very detrimental to her result.
No, I gotta agree with what Cristian was said. It's not been her best showing. I have seen her play fantastic games. I've seen her at the World Youth with excellent performances. She hasn't caught her stride here yet. I mean, I know that she's a very busy girl. She's not dedicated fully to chess, but she hasn't found her form here in St. Louis.
Right, and her game yesterday, I think that was her best game. She was better at the opening, and she was like outplaying, and then somehow she started like outplaying herself when she played in that night, right?
Yeah,
she played at 95 and then just gave everything away.
Yeah.
And I don't think she's getting the positions, like she's being, I don't want to say out-prepared, but I don't think her preparation is working as well as she would like, because I do think she's very reliant on preparation. At least from what I felt, yes. I think it's very important for her to get her kind of position. And we saw in round 1, she got out-prepared, and she got the losing position, and I wouldn't say stumble into a win when her opponent didn't find a win.
No, but she did show some resilience. I really liked at least how she was able to come back in that game. I mean, I do think that it's not like her opponent just completely blundered a rook or something. I mean, she set up a defense.
That's true.
She waited for her opponent to make a mistake, and it came. And she took full advantage of it when it did. So I thought that she had a good showing, a lot of fortitude in that game, but I have to agree that the showing that she had yesterday on the second half of her game and the second half of this game leaves something to be desired.
So we also have 13 moves here, so we have 37 more moves until move 50, the 50 move rule kicks in.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
But yeah, I think we're going to have a resignation in time soon. So actually in the girls section we have a clear leader.
We don't.
Akshita Gorti.
What about Emily?
Emily, yes. But okay, that's true. So we'll still have a tie.
Yeah.
With
so
2.5.
2.5 points. It will be Akshita Gorti and Emily Nguyen. Tied for first in the girls section
with 2.5.
With 2.5 points, and well, the defending champion. She had a terrible U.S. championship this year, but she's coming back with a vengeance. She's starting with 2.5 out of 3 here in the U.S. Junior. She wants to be back in the championship. She wants to prove that she can show so much more than she did this year, and we'll see if she can get that spot for herself. I know Akshita, even though she will probably qualify to the championship by rating, even if she doesn't get this this spot from the junior, wants to not rely on that up and down rating spot.
Right, and in the junior championship, actually Akshat, Chandra, and Kaden Shroff, they're playing for the leadership position. As Akshat is chasing Kaden by half a point, so that game is going to be important.
It's crucial
for the first place.
It's still not over. It's a completely crucial game in which it's up to Kaden to prove his endgame technique, to say, hey, I'm the leader and I'm going to win this tournament because I can defend this known endgame. And if he doesn't, well, Akshat's going to say, thank you very much. I'm going to leapfrog you and punish you for that mistake. Honestly, Akshat is the only one that he can blame himself for not winning this game, as Cristian was showing this really pretty win with bishop c3 controlling the opponent's pieces. I mean, something he would easily find given his better time management, but something that's been haunting him for many years.
Right, yeah, I mean, this is like a chronic disease almost, like you have this time trouble issue and you just don't know how to fix it. So how many moves has it been?
I don't know, Cristian.
80 moves. We have 28 left. 28 I think at 108 we can sign the score sheets if nothing happens until that moment. But yes, 28 more moves. And I think he played the move rook to b7, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so.
I'm not really sure he knows the 7th rank defense, which in general you have to put the king on d7 or the king on d7, the rook on f7, and whenever white is checking you on the 7th rank, you're simply going to go back to e8. We'll see if he's trying to construct that type of defense, or he's just going to choose a different type. But okay, I'm going to play a move such as rook e1, which was actually played on the board. And okay, we'll see if he knows his classics.
Like Hansen versus Kirill.
That is the classic of the classics. We see there, Akshad, he doesn't have to think too much. He just has to try to put pressure. The most difficult defenses occur when the king is forced to the back rank, and there's a couple that will be a draw anyway. The most famous of them is the Cochrane defense, which might be what Caden is trying to set up, which is to keep the rook on the opposite side of the king, pinning the bishop. So I'm going to try to show that as soon as I can find these guys' games. There you go. So the Cochrane defense is based on the following. The king is going to eventually be forced, let's say, to the back rank. And the rook is going to keep pinning this bishop, which eventually forces the bishop to be unpinned by either moving the king forward or the king backwards. And the opponent king, or your defensive king, goes to the opposite direction. So if the king goes to d6, the king goes to h4, the king goes to d6, the king goes to h6. Sorry, the king goes to d4, the king goes to h6. So this is one of the many known ideas.
What is it called again?
The Cochrane. One of the famous classic masters of endgame studies back in the 1800s. And after king d4, it is a known situation. It doesn't actually have to get into that, because there's no reason for him to be forced into the last rank so quickly. So he wants to waste as much time as possible before actually having to activate this defense, which only works by a couple of tempi. So he wants to be careful not to allow that. For now, he's doing a relatively good job. The king is now stuck on the second rank. It's not been forced to the first rank just yet. And as long as the king is not on the last rank, he doesn't have a lot to worry about.
Right, and he wants to make as many moves as possible to get to that 50 moves. So when he gets into that tough position when he has to play that theoretical, he has to show his theoretical knowledge, he already has so few moves left that maybe it won't even matter. So even if he's in a losing position, it may not even matter because it's 50 moves.
Correct. So now we have this check on e7. Logically, I would probably put my king, if I can manage to put it on g4, I would put it there. Yeah, and he has played king g4, taking advantage of the rook here on always available to have e2, pushing back the king. So king e3, I would definitely not play the move rook b3 check, because after king e4, not that I've spoiled anything or anything like that, you know, I have to start worrying about rook g1 checks, pushing the king back to the last rank. Notice that the bishop controls the bishop, the rook on b4. I would probably just pass in this position.
Caden is playing so fast too.
Well, I don't blame him. I mean, he's putting pressure on his opponent, right? He's put the rook on b6, if I can see that correctly. Yes, rook on b6, which threatens, again, a rook move to remove this king from the e-file, allow more breathing room for the opponent. I think rook g1 was played.
Well, this forces
rook g1 and king f5.
This
no,
rook g5.
No, I cannot play king. I cannot play this.
Oh, then check and check.
Check here and
tricky,
check. Tricky. So I think
this
rook
forces the king on the last rank.
This forces the king to the last rank. So rook b6 was definitely an inaccuracy.
Maybe playing a little too fast.
Maybe playing a little bit too fast. I agree. But it doesn't spoil anything. The king should go to h5, as far away as possible from the opponent king.
What move did we say? 105?
108, I
108.
108. So he still has
22 moves.
And correct, it goes
king h5, king f4. I mean, this is not going to be trivial. There's still okay. We're at move
87.
87. 21 moves. That's a lot of moves. That's a lot of moves with the king on the last rank.
Yeah, I don't like how he's played so quickly.
Unless he knows this by heart, maybe it's been.
I doubt that.
You have been studying this for the past 5 years.
Nobody knows this by heart. I can guarantee you that. You have to like put the rook on the third rank. It's a very strange defense, very unnatural, and this is not going to be a cakewalk. And White has the easy moves.
I was looking at this endgame with Fabiano Caruana, and we looked at it for like 30 minutes, and then we set up back the position to see if we could remember. It's like we don't remember anything, because the position doesn't make any logical sense. Sometimes you just have to remember specific moves, and then that's just the correct move. And it's hard to explain it from the way that we understand chess.
Right.
Of course, he'd remember that better than I do because he's actually good at chess.
Now he's thinking. Do we have resignation in the other game, or it's still going?
That's a great question.
We do.
We do finally have a resignation. I'm assuming a resignation. Yes, the queens are traded, and
where's the rook? Well, how did the rook get there?
And the arbiter there, Mike Kummer, putting the kings in the center, symbolizing the resignation from Agata Bikovtsev. Cannot be happy about the result of the game. She played well up to a certain point, but she lost the thread. So I'm going to just put this game on auto update.
So we have two leaders in the girls section.
Emily Nguyen and
Akshita
Gorti.
And I want to see. And we have Maggie Fang with 2 points, Annie Wang with 2 points, and Rachel with 2 points, actually.
Quite a few people there at the top, and quite a few people also that should be disappointed with the event so far. Specifically, I want to say Carissa with 0.5 point and Ashritha with 0. Cannot be happy at all with the tournaments. I think a very poor start for both players. As we still have a crucial game going on, we'll surely have the interviews between, or at least Emily, I think we'll have.
Yes, definitely want to hear from Emily.
Definitely want to hear from Emily. I mean, Agata, I'm sure, is already exhausted and upset with herself as it is. So we have this endgame in which Kaden has managed to not play accurately at all. He already has his king.
Doesn't know what to do with the rook.
And he knows it.
Yeah, and he's messing this up because he's allowed the king to go into the back rank way too quickly. He should have given himself a lot more moves in which he only had to defend with the king on the back rank for a little while, or with precise play you don't let the king to the back rank at all. Actually, it's difficult to do, but it is possible.
If I remember correctly, in the invitationals in St. Louis, the spring or summer invitation, I think David Howell also had a game like this, where he...
Did he have a rook and bishop against
I believe so.
Rook? He might have. I don't think so, actually. No, what you're thinking is... what you're thinking is a 49 move rule against Rui Feng Li.
Yes.
But there were still other pieces on the board.
But what was the position? Oh, when he somehow trapped one of his bishops or one piece. And
something,
on move 49 or move 50, on his turn, he captured his pawn piece, and then this whole thing started all over. Okay, that's what I'm remembering.
Okay. Yeah. Place your bets.
Or bets. I think Upshot's going to win.
My faith on Kaden is diminishing move by move. I mean, this allowing the king to h5 so quickly is not good. That being said, obviously the position is still a theoretical draw. The thing is, the more moves we play,
I say a win.
I say win too.
Win.
So let's take actual bets.
I'm not taking any actual bets. Way too tired for this. I'm sure there's some kind of law against it anyway. So,
is there?
Who knows?
But he's playing so fast. This is
how
very
much time?
unexpected.
He has 1 minute on his clock?
Well, actually, it has 1 minute exactly.
I think that's the most time he had this whole game.
And Kaden with 5 minutes and 16 seconds still needs to be very careful not to spoil things. He's very close to doing so. I mean, for example, the move Rook G5 almost wins, but...
How?
Well, there's always very dangerous to allow something like Rook G5, King H4, Bishop E7, and you have to make sure you don't get skewered somehow. It still doesn't quite win, so he's, I wouldn't say lucky, but he still has that ability of defense.
But I think to win this, you have to know like winning positions, right? So if you have no idea, I don't think it's so easy to stumble into them because they're like mechanisms.
No, sometimes you do stumble up, and there are certain specific wins.
Yeah, when you have to waste the move
need
and
to know. Yeah, when
right.
You do need to know them, but. Trust me, you do stumble on wins pretty often. I mean, because it is so hard for the defense to actually force the offense to find the win because sometimes even the defense that forces it is hard to find itself.
Right, and we do have Emily with us, who is the last one to finish in the girls section, who won her game. Very important game. Now she joins actually the Gorti with 2.5 out of points. 2 girls are leading the championship. So we definitely want to hear her thoughts, and she's here with us with Christian.
With one of the leaders in the girls section, Emily Nguyen. Emily, very nice game. What did you think about it? Take us through the critical moments.
I think I got lucky like several times.
In which particular moment you're talking about? Maybe towards the end?
I think taking on D5 was bad because my king is like weaker. And then after...
Why did you take on D5? What was your thought process leading to this decision?
I thought I should get rid of her knight so that it's the same color bishops and I would have more chances to win. but then I underestimated how weak my king was.
And in this position, I think after queen e6, rook d3, you girls exchanged the bishop and...
yeah, she could have played d4 here.
I think d4 is not the most precise. It still puts you on the defensive. You do have some moves such as f5, but these are very unnatural moves nonetheless. But instead of queen takes h3, maybe she should have just simply invaded on the second rank, and now after queen f3, force your queen back to f2, and now play the move d4, d3, and the position seems to be crumbling.
Yeah, after I made time control, I realized how bad my position was.
Were you relieved when you saw her taking on h3 and allowing you to get back into the game, get this very dangerous pawn off the board? Rook takes d5, h5, rook e5, and where was the critical moment? Where did you feel that you took complete control over the game?
I think once I started pushing my queenside pawns, it was harder for her to play.
Which was...
Actually, no. After f5, I was pretty sure I was winning.
After f5?
Yeah.
Opening up the king, and yeah, coupled with these two pawns rolling down the board, this would have been a very, very difficult defense for her. And you're also defending against h4 with the queen on e4, centralized queen. Well, after that, it was all smooth, very nice conversion. You're one of the leaders now. What do you do to maintain this form?
I guess just play normally and not think about standings or anything.
Well, good luck in the rest of your games. Guys?
Well, definitely an important victory here for Emily. I do agree, perhaps a little bit of luck, but that technique that she showed at the end, especially with the move f5, I think, just sealed the deal. It was a nice way to clinch the game, and she finds herself in a comfortable position in the tournament. The two leaders are definitely going strong at it. I've been impressed with both of them, not only because they have 2.5 points, but also because I felt that compared to the rest of the field, they have gotten into relatively small amount of trouble.
Yeah, I'm particularly impressed by Akshita's games because I feel like she's been in control in every game. So yesterday we're saying that Carissa outsmarted herself and she went for the attack, but I think after f5 she was just in trouble. So I think she just in trouble. Didn't calculate this properly, or she didn't see f5 or whatever. But fact of the matter is that Akshita saw it and she played it, and she calculated perfectly when she needed to, and otherwise, strategically, we thought she was playing really fine.
Yeah, I thought it was a very...
a great French game.
Which French game isn't great?
That's true.
Okay, so, yeah, very impressed there on that side. And in the junior section, I have been impressed by Caden's preparations. Today was not his day. He did fall for some kind of Najdorf prep in which he was against the ropes, I think, from the very beginning. Akshat has been pushing, but when you play a grandmaster, it's hard to crack him. And now we have this position in which the result is still unclear. Akshat is still pressing, but theoretically the game is still a draw, but a hard one to prove.
Right, but theoretically and practically two different animals, so to say. And we are 5.5 hours into this round. And actually we're done with the girls section, so this is the very last game we have going. And so we do have the standings for the girls section. So let's take a look and see exactly where we stand as the round is over. So as we talked about, Akshita, Gorti, and Emily Nguyen, very strong performances. Tied for first place with 2.5 points. And, third place with 2 points. So Maggie Fang, who played... managed to score the important victory against Carissa Yip, whose play we just could not understand today. Rachel Ulrich with a very strong preparation today. That crazy Lion, crazy game, what we couldn't figure out. Well, with the help of the computer we could, but very scary position to play.
And the important thing is her opponent didn't figure it out. That's what matters the most.
Yes, that's what matters, because with the computer we can figure anything out. But Annie Wing, who did not manage to convert the point, so she falls half a point behind. So Purva Virka, the only player with 1.5 points, who fell victim to Rachel, as we mentioned. So Agata Bikovtsev and Talia Cervantes at 1 point. Carissa Yip, 9 plays with half a point, and Ashrita Eswaran is still suffering with 0 points. And I remember 2016, last year, 2016, US Women's Championship. I think Ashrita also started the tournament very poorly. I think she lost 3 or 4 games, and then she came back to spoil my tournament and my victory. So
Wow. No bitterness there?
No, not at all. I'm just stating facts.
Of course.
So, I mean, it's still, we cannot just say her tournament is over. She's,
no. There's plenty of tournament left. 6 rounds. I mean, 2/3 of the event still left to go. There are 14 moves left in this game between Caden Trove and Akshat Chandra. Here, there is the immediate checkmate threat with Rook H2. So I am assuming that
King's gonna move somewhere.
The king has to move, but I don't imagine that it can move to H5.
Yeah, H5. I said Rook G5, Rook F5 is problematic.
Yeah, Rook here. I mean, I don't remember my endgames, but this.
Then King H7.
King H7. I was thinking King F7, and you're kind of running in trouble.
So Rook H5?
We're usually putting the Rook on a defensive square, such as this one spells disaster, but I'm not sure if he has enough time to win. This is kind of the things that you have to start counting the amount of moves, and I have no idea how to do that.
On your fingers.
Thank you. All right, so here, finally, Caden is taking a think between pretty much king here and king here. I don't think that you want to put the rook on such a passive square like h1, which is the only other alternative. It's very easy to zugzwang the rook here.
So we have 23 moves, 24 moves? I keep forgetting what
14 moves left.
Oh.
That's it. 14 moves left.
14 moves left. Oh,
That's
okay.
it. He's close to the finish line, but not quite there yet. 14 moves left. No point has actually been winning this endgame.
No.
I still think this is a draw, but I don't know. Christian with the engine might be able to tell me. But I still think this should be a draw.
It's definitely a draw. It's still a draw.
But he has to be careful, right? There are moves that lose now.
Right.
Rook h1 lose.
Okay, Rook h1 I was...
So now this is danger territory.
Rook h1 loses in, with perfect play, 17 moves. So that wouldn't be enough.
No, but it depends, because sometimes remember that...
you're giving away the rook.
Giving away the rook resets the counter, right?
Yeah.
So if you win in 17 moves, but before the move 14, one of them is a capture of the rook, the counter is reset and the win is available.
No, but the rook, I doubt he's ever going to put his rook on such
that.
a passive position. That's not practical play by any means. Both King h5 and King h7, and I think King h7 was actually played on the board, which is, according to the computer, the best moves in the best move in the position. Not sure how you're going to make any progress. Let's say Rook h2. I'm going to jump with the king on
been played already.
Which has happened.
Yes. And how do you lose a move? It would be great if you would be able to lose a move as white, because then the move would the rook would have to move away. King f8 doesn't work because of Rook h8. The rook would have to move away, and at least you're going to be able to unleash the power of your bishop. But unfortunately, right now you have to make a move. If you play the move King g6, I'm simply going to go maybe King to f8.
And he runs away.
Bishop c5, King e8, and then we have to start the same thing all over again.
Yeah. And that's just going to be immediate draw. I mean,
you can't make.
Oh, he did play King g6.
But you cannot reset the clock anymore. Like, this is just...
I'm surprised about this move Rook d1.
Wow.
I would assume maybe instead of King h7, Rook h2, King g8, King g6.
You can.
Maybe I'm thinking he was afraid of something like Bishop h4, and now if King e8, Rook d2.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
I think this is the only trap.
But
in the
obviously King e8 is not forced. Yeah.
No.
I mean, check, right?
The good move is to go back to g8. So this is definitely not trivial. Definitely not an easy decision to make, to allow this Bishop h4, unleash the bishop, and then put the king in the opposition.
If you play Rook d1, what does the Silicon Beast think of it?
Let's see. So
but this is already dangerous territory when you have to find only moves, right?
Well, the Rook King g8 is not forced.
Still in a drawish territory, but
well, he is threatening this strong move Rook d6,
so
Bishop c5,
and we only have 12 moves left. So he played Bishop c5. Okay.
Now he has to be a little bit careful.
Oh, by the way, Rook d6,
Ooh,
which was played on the board.
Clever.
Nice.
Oh, this forces a draw.
That's already a draw, right?
This
I'm
is
winning
a draw.
the bishop. I'm winning the bishop next move.
This is a draw.
Nice move.
So maybe he had to
56.
play Bishop h4 then.
No, but it's okay. It should be a draw anyway.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So we were wrong. So you were right.
Nice defense. Nice defense by Caden.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what he's thinking is a draw.
Yeah, I mean, he's just shaking his head. Oh my God, is he gonna flag? That would be very.
Well, he's shaking his head, but to be fair, it's not like he had a win once he entered the rook and bishop endgame at no point.
And he's still playing.
Well,
okay.
Here's a draw. So a draw between Akshat Chandra and Caden Trov. Caden, keeps his lead on the event, as I don't believe anybody catches him with 2.5 out of 3. I might be wrong about that.
So I think he knows he missed something somewhere. Definitely.
Yeah, but it was not in the rook and bishop endgame. I think that he might think that he did, but he didn't. I think that's what they're going to go back
so
to.
let's see. They're setting something up, so I'm curious how far back they're going to go.
They're going to analyze, and somebody needs to tell them to come downstairs.
Stop wasting time.
Yeah, because at the moment, we can pretty easily show them they didn't actually miss anything. And he is so close to the draw, only 12 moves away, that it doesn't really matter at this point. But he did miss a win way back before the bishop-rook endgame started with this hasty move, a6, instead of the move bishop c3.
Which is a very tempting move because your pawn is just so close.
Well, I mean, bishop c3 is pretty much the first move I think of. But the thing is, when you have 30 seconds on your clock, as Akshat has for every game all game, it's difficult to make this kind of decisions. And here I'm threatening the move rook d8, which takes advantage of the power of this pawn on a5. And this, I think, would have been a very trivial win. I really like the idea that Cristian was showing us of putting the rook, of trading this bishop for the knight.
Well, you have to be a little bit careful not to lose immediately on the spot. Like
right.
King e4 is the only move.
King e4, and you're mentioning check, king wherever.
King d3, and then
takes,
I take.
Takes, a6. And again, you have to be very careful. You probably have to stop my pawn immediately.
You do. No, if you take on g4, I go a7.
Right, yeah, so you have to go rook h2 or something, right?
Check rook e1.
Check rook e1, rook h2.
Rook h1, rook e1, rook h2 probably, a7.
And I like this a7 here, and this move, which I really loved. I really love this move. Cutting the king off completely. h6 is pretty much forced, but I can just start. I think I would even run this way, right?
Not sure. I think maybe king c1 is quite accurate.
Because you cannot run that way. That's where you're going.
Can run anyway.
So king d5, king b1.
I think the only idea
the problem is... Oh, sorry.
Let's keep it on c3. Let's keep the king on c3 as black. Try to restrict, shoulder the white king so that he cannot advance on the b file.
So I'm going to have to rely
rook a6.
On some sort of zugzwang, huh? King rook c7.
King b3.
And then king, I go away.
Now I cut you all the way on the c file, and now I'm just going to transfer on the other side.
But now you can try to go rook a2 again.
Rook a2. I feel there's some sort of zugzwang here, though. Like.
Okay, so I'm going to move my king all the way to the f file.
All the way?
Yeah.
Man, it's a long way. King e1. Here. I'm assuming the pawn game is easily lost. I am correct. So king b6, I'm actually not worried.
And now I'm going to go to take your pawn. Rook h7.
Which forces king c5.
No, king c5 is probably forced.
No, it doesn't, because... Well, the pawn endgame is... The rook endgame is completely lost after. If I exchange h...
Is it?
Of course, so cut off.
Yeah.
Well, the king is on f1. I'm not really sure if you have time to actually put your rook.
Well, you don't have a move, right?
I mean, I can. Yeah, I don't want to wait. I don't want to wait.
But I mean, the king. Without moving the king forward, you don't have. You don't have a waiting move.
No.
Oh, so you want to take on h6 and play rook e6?
Right. For example, if rook a3 or whatever.
No, with rook a3, I'm going to play king f2. We don't want to do that. But I'm asking after king c5, you want to take on h6 and play rook e6?
I think that's the only way to make progress.
Take and take.
Okay, but we got the same.
And rook e6.
Is this winning? Rook e6, rook g7?
No, it's not winning because the pawn is too far advanced. I can attack it. Rook g7. And the king comes in very, very, very quickly.
So maybe
not trivial, actually, but bishop c3 was definitely the better chance, I believe.
Let's go back a little more.
Sorry.
That's not good.
This,
that's so many moves.
That's a lot of moves.
Let's go back to it, because I'm actually very curious. This is a very instructional endgame.
Right. Most rook endgames are check.
Here, takes. Push. Check. Can I not? No, king c2, rook a1. So I have to go rook e1, rook h2.
Well, king c2, rook a1, and then rook a8. How is that position?
King c5, I'm assuming.
King c5, and you get right in time to take my pawn with king b6.
Otherwise, it's just.
But what if I move? What if I go with my king on e2 rather than c2?
What? Do you get right in time to do what? Like if I go king d3, what are you gonna do?
King b6.
Okay, king d4.
So my rook is free now.
Okay.
Yeah, but then I will.
So?
You're a bit too far, I think.
Oh, you're just gonna go for my h5.
So rook a5. Let's go rook a5.
Okay. But now I can consider this, right? This must be winning.
I didn't know.
Absolutely, it
This
has to
must
be
be
winning.
winning.
It has to be winning. Yeah.
Yeah, this is cut off by way too many squares.
Wait, can I instead could I? No, you just can hide always on h4 if I check you from the side and then just take the pawn.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to start checking
Yeah.
from side, but you can just go around and hide on h4.
You can also play g5 at some point.
Right, and then hide on h5.
H5. Yeah. A tough endgame. It was never a clear win, but I think Akshat will be regretting not going for this bishop c3 move rather than the rook and bishop endgame in which he never had a win.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean, you have more chances in that endgame.
Absolutely, more practical
chances. It's so easy
chances,
to
yeah.
make mistakes in the rook endings, especially for his opponent.
A very, very, very long day we had here in the office. Agata Bikhovtsev loses after an extremely long game, but even longer was the rook and bishop endgame between Akshat Chandra and Caden Trove, who retains his lead here in the 2017 U.S. Junior Championship. Tough event, a very well-fought game. Akshat put Caden against the ropes. He definitely put the pressure on, but it was not enough.
Yeah, and we do have Akshat with us, and we will see if he saw this bishop c3 or he thought that a6 was the best way to play. So he's here with Christian.
After a very, very difficult draw, very disappointing draw, Akshat, you played a brilliant game up until this moment. Your technique was impeccable. What made you play a6? Did you consider bishop c3?
Yeah, my initial idea was to play bishop c3, but I wasn't sure about the rook game after king e4. Because if he takes on g4, rook d8.
This is what we were trying to figure out
rook
as well.
E8, king
Rook
d3, take, a6, rook h1 check, and like, I thought, I wasn't sure if this, yeah, and rook goes rook h2.
This was one of the ideas, but we were also considering just a move such as king c2 or king e2.
Okay, he goes rook a1.
Rook a8.
King c5.
Now just...
yeah, that's what I was discussing with him after the game. Maybe I should have tried this, but I'm not sure if this is winning. What's the winning idea?
The question is, what is black going to do? How is he going to
so
try
he plays
to...
like king b6?
King b6, I'm even considering maybe a move such as rook b8. Yeah.
And then rook b7.
Yeah, and I think as
Just
long as my king is close to the pawn, then it's just winning. It has to be winning.
No, it's winning. I should have tried that, yeah.
And after that,
I just misevaluated the endgame, and I would have gone for that.
So you're now still in second place. What are you going to do to prepare for the next rounds? Who are you playing next?
I'm playing Rufeng.
Rufeng, so you have a very difficult next round. What are you going to do to prepare against the top seed?
I'll just continue doing what I've been doing so far. I mean, this is disappointing, this draw, but okay, at least I'm playing well, so the results will come if I keep that up.
Definitely playing well. Akshat, Chandra, back to you guys.
Well, I think that Akshat is correct on the saying that he's playing very well. I'm impressed by his play, by Cadence, even by Mikas. I think he's playing very well. I think they're exhibiting great chess. Some of them are a little bit more topsy-turvy. I think Wonder's games have been up and down. I think definitely Rufeng's games, even though he has 1.5 points, are up and down. But chess really rewards those that play well. Even if you score a couple of points that are a little bit lucky, if you're not able to find those strong positions, you're not able to find those strong moves, you're not going to be able to go ahead and win any kind of tournaments. So, you know, the pressure is on for a lot of these players. Rufeng stepped up to the plate today by winning an important game against Andrew Tang, but it's only the first step to recovery. He has a very, very tough game tomorrow. It should be, I'm actually not sure who's white or who's black, between him and Akshat Chandra.
Well, Rufeng was black. And
both of them were white.
Both of them were white today, so.
Oh, that's true.
I don't actually remember their seed numbers.
I think one of them had 2 blacks in a row, no? Or no? Am I wrong?
No idea, actually.
Okay, we're making things up now. Well, we do have Caden Trav, who still is in the lead in the tournament and was on the kind of on the lucky side in this game. So let's hear his thoughts. Now he's here with Christian.
Caden still in the lead after a difficult game. Maybe he got a little bit lucky, but this is what players need to win this type of events. Caden, how do you feel about today's game?
Good. I mean, I kind of felt like in the opening he prepared some tricks, so I tried to take him out of it, but I knew I looked at another line that I could potentially play.
Take us
so
the game on the board.
This is kind of the moment where he played. Well, I guess here. So knight f3 is kind of a theoretical battle. But a lot of the times I played this, I actually struggle against lower rated players because the line I play just gets some sort of repetition that's kind of difficult to avoid. So this position,
easy to make a draw in your preparation, not so easy to put pressure on the lower.
And so I figured he prepared something. I'm like, but this is fine. You know, I looked at a different move in case to not always be forced into this draw. And that was knight c6. Like, I remembered this, and then after queen e2, it's like everything I looked at just failed me. And I kind of remember some things with bishop e6, but I know sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, and figured he played queen e2 pretty quickly, so I didn't want to go into some forcing line that he knew and I didn't. So yeah, then I just tried bishop g4, and I mean, I think I just got like a slightly worse position. And then later, I felt like I was equal, and then right before time control.
Where did you feel you lost control of the game?
Yeah, really.
Here it already seemed quite dangerous.
Yeah, I think just somehow here, I probably could have played better, but I also want to say rook e6. I thought this was like the key moment where I started to go wrong. I wasn't fully sure. I mean, it's just like I have other options like rook c4, and maybe rook e6 is fine. Even here, I have another option like knight c4. So here, I felt like it started to get a little bit out of my control. And then, you know, by the time we hit time control right here, I knew I was worse.
This is already a very difficult defense.
Yeah.
But you somehow managed to complicate matters. I really liked this move after rook to c6, not in this position. I think king e2, yes. Knight e6, rook c6, king e5. Oh, in this position, I really like the move. King to f6, trying to bring your king closer to the action and create some sort of counterplay with all your pieces, involving all your pieces into the defense.
A lot of times, especially in endgames, we do value the material. I mean, you know, but at the same time, you have to also start evaluating activity. So I kind of didn't want to just move my king back, stay passive, and yeah, king f6, I thought.
And according to the engine, king f6 actually gives you the best chances, practical chances at least, for creating some sort of initiative out of thin air.
Yeah.
So I really like this. You put him on pressure, and he made the mistake to enter the rook and bishop endgame, which was an easy draw for you, it seemed like.
Towards the end, I started to get a little panicked as my king was getting into the corner, but I mean, I was able to hold. So
well, still a very positive result. You're still the leader, and going into the last 6 rounds, guys, Cade and Trof.
The leader of the tournament, showing still excellent chess, perhaps a little bit shaky today. You could say he was on the worst side.
Can play perfect games every day.
Well, we can try. He escapes, I wouldn't say completely lucky. He did put up an excellent resistance. He found some excellent resources in the rook and bishop versus rook endgame, and he at never point was lost.
Right, and now we don't have anyone with a perfect score anymore, as he was the only player with 2 out of 2. So actually only 3 rounds. Usually, in 3 rounds we still have someone with 3 out of 3. Okay, so let's take a look at the standings and see how the day wrapped up. So Cade and Trof still in the lead by half a point with 2.5 points. Asha Chandra, Michael Brown playing very solid chess, 2 points. Ru Fengli finally winning the game and sort of catching up. And we have so many players with 1.5 points. So Ru Fengli, Evander Liang, Nicholas Cheka. It's like half of the tournament. Mika Braton, Bobby Liu with 1.5 points, and Andrew Tang with 1 point, and Joshua Colas, who still hasn't been able to find his form, with 0 points.
Yeah, but a very close tournament. We see so many people in 50%. Andrew is in 9th place, actually, with only -1. It just speaks volumes to the quality of chess that we've been seeing here and how close this tournament is. It's still anybody's. We have plenty of tournament left. And even though Caden, I think, has still exhibited the best chess of the event, is by no means with any kind of strong lead.
Right, so let's take a look at the girls section, where we also have 2 leaders instead of 1 with 2.5 points. So we have Akshita Gorti and Emily Nguyen Actually, Gorti winning that important game against against Ashrita today, and Emily winning that marathon game against Agata. Maggie Fang, she's the one who beat Carissa Yip, and Rachel Ulrich, also with a theoretical win. Annie Wang, all half a point behind. Apurva Birkut, the only player with 50%. Agata Bakovtsev and Talia Cervantes with a point. Carissa Yip with a disappointing half a point, and Ashrita Eswaran, again, we have one player with 0 points in each section.
Well, we had long days here at the U.S. Junior and U.S. Junior Girls Championship. Today was no exception, almost 6 hours of play. Long time controls sometimes lead to long games, and here the players are squeezing every single second to improve their positions.
That's what it takes.
Yeah, that's all it takes, and they've done really great. I was happy with the quality of the games today overall. We didn't see as many topsy-turvy back and forth throwing of the advantages. I thought some of the defenses were really good. Some of the offenses were great. I really like Rui Fang's position.
Yeah, I love that game.
It was a very crushing victory.
Something I'm definitely going to show to my students. But Cristian, some final thoughts?
Well, absolutely, Alejandro. I also feel the precision is increasing. The competition is very stiff. These players are throwing absolutely everything at each other, but I really enjoy the precision level increasing, and we're having very interesting games, very nice theoretical battles. I'm very happy with Rui Fang's game. He's back, he's angry, and he wants to take over this event. He will have a very difficult opponent tomorrow in Akshay Chandra, but he's one of his main competitor, one of his main rivals. If he beats him, he leapfrogs him, and then he's in a very positive position. Tomorrow is going to be a fantastic round. I'm looking forward to it, and we will bring you all the action starting tomorrow at 12:50 p.m.
Definitely tomorrow is not a day to be missed. We're going to have some very important crucial rounds as we are approaching the day off, which is 2 days away. Thank you everyone for joining us. Please make sure you're tuning in tomorrow at the same times, at the same place. We'll be bringing you all the action from round 4.